Somewhere far, far away, in the distant kingdom, there's a village called Chong, hidden in the province of Shanxi. And so, out of the blue, a whole crowd of servants gathers in the house of the Song family, who serve the head faithfully and truly. The Song family is the leader of a noble sect, and they have lived in this small village in Shanxi province for over 100 years. They became famous in their time for their white jade sword, and the whole village is openly proud of them. The Song sect proudly bears the title of Noble Sword, but the head has one headache. The head of the Song family is a noble swordsman named Song Bujong. He is currently training his second son, the young Song Baek. But suddenly Jung gets angry. His son is doing everything wrong again. And Baek immediately makes kittenish eyes and babbles something to his father. Baek admits he screwed up again. Jung gets even more angry and growls. Is this how a son of the Song family should behave? The boys watch from the sidelines and exchange glances. Here we go again. Isn't he being too harsh with the 7-year-old? But they still can't do anything. Meanwhile, the eldest son of the Song family, named Son Yeon, pays no attention to this whole mess. He just keeps honing his skills. He gives it his all and displays true mastery of the blade. The boys look at this and whisper. The elder master seems completely invincible. At his age, he's already mastered the Song family's 4 traits technique. What's more, he's already devoured the 3 books and books on military tactics. That's why the younger one is so outmatched by the older one, and why Chang is so harsh with him. And then one of the guys suddenly remembers, listen, we need to stop the chief somehow. The second one nods, as if to say, she might intervene. Chan explains to the boy that he's doing the technique crookedly. Baek trembles with fear, repeats the movements, and asks plaintively, is this correct? Chan gets even more angry and starts shouting. But then a young woman approaches and asks them to stop. As soon as Chan hears his wife's voice, he instantly cools down. Baek, meanwhile, rushes to his mother and clings to her. Chan says to his wife, it's because you coddle him that he's growing up so soft. The woman doesn't answer. Just with one look, she makes it clear he's wrong. And Chan immediately bites his tongue. She reminds him, he's only 7. What does he expect from such a little thing? The little boy is whining like a dog on the hottest afternoon. Chan counters, but the guy was born into a family of warriors. He just needs to be a little stricter. The woman immediately cuts him off. So what? Does he really want to make Baek a copy of Yeon? A kid who doesn't smile at 13, pays 0 attention to his mother, and waves a sword from morning to night? Yen was such a sweet little boy, and Chan molded him into a son who is not interested in anything at all. And just then, Yen decides to catch his breath and sees his father and mother bickering. It seems strangely unusual to him. The woman tells her husband, he already pushed the older one, but she will never allow Baek to be raised the same way. Yen grins. There they go again. And that, by his standards, is happiness. He immediately looks up at the blue sky and drifts off into dreams. Late in the evening, thunder suddenly rumbles, and at the same moment, a downpour begins. Chan looks at the sky and mutters, where did this rain come from? And it doesn't look like he'll calm down anytime soon. Looks like I'll have to take a break from training tomorrow. I can't swing a sword under such a flood. He immediately recalled his wife's words, that the children would catch a cold. And he knew perfectly well that she would make a fuss again. Chan looks at the blade he'd taken as a trophy and admits, Baek isn't the only one to blame. He's the one who's let things slide at the estate. Chan decides to stretch his legs a bit and, taking his magic blade, begins to produce something truly magnificent. And then, in this rainy gloom, Yen wanders across the yard and freezes in place, seeing his father training. Roots that grow deep into the ground are frost-resistant. But to ensure the greenery lasts year-round, it needs to be protected from hurricane winds and winter cold. His father achieved the 8 traits of the family technique. Sleep. His tree is evergreen. Chan finishes training and asks why his son is here so late. Young replies, the general was looking for him, so he came to report. Chan asks again, surprised. General? Yang confirms, yes, some old woman is asking to wait out the rain. Chang frowned. What kind of old woman was this at this hour? Yang replied, he knew strangers weren't allowed in here, but she seemed to be in a completely hopeless situation, so he decided to ask permission. Should he refuse her? Chan says no, he'll go check it out himself, But suddenly, he freezes and asks his son, what was his father's path? Yang is taken aback and for a moment completely collapses. Chan wonders, is this really asking too much? No matter how gifted Yang is, asking him about 8 traits is a bit much. And then Yin answers, his father's path is green, like the roots of a tree, firmly rooted in the earth to withstand the winds. That's why the tree itself remains evergreen. Chan immediately burst into laughter. He knew Yang was capable, but this is beyond all bounds. At such a young age, they're already discussing family techniques with him. Yin is perplexed. What is his father even talking about? Chan suddenly tosses his sword into his hands. Here you go. Yin catches the blade, completely unprepared for this turn of events. Chang orders, starting tomorrow, he must begin mastering the way of white jade. He's already prepared. Yang objects, but only the head of the family can possess white jade. The chief dismisses it. It's just a good sword. A sharp blade belongs to someone who knows how to use it properly. Chan beams and says, his mood has improved so much that he is ready to give up even his own bedroom to the old woman. Chan approaches the gate and asks the old woman, is she heading to the Huazhong temple? The old woman replies, I wanted to make an offering to the Buddha. After all, her beloved son was taken to war and returned headless. She wants to pray for the negligent mother who failed to protect her child, to beg forgiveness and meet him in heaven. The head thinks and says, let her come in. They'll show her a room, and in the morning, they'll send someone from the temple to escort her. The granny seemed surprised by these words and replied, the vile old woman does not deserve such treatment. With such merits, his fame would spread throughout Shaanxi province. She said, believed in his good name. And with such a character, he would never show his back to the poor old woman. And at that very moment, she blows a poison needle from a tube directly into the head. The chieftain falls to the ground and asks the old woman what she's doing. She replies, she's well prepared. They're considered just a village sect, but they're among the top 3 in Shaanxi province. It would be a shame if he turned out to be stronger than she'd expected. Chan grabs the blade and throws it with one swing of his hand. It's still too early for him to die, and he chops off her head. After this, Chan falls to her knees and coughs up blood. What a damn hypocrite. And then, unexpectedly, the old woman turns out to be still alive and advises him not to overexert himself. He's been poisoned by the 7 steps in pursuit of the soul poison, and the more he moves, the more intense the pain will be. It turns out that Granny's body was just an empty shell. Suddenly, a boy crawls out of it. Chan asks, who are you? The boy grins. Does it matter? The Song family will be wiped off the face of the earth today anyway. Chan goes berserk and lunges at him, yelling at him to shut up. But the boy calmly advises him to take his time. The boy decides to show what he is capable of, and suddenly, long claws grow from his hands, with which he repels the chief's attack. Chan has no intention of giving up, and unleashes powerful blows, but suddenly sees how this guy's claws bite right into his blade. The boss instantly jumps back and realizes it's corrosion. But there's no metal that can corrode steel. This technique definitely belongs to Blood Demon Shi. Shi praises Master Song. Truly impressive. He continues to move forward even while poisoned. Chang asks what brings the henchman of the head of a demonic cult here. Shi replies, owning something you can't control yourself. That's a reason for anger. The leader doesn't understand and asks again what he's talking about. Shi blurts out, a white jade sword, that same white jade sword that had claimed countless lives in war. The old man was impressed by its power and wanted it for himself. This means the jade sword will be the first trophy of the Central Plains. The first piece from the True Demon Society will be obtained by the Blood Demons. Chan takes stock and realizes the demonic cult is stirring again. It looks like this is the advance guard. They'll be attacking soon. And if it's as he said, the extermination of the Song family is inevitable. At least the Jade Sword is now in Yang's possession. Now they need to leave before reinforcements arrive. She asks, what's wrong with him? What's with that strange pose? Is he really about to give his final fight? Chan immediately shouts at the Song children to survive at any cost. After all, the roots of the Song family are in them. Yeon is frozen with horror as she watches her father rush to cover them, but his mother grabs his hand. He can't go there. Yang begs her to let him go. He's going to his father. The woman firmly replies, "This is the head of the family's order. Does he dare disobey him?" Yen can't come to terms with this, and watching his father fight alone, he hopes with all his might that he will survive. Baek asks his mother why he needs to get dressed. She replies, he and his brother are going on a trip. Baek is perplexed. Why did his brother turn away? At that moment, Yeon is tormented by the question, was it right to run away, abandoning his father? It would have been better to send the younger one away with his mother. Mother turns to Yeon and tells him to take this symbol. It's the Song family crest, ascending dragons, proof of their lineage. Yen shudders and immediately understands. His mother is planning to stay here too. She silently hugs her eldest son goodbye. Yen's mother tells him he's all grown up now, and she can't understand how she never noticed it before. Yeon can't take it anymore and starts crying too. His mother calls Baek to come over to them. She orders the younger one to obey his brother. From that day on, the two of them are one, and therefore they must never be separated. Baek is surprised. One whole? Mother replies, brothers are friends sent from heaven, and therefore their friendship is not a duty, but a privilege. And Baek must follow his brother like a father. And Yeon must lead his brother on the right path. Mother asks if they understand. They're already descending into the secret passage, and Baek asks, won't Mother come with them? The mother replies, they'll go ahead and she and the father will follow. Baek is surprised. Is this like a game of hide and seek? The mother replies, that's right, it's like hide and seek, a very long game of hide and seek. Without martial arts, she'll only be a burden to them. This is what's best for them. They must survive at any cost, and let them be happy. Then the eldest servant notices strangers have entered the territory and asks who they are. But he immediately receives a blade to the chest. Meanwhile, Chan continues to fight, but he's almost exhausted. She chuckles. Master Song, he's holding up well. For the first time, he fights with someone who has stood firm against a member of the She-Blood demon tribe for so long. But he's already getting bored. Let him give them the white jade immediately. Then he'll kill him without any pain. Chan wonders if the children have managed to get to safety. He then challenges the demon. Fortunately, it seems the heavens don't wish for the Song family's downfall today. Chan glares at him and growls at him to come already. The demon laughs. No matter what, everyone must assume it was all a setup by the other sex. Even though he's poisoned by the 7 steps to the soul and the venom of She's blood demons, Chang decides to show him who's boss. The demon didn't expect this and didn't even have time to dodge. Chan cut him into small pieces. In the end, the demon only asks, how did he manage to do this? And at that very moment, he says goodbye to life. Chan considers this and rejoices. These two poisons don't mix well. Both are rare, which is why he managed to balance them. But his time is running out. And suddenly, someone behind him says, the Song family's technique has earned its fame for good reason. Turning around, he sees demons who have invaded his clan. The demon remarks, Son has dealt with the blood demon. But what if the 12 swords of the true demon society came against him? What would he do then? After the Lost War, their demon cult languished in a humiliating position for 40 years. The true demon society has always been at the forefront of martial arts development. The demon lord orders his men to bring back the Song family's white jade sword as his first trophy. The fall of the Song family will mark the end of an era of humiliation. He immediately orders his men to destroy everyone and everything in the village. That's his order. Meanwhile, Chan realizes there are still these demons left to kill, and he needs to hold out just a little longer. Chan asks what the demon cult's dogs are doing here. A guy emerges from the crowd and replies, they need to sort this out before the leader arrives. Having given the order to his subordinates, he and all of them together pounce on the head of the Song family. Meanwhile, Yen and his brother flee underground, hoping to escape the threat. But Yen is haunted by the fact that he left his father to fight alone. Baek turns to his brother and asks him to slow down. Yeon replies, the main thing is to be patient a little longer. But suddenly, Baek runs out of energy and falls to the ground. Yeon breaks abruptly and asks what he's doing. Baek replies that he won't go any further. Yeon begs him to get up. They don't have time for that. The boy says he's having a hard time and has no more strength. He decides to wait for his mother right here. Yeon flares up and, grabbing his brother's hand, orders him to move faster. But Baek resists and insists he doesn't want to. And then, suddenly the earth shakes so hard that everything shakes. Yin freezes. What's going on there? Baek pulls his brother by the sleeve and, pointing his finger, shouts at him. Look here! Meanwhile, Chan fights alone against several demons and even manages to finish off a couple of them. And then a bully rushes at him, screaming for Chan to die. The boss notices this and instantly prepares to take the blow. With one movement of his hand, Chan unleashes a powerful energy on the enemy and smashes his weapon to pieces. His devastating attack never runs out of steam. Passing through the weapon, it reaches the enemy himself, cutting off his arm. By this time, a woman runs up and says to him, "What is he messing around there for? He's almost dead." She makes her way to him with all her might and grumbles, "What an intractable man." But at that very moment, she suddenly froze in amazement. Headmaster Chan released his most powerful magic. At that moment, the woman thinks, "What is this? He's about to die. And where did this crushing feeling of horror come from?" But then the head of the demons himself appears and calls his subordinates idiots. He warned that Song Chan is a difficult opponent. The woman turns around sharply and, looking at the roof of the house, sees that the head himself has arrived. The leader takes in the situation and orders his true demon warriors to proceed. Chan is not at all afraid and, looking at them all, angrily throws out, "This place will become their grave." Chan transforms into a monster, realizing his family is in danger. And cutting each one down, he promises he will leave no one alive. The woman looks at all this and can't believe her eyes. Could Sung Chan's martial arts really be that powerful? She'd heard the rumors, but she hadn't thought he was that good. And then the leader comes up to her and says, "Yeah, he was just playing with them." The woman is taken aback. What? She immediately asks the boss to give them a little more time. He replies, he'll just wait and see how things get going. His old friend. The woman hears all this and wonders, what is he even talking about? Meanwhile, Chan is fighting the demons and dealing with them surprisingly easily. He realizes he just needs a little more. And then the demon leader notices, as expected, he stopped at the 8th line. Chan suddenly recognizes this familiar voice and, turning around, sees that the leader of the demons himself is attacking him. He easily repels this attack. The leader throws out to Chan. It turns out they haven't seen each other for a long time. Chan is stunned and asks, "Why him?" The leader replies, he'll just say it's not a personal grudge. And he sees that he hasn't lost his strength yet. The woman watches this fierce duel and can't believe her eyes. Why are they fighting with the same martial art? The demon lord remarks that the Song family's techniques are still excellent. Chan snaps at him, telling him not to embarrass himself. How dare a fugitive even mention the Song family's techniques? The demon leader agrees. Yes, as Chan said, he's a fugitive. But even a healthy pine tree can be destroyed. And then Chan sees that his sword is cracking. This bastard hit right in the place affected by corrosion. The demon leader reminds. Chan knows that without the jade sword, the Song technique only hits at half strength, right? But at that very moment, a cry of pain comes from beneath the ground. It's Baek. The demon leader suddenly freezes and strains to listen. He immediately turns his gaze to where the wall has collapsed and sees children hiding underneath. By this time, his subordinates arrive and bring the head's wife, who immediately falls to her knees. Chan is furious when he sees his wife. He shouts at her, "Why is she here? What happened to the children?" The woman turns to the head of the demons. They haven't seen each other for a long time. The demon replies, he didn't want to meet her like this. The woman leaves him. He's still as stupid as ever. She thought he'd learned in the past that nothing could be achieved this way, and nothing would change in the future. The demon listens and mutters, "What boring last words." Chan sees that things are bad and understands that he doesn't want to allow this to happen. The woman turns to her husband and says she was happy to meet him. The demon leader immediately swings his blade and kills her. Chan sees all this and, mad with rage, rushes to his wife. He grabs her head and keeps asking, why? Chan shouts at the demon. Why did he kill his wife, who had nothing to do with them at all? The demon asks again, didn't he tell him? He bears no personal grudge. She's only guilty of possessing something beneath her rank and of not having the strength to protect it. Chan asks, is that all? Just because? But then the demon notices the boy is evolving and, with a wave of his hand, intercepts his blade. As soon as he clenches his mighty blade, his aura rises so menacingly that it fills everyone around with terror. The demon lord instantly understands. This is the Great Void, the ultimate technique, sleep, accessible only to those who have reached the 9 traits. Has he really surpassed his limit in rage? The demon throws, but his technique won't reach him. Chan is right there, barking at him to shut up. A powerful explosion follows. Chan's blade freezes right in front of the demon's face and freezes. The demon says, "He warned me that Chan is beyond his powers." Meanwhile, his subordinates throw chains around Chan and drag him away from the leader. Chan blurts out, "The day will come when the children of the Song family will kill him." The demon immediately raises his blade and replies, "He will wait." The demon kills his friend and drops him. This is not how he wanted to pay for the wound he received. But then a subordinate approaches him and reports something. The boss asks what happened. The subordinate replies, "They found a secret passage." The boss asks in surprise, "A secret passage?" And then he remembers the recent scene and understands everything. These were Song Chan's children. But otherwise, collecting the debt would have been completely boring. The leader orders his men. They're leaving. The subordinate is taken aback. What? And the woman also asks what he's up to. After all, the Song family's children probably took the white jade sword with them. If the elders find out, they let them off the hook like that. The leader snaps. She still hasn't realized that the Song family's technique and the jade sword were just a pretext. He hadn't intended to indulge the old man's passion for collecting trinkets from the start. The woman replies, "They won't let it go so easily." The head immediately laughs. For the sake of fun, once every 10 years, it's worth enduring. The woman looks at the head of the house in shock and wonders, what the hell is he up to? Reaching home, Baek asks his brother why he's doing this. Their father is wounded. Why are they running away? He waves his arms and asks his brother, why? His brother is strong. Why are they running away? Baek falls to his knees and cries through tears that he won't forgive. It turns out his brother is a coward. Yang, at a loss for words for his brother, kneels before him and embraces him as his elder brother. Baek immediately feels brotherly love, but Baek yells at him to let go, calling him a coward. And Yeon won't let him, hugging him even tighter. Yen tells his brother, he swears that he will definitely take revenge on them, and no one will let this go. Baek replies, there's no point in revenge. They'll be much better off if they just go to mom and dad. The next morning, the boys reach Beijing and, throwing on raincoats, try to hide their faces. But suddenly, Baek notices a girl nearby buying food and sighs tiredly and heavily. Yeon asks his brother if he's hungry. Baek is surprised by the question, doesn't answer, and steps aside. Young reflects and realizes. Since that day, Baek hasn't spoken a word for several days. He still hasn't come to his senses. Yen tells his brother, then don't go anywhere and wait for him here. He'll go look for food. At this moment, Baek is at a loss and wants to stop his brother, but he can't get a word out. But deep down, he knows. He doesn't want Yang to abandon him. Let him starve, as long as his brother stays by his side. And then Baek remembers how his brother promised to never abandon him, and he clenches his fist tightly. Baek relents and tells his brother to come back quickly. Meanwhile, Yeon begs people for food, but everyone refuses, and someone even splashes water in his face. The man growls, being a beggar in the morning means trouble. Let him think he got off easy. Next time, he'll get beat up. Yen thinks. He knew the townspeople were callous, but he didn't think they were this callous. And yet, with so many people, at least someone had to help. While he is wandering along the main road in the hope of getting food, several people notice him from the alley and follow him. They slowly creep behind him, trying not to give themselves away. But Yen turns around abruptly. What do they want? The man grins. It's nothing special. They've just seen him get chased away a couple of times already. He looks hungry, so let him come with them. They'll feed him. How does he feel about this offer? Yen immediately realizes these people want his white jade. Luckily, few here are proficient in martial arts. These look more like local gangsters, but there are too many of them. Yen decides it's best to run away and immediately takes off. The man commands his men, stop. Let them catch him immediately. Take him alive. Yen realizes he'd been overconfident. He thought they'd be safe once they got out of Shaanxi province. But it's not just martial artists who pose a threat to them. We need to get back and head to Liaodong. At this moment, a large carriage rolls through the city, and a girl, leaning out the window, looks around with wide eyes. The old man turns to Su Ren. If she keeps sticking out like that, she might fall out. Ren laughs and asks the old man whose student she is. He replies, she's overexcited, having ventured into the city for the first time in a long time. He's one of the 4 heads of the Damo Marima school. The old man thinks, even in a spacious Marima school, a child will sooner or later become bored. Sometimes it's worth taking her out. But suddenly, the old man senses something is about to happen. At that very moment, Rin loses control and tumbles out of the cart. As she falls, she sees that she is flying face down onto a sharp rock, and she closes her eyes so as not to see it. But after a couple of seconds, she opens her eyes and finds herself standing right in front of the stone. The old man, saving her, put all his magic into it and caught her right in the air so that she would not get hurt. The old man asks, is this really his student? The one who fell out of the cart and almost hit her head on a rock? Rin smiles. Well, of course. She is the student of a caring man who will not leave his beloved student to die. The old man looks at her and replies, she's quite the talker, though. And then Rin suddenly asks the teacher to wait. The old man instantly turns off the magic, and she falls. Rin, landing, grumbles, this is too much. She did something wrong, of course, but to drop her like that. Rin pauses and asks why the cart has stopped. But looking around, he sees a guy lying right in front of it. Rin immediately runs up to him and begs him to wake up. Yen opens his eyes and sees a girl. Rin is overjoyed. She's already happy that the guy is at least breathing. But why is his face so handsome? Yen is rambling something incoherent and calling the girl Mom. The teacher approaches Rin and remarks, she would have died long ago if she was staring at him so intently. Rin denies everything. Nothing of the sort. The teacher says, since the student has a crush on this guy, he'll have to be saved. Rin flushes and blushes at the teacher's words. He asks her to be quiet. He needs to feel her pulse. The teacher realizes, fortunately, the boy simply collapsed unconscious from exhaustion. Judging by his build, he looks like a well-trained child from a family of warriors. What happened to him? But suddenly, his gaze catches on this guy's sword. At that moment, a man comes up and says, finally, I got you. He was hiding like a rat. The man demands the old man give him his sword. He says the sword belongs to him. The teacher looks at the blade and asks again, they say it's theirs? The man replies, exactly, and if it gets in the way, it definitely won't get out in one piece. The teacher lifts the boy up and asks, how dare this man claim the sword that has cut off the heads of countless followers of a demonic cult? The men sense his powerful energy and cannot understand. How can this old man be so strong? Meanwhile, Paek stands in the very spot where his older brother left him. He steps aside and sits quietly, silently. Paek remembers what his brother told him earlier in the forest, and watching him, he wonders, what is he doing? It's time for bed, and it's too noisy here. His brother told him to be quiet because of his pursuers, but he himself makes the most noise. Paek is angry at his brother, considers him a coward, and is not going to forgive him for anything. But suddenly, something clicks. Paek turns his gaze to the stove and sees a medal lying next to him. Young said it was the Song family crest, the rising dragon. If they split up, that would be all he'd have left. Yang looked up at the sky and told his brother he wouldn't abandon him. Baek remembered it all, and clutching the sign in his hand, burst into tears. He realized his brother had abandoned him and decided to go his own way. But at that very moment, the very same cart that Yang had collapsed in front of rolled past. The teacher immediately notices the boy. He seems very unusual to him. Meanwhile, Yen lies unconscious, and Ren monitors his condition. Baek goes on his way, and going over everything in his head, repeats, his own brother Yan abandoned him, the head of one of the 4 most powerful cults. This title belongs to the 4 most powerful cult masters who participated in the Great War against the demonic cult 40 years ago. And after that Great War, they retired and founded a cult, the Marima School, sacred to all cultists. In the Marima School infirmary, Yin screams for release. After all, his brother is waiting for him. The teacher replies, "What a pity. If he'd known his brother was still there, he wouldn't have taken him away so thoughtlessly. He shouldn't worry. He's already sent someone, so he should just wait." Yen immediately jumps out of bed. He has to go. And with tear-stained eyes, he repeats, his brother will be waiting for him. The teacher reassures the boy. Don't worry, they'll definitely find him. He swears by the name of one of the four heads. Ren also agrees. It's true. Her teacher never lies. But Yen doesn't believe them, and having waited until evening, immediately decides to slip away to find his brother. The guy considers and realizes. The promise of one of the four chapters is unbreakable, but he doesn't have time to wait. How deep is he in the mountains? He's been going for quite a while, but the grief still seems endless. Now it's clear why no one knows the location of the Marima school. But suddenly, on his way, he sees a strange man walking towards him. Yen takes one look at his equipment and notices 3 swords, 3 paths, unusual clothing, and it seems he's heard of him somewhere. It's clear as day that this is a martial arts master. He needs to act natural. There shouldn't be any bad people near the Marima school. But Yen passes by without saying a word, and the stranger, drawing level with him, drops his sword. He has a fine one. Yen immediately realizes that things are bad, and suddenly pulls out his blade, putting it to the man's jaw. The stranger asks, what's wrong with him? The old man merely praised his path. Yang replies, everyone who says that is coveting his sword, and he orders him to stand still, while he quietly leaves. The man calls Yen a kid and says he seems to have misunderstood something. He has enough swords of his own. Yen tells him to be quiet and stand still. The man tells the boy he's jumping to conclusions. With one light touch, he tosses him aside. Yen manages to land on his feet and can't believe it. Where does such strength come from? Just from touching the sword with his hand? The man laughs. He was right. In the boy's hands is a very expensive white jade. Yang is stunned. This stranger recognized the white jade. Is it possible that... And then he remembers the conversation with his father. Yang asked his father if it was true that their grandfather was a hero of the Great War. The headmaster replied, it's true. Their grandfather saved the Murim along with one of the 4 school heads. Yen said, that is why they gave him the white jade that destroyed countless numbers of cultists. The leader replied, exactly so. The sword had seen much, being Han Hel's blade. Their grandfather had been strong too, but he said that Han Hel's might was unmatched among the 4 leaders. Baek smiled. So Han Hyul is the strongest. The leader replied, exactly. After the Great War, there even appeared a saying. Baek asked which one. The leader replied, 3 swords and 3 paths. If you meet Han Hyul, run. Yen suddenly realizes, how could he have forgotten? It's not often you meet a man who carries 3 swords. If he's right. And then the stranger says he doesn't understand what's going on. But Yen already realizes, before him stands the strongest, Han Hyul. The man notices, only a few have ever held a sword to his throat and survived. Yen thinks, he looks young, but this is definitely one of the 4 leaders, Han Hyul. Running from him is pointless. What should he do? Khan sees, the boy has probably figured out who's standing in front of him, but his eyes are blazing with fighting spirit. For the first time in a long time, he sees something interesting. The Khan offers the boy a deal. If he gets the old man to draw at least 1 sword within 20 seconds, he'll let him go. And if he loses, he'll become his apprentice. Yen is taken aback by this proposal and doesn't know what to say. Han asks Yen, is he so happy to become his student? He shouldn't be shy, kid. This old man will make him the strongest after himself. Yang tells Han to keep his word. If he makes him draw his sword, he'll let him go. 2 years later, in the village, a buyer comes to the seller and says, here's the money for the goods. The salesman smirks. What kind of man is he? He hands over the money without even checking the goods. The man replies, old man owes goods are always impeccable. The salesman calls out to Song Baek and tells him to bring the goods. Baek brings them and asks the old man where to put them. The man glances at the boy and says, how time flies. It's been 2 years since he picked him up, right? He was worried then. The boy was so frail. But how quickly he grew up. Just like then, he's still a silent man. The old man agrees with the man. On the way home, he takes a closer look at the boy and sees that he's not like ordinary kids. Judging by his build, he's studied martial arts, but he never told his story. The old man asks Paek if he wants to go home. Paek is surprised by the question and answers no. His home is here. But upon reaching the house, he suddenly asks, "Is someone visiting them?" The old man notices a familiar face and, running up, asks, why didn't he warn him about the visit? And then the warrior takes off his wide-brimmed hat and answers the blacksmith, "Oh, it's been a while since they've seen each other. This is the general of the East." The old man immediately falls to his knees to greet the general. A girl emerges from behind the guest and announces that she is also here. Seeing the girl, Paek suddenly becomes embarrassed and blushes. The girl asks, "Who is this?" Meanwhile, Paek sits under a tree and examines the cart. He says his family had one just like it, but suddenly someone asks him what he's doing. Turning around, he sees the same girl approaching. The girl greets and introduces herself. Her name is Ton Bonnie. What is the boy's name? Paek is completely at a loss and doesn't know what to say to her. But then the guard snaps him out of it. He needs to answer when spoken to. Bonnie doesn't listen to her guard and sits down next to him, and the guy is seriously scared of her. That's what he didn't expect. Paek asks what she's doing. Bonnie replies, she introduced herself again. She's 9, and how old is he? Paek blushes and, up close, sees that she's even more beautiful. He introduces himself and says he's 11. Bonnie is surprised, so he's like an older brother to her. Paek thinks puzzled. What older brother? Bonnie says, since that's how it turned out, let Baek call her Lime. The guy is surprised. Lime? Bonnie replies, that's right, Lime, and then notices that his face has turned red. Are you sick by any chance? Paek replies, no, he's fine. And the guard seethes inwardly. How dare this little guy talk to her like that? Does he even realize who's laughing and chatting with him right now? If he knew who she was, he wouldn't even dare look up. She is the daughter of the man who stands at the very pinnacle of a million-strong army. Except for His Majesty the Emperor, he wields more power than anyone else. The precious unmarried daughter of the Minister of War and the Army General. And this country boy dares... But suddenly, Lime bursts out laughing and asks Paek what it is. And she's incredibly curious to get to know him better. The warrior is amazed and wonders, when was the last time she smiled so sincerely? It's the first time he's seen her smile since the death of her elder mistress. Such a sincere smile. Frankly, he was afraid the trip would be too much for her. But it was still good that she went. As he's leaving, Lime shouts to his brother Baek and suggests, let them have even more fun next time. The warrior is frightened when he sees her leaning out of the window and tells the lady that it is dangerous. Baek watches them go by, thinking, this Ton Bonnie girl is really strange. But suddenly, the old man notices, so that's what his face might look like. Paek denies it. It's not like that. The old man says they'll meet again in a month. And so, starting tomorrow, they'll be up to their necks in work. And she calls the guy into the house. It's already getting cold. Paek understands he'll have to endure it for a month. Every day, without a break, the old man forges the general's sword and works until he's sweating. But suddenly Paek approaches him and says he's brought water. The old man praises him and invites him to come over. He's about to show him something. The old man tells the boy, from today on, he'll be helping him repair his weapons. After all, this is the first time he's seen anything other than farm equipment. But glancing at the sword, Paek immediately recognizes what kind of blade it is. The old man remarks, for the past 2 years, the boy has only stared at tools, but he recognized the sword at first glance. Apparently, he knows his way around. He may be silent about his past, but this child is certainly from a family of warriors. Paek remembers what he didn't understand as a child, but now he knows. Why their house turned out like this. Because of one piece of metal. All because of one damn piece of metal. And then the old man tells the boy, it's just a sword. Paek is surprised. What is he talking about? The old man replies, he told you so. If a weapon falls into the hands of a bad man, it will bring evil. But in the hands of a knight, it will become a righteous blade. The sword in his hands belongs to one who leads millions. This blade protects them from enemies from the north. The old man tells Paek, you can't live in hatred. You have to live looking forward. into the future. Baek sees that his grandfather has been fixing the general's sword for days, but he still doesn't understand what he means. Living with an eye on the future. What does that mean? But it seems Grandpa truly cares about him. There are very few people left who truly care about him. His mother and father, who always protected him and worried about him. And that strange girl. And he hopes they'll meet again in a few days. And then Baek comes to the house and shouts to the old man that he's back. But suddenly, he drops the water, seeing his grandfather lying unconscious on the floor. Baek doesn't hesitate and calls the doctor to examine his grandfather. The doctor tells the boy to give him this twice a day, starting today. Baek asks, will he get better then? The doctor replies, it will only ease his pain. And the boy immediately realizes that things are bad. At parting, the doctor tells the boy, the old man is a very good man. Let him bury him in a good place. But suddenly, late at night, the old man wakes up coughing and decides to get to his feet. He begins to blame the heartless heavens. If only they would give him at least a little time to finish the sword. He suddenly freezes and thinks about Song Baek. How sorry he feels for him. But then there's a knock, and he asks, who's there at this hour? But when he goes outside, the old man is stunned. The boy Baek is trying to finish the sword that the general left behind. Baek takes out all his anger on the blade and realizes he's been abandoned again. And all because of his helplessness. Like his mother and father, like his brother and grandfather, they all leave because of his helplessness. And he can't let that happen. And then Baek makes a huge vow to himself. He will never lose anyone again, no matter the cost. The old man looks at him and sees how hard he's trying. But suddenly he remembers the doctor's words, that he wouldn't last another year. It would be better for him to put everything aside and live through this time peacefully. In a year, he said, he would have no regrets. But the eyes of the orphan, who wandered everywhere, were too sad. It was a small whim of a dying old man. That day, he asked the boy if he was hungry. The old man actually thought he'd leave him later, but in the end, he was the one left to go. And then the old man tells the boy, if he continues, he'll only ruin the blade. Baek turns around. Grandpa? The old man says he screamed so loudly it scared him half to death. Baek asks if he's okay. The doctor said otherwise. The old man replies, this charlatan predicted his imminent death 2 years ago, so he shouldn't worry. Baek rejoices. Really? The old man immediately asks, how dare he smile when he almost lost such a precious sword? Baek throws up his hands. It's all wrong. The old man says, it's a joke. Actually, this time the sound of the impact was quite good. And then Baek rejoices and considers this a blessing. And he sees that his grandfather has gotten much better. The old man tells the boy to finish the sword. Baek is surprised. Is he serious? The old man replies, he's had enough of messing around with empty assignments. He's quite capable of this now. And then Baek feels his hands tremble. Finally, he's been recognized. The key to working with steel is temperature, and then smelting. The old man tells the boy, forging a sword is a continuous and arduous process. Just like life. Having gone through difficult, exhausting times, one day he will definitely achieve his goal. But suddenly, after delivering the final blow, Baek shudders and realizes it's that very sound. The sound that's made when iron fuses. Baek turns around and shouts to his grandfather that he's done it. But he sees that his grandfather isn't moving or responding. Baek didn't expect such an outcome and, in fear, even dropped his sword to the floor. He walked over and told his grandfather that it was that very sound that had come out. Baek begs his grandfather to open his eyes. He managed to forge the sword correctly. Baek hugs his grandfather and realizes that this is the end, and bursts out screaming at the top of his lungs. Oh Jong-dong's death resonates with more than just grief. Baek cries out in realization. Everyone who loved him is gone. A few days later, the general returns for his sword. Lime pokes his head out again and asks how much longer the journey will be. The guard tells her it's dangerous. The general asks, does she really want to see brother Son? The general sees that she seems to have taken a liking to this guy Baek. What a silly girl. And then Lime screams with joy. They're arriving. Lime immediately enters and shouts to brother Son that she's here. and she sees Baek lying there with his sword, asleep. Baek tells them everything in detail, and even shows them Grandfather O's grave where he buried him. Lime can't contain her emotions and immediately bursts into tears. The guard says it's cold outside and calls her back to the carriage. Lime digs in his heels and insists that Brother Son is going through a very difficult time, and the general is upset that he's late. He wanted to have time to repay the old man's debt. If he'd come a little earlier... By the way, this boy, Song Baek, he says he finished the sword himself. And since he made the gravestone inscription himself, it means he knows how to write. The general asks, "Is he Song Baek?" The guy replies, "That's right." The general says, if he has nowhere else to go, wouldn't he like to go with them? Baek is stunned by this proposal and thinks everyone who cared about him is gone. He's going to be abandoned again. And now he won't let it happen again. Baek thanks him for the offer, but declines. The general understands that he would be very sorry to lose such a talented man. He agrees with him and tells him to take care of himself. But then Lime suddenly runs up and grabs his arm. Lime begs him to come with them. After all, she wants to spend more time with him. After these words, Baek changes his mind and agrees to go with them. But on the way, he thinks about it. He thinks she called him out of pity. The cheap pity of a little girl. But the warmth of her palms was exactly what he sorely missed. Even though he followed them because of Lime's persistence. And suddenly, someone from the convoy announces that they have arrived. The guard orders the guy to dismount. And then Baek is amazed at what he sees. It's Tanbani's house. A woman comes out to greet him and tells him they've returned. Lime, seeing her nanny, runs into her arms and hugs her tightly. Baek gazes at the enormous house in amazement. He thinks it's even bigger than his. No, they can't even be compared. The woman turns to the gentleman and asks about the child. Lime replies, "It's Brother Song." And then the general says, "It was he who brought him with him." Baek is shocked by the way he was introduced. The general turns to Mo Yeon and says that from now on, he will take care of this child. Mo is taken aback. What? The general is surprised by such an answer and asks, does he really not want to? Mo sighs and tells the boy to follow him. He's got his hands full, and now he's got a kid on top of that. Baek thinks, back then, he didn't understand why everyone was so surprised. The maids whispered that they'd heard it themselves. In the East, bringing a child into a family where there are no men means the appearance of an heir. And then Mo tells the guy he's late. Baek apologizes. He was delayed because he was escorting the lady. Baek immediately calls him General Mo Yeon. Mo Yeon is angry. He told everyone to call him senior. Baek apologizes and replies, he doesn't understand much. That's why it's difficult for him to remember all his words. Mo asks the guy if he's been preparing for the exam. Baek replies, he trains like an officer every day. Mo says, great, now they'll check how much he's grown. And then he pounces on him. Mo, with his most powerful attack, even bends the stick and commands, let him try to block. Baek isn't shy and easily offers his stick. Mo immediately sees, the boy really is an officer. The basic technique of the four-direction spear. He perfected it in mock battles. Mo asks, how long will he continue to just defend himself? And then Baek notices that the teacher has gotten a little heated up, which means it's time to show everything he's capable of. And now it's easy to get right up close to him. Mo gets angry and asks, why is he smirking? Did he really expect this and become so much stronger? Mo says, well, it can't be helped, and changes his grip on the weapon. Baek immediately notices. Mo starts spinning the stick like a helicopter propeller and commands with an attack. Let him try to reflect this. Unleashing a powerful attack, he achieves incredible results. Mo asks the boy what's wrong with him. Where did all his confidence go? Baek asks the elder what he's talking about. Didn't he use special techniques? Mo asks, does he really think hairs will come out against him on the battlefield? Mastering special techniques is just a stepping stone to the exam, and not the kind of enemy who will fight him according to a memorized pattern in training. And let him not dare forget the reason for his existence. Baek takes it all on himself and feels how heavy these blows are. At this rate, his weapon won't withstand. But suddenly, Mo strikes from a distance, and Baek's weapon shatters. He immediately realizes it's a combat spear. Mo doesn't let up, and rushing into the attack, tells Baek, That's not all. The boy understands. He's strong, but the martial arts of the battlefield. At that moment, Baek decides to take a different approach and suddenly thrusts one end of his spear into the ground. Mo is astonished. They'll kill him like that. Mo orders him to dodge, but Baek uses a spinning attack and easily blocks the attack. All this time, Baek wears his family mark around his neck. But, having gotten out to a secluded place, he decides to pick it up and looks at it closely. He realizes he wants to return to those memories. And then Lime approaches him and tells him about the pendant. She says hello. They haven't seen each other for a while. Baek asks the lady if she's finished. Lime suddenly falls silent and asks angrily, "Madam?" And then Lime blurts out, "It looks like she's mistaken." Baek asks what's wrong. What did he do wrong? Lime turns around and asks, he really doesn't understand? Young Master Song? She decides to speak frankly. She hasn't gone for a walk in a long time. Well, what can she do? That man broke his promise and didn't come. And then Baek calls her Lime. The girl turns around sharply with a smile. What? Didn't she hear? Baek asks Lima to stop teasing him. He should be more careful. She knows the nanny will be angry if he calls her that. And then Lime comes up and takes his hand. Baek is surprised. What is she doing? The girl asks again, what's wrong? He used to give her piggyback rides. Baek replies, but they were kids then. Lime asks, and what about now? And then they both blush, looking at each other. But at that moment, Baek remembers how the nanny had told him not to delude himself. Others might think he was brought in as an adopted son, but to his mistress, he was just a toy. And a toy must behave as it should. Did he understand that? Baek clenches his fists and replies that he remembered. Lime asks Brother Son, so what now? Baek immediately squats down and tells her to climb in. Lime is surprised. What is he doing? Baek asks, what do you mean? He thought that's what she was asking. He'd decided she was still a child. And come to think of it, nothing bad would happen if he carried her on his back. Lima flares up and tells him to stop, and decides that she will go herself. Baek asks what she's thinking. Maybe he should carry her? Lime snaps at him to leave her alone and not to follow her. Baek apologizes, it's his fault, and offers to go with him. Lime asks him not to tag along. Meanwhile, the nanny watches them and sees that Baek is well aware of his situation. The problem, however, lies in the mistress's heart. Afterwards, they finally go for a walk. Reaching the bridge, Lime says to Baek, look at the sunset. Baek looks and realizes she's already recovered. Judging by the way her mood changes in a second, she really is still a child. And then he remembers Tan Bani, and only 2 people were kind to him without reason. He couldn't protect his grandfather, but he will definitely protect Lime, no matter the cost. But it turns out, they're not the only ones standing on the bridge. There's another man with security. He asks, was there ever a girl like that around? The guards ask the gentleman if he should bring her. The gentleman replies, no. With such a beauty, simple fun won't be enough for him. And it seems she's from a noble family. He immediately orders his men to find out where she lives. Meanwhile, in front of the imperial palace, the general sits on his knees, looks at the sky, and does not utter a word. Mo asks the general how long he's been sitting like this. Isn't that enough? The general replies, he knows, of course, that disobeying the emperor's decree is tantamount to treason. And if it's so hard for him to wait, let him go home. Mo gets angry and declares he'll go to the palace right now. The emperor might be sitting at the banquet hosted by Chang Maso, which is why he's not coming out. He's not even sure it's the emperor on the throne now, and not Chang Maso. The general tells him to watch his mouth. This Chang is just waiting for a chance to destroy him. Why can't Mo understand that they will seize on even the most trivial reason to remove him from power? The emperor is a wise man. No matter how much Chang tempts him with sweet words, his eyes cannot be deceived. Soon, he will understand everything. Until then, he will wait. Inside the palace, people report to the head of the agency, Chang Maso, that the governor-general is still awaiting orders. There are no longer any excuses to refuse him. Chang replies, how stubborn. What an ignorant general. Does he think it's time to stop? Military official Sa says there's no point in provoking the governor-general. If he learns that the emperor is gravely ill, his 300,000-strong army will march on the imperial palace. Chang dismisses this. He's too worried. Without the Liaodong army, the country will fall into the hands of the barbarian. And the general knows this better than anyone. But does Son know that the general of the East is overly concerned about his family, and that in doing so, he's leading himself into a trap? The next day, Lime is looking out the window early in the morning, mending her clothes. But suddenly, she notices with surprise. It's raining. At this time, the stranger stands in front of the palace and, stepping into the mud, grumbles. And it had to rain just when he was going for a new bride. The servant asks if he should get new shoes. The boy replies, no. That way, he'll look more sincere, which will make a strong impression on her. When they reach the palace, the guards ask them who they are. After all, just anyone can't enter here. But the boy asks again, who are they? And immediately orders the servant to show them their family symbol. A guy asks the guard, is the son of the Secretary of State a nobody to them? The guard can't even utter a word. He knows he's in trouble. The boy's servant tells them, let them say thank you that the master is in a good mood today. Meanwhile, Baek trains, and he doesn't care what the weather is like outside, because he needs to be strong. But throughout the entire training session, he imagines Lima's face, how she smiles at him and makes eyes. And this is what infuriates him the most. After all, he understands her feelings, but the nanny told him that he is just a toy. Then Lime comes up to him and calls out to him in surprise. Seeing her, Baek realizes he's in trouble. Baek takes a rag, wipes her face, and asks why she went out to the training ground. If she gets sick, the nanny will be angry with him. Lime replies, but the rain is so heavy. She wanted to take out his umbrella, but he doused her. And then Baek remembers his childhood, lying on the ground, and Lime apologizing to him. But he becomes curious. Why did he suddenly remember this? He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lime was surprised and asked him why he was laughing. Baek looked at her and saw that she seemed to have grown taller, but she was still a child. It seemed that he was the only one who felt strange. Baek suggested they go because she might catch a cold. Lime got angry and replied that it was all his fault. Then a guy approached them and said he'd finally found it. They turned around to see a stranger approaching, along with his own security detail. Lima asked him who he was. This wasn't a place for strangers to enter. The boy replied that it was offensive. After all, they would become one family. Lima was surprised and asked him what he was talking about. The guy replied that, to tell the truth, he had seen her by chance a few days ago. He liked her and he wanted to share those feelings with her. He came to propose to her because he considered it the right thing to do for a noble man. No need for a dowry. As for him, his father is State Secretary Lee Tae-chon. And then Lime immediately told him to get out of here. The guy didn't understand and asked, what? Baek immediately stood up in front of them and said he'd been told to get lost. The guy said that this boy continues to irritate him. Who is he anyway? Baek immediately wondered who he was. And he remembered Nanny telling him not to be fooled. After all, he was nothing more than his mistress's plaything. Mo also told the guy at training so he wouldn't forget. The reason he's here. And then Lime answered for Baek and said that he was her beloved. She fell in love with him from their first meeting. Baek was surprised and turned to her. Lime told him not to look at her like that. It was embarrassing. Baek knew in his head that he had guessed how she felt, but hearing it directly was very awkward. The guy couldn't help but burst out laughing. He asked them if they were making fun of him. The guy said that it looked like he needed to teach them a lesson on how to communicate with a person of the upper class. The guy's guards immediately moved in to attack them. Baek immediately ordered Lima to go inside. Lime immediately started resisting, but Baek told her to listen to him and leave. But suddenly, when confronted by this guy's security, Baek was unable to block the attack and fell to the ground. Baek told Lima to run away from there. But suddenly the man stepped on the boy with his naked body and started squeezing him. The man told Baek that his techniques, although he had achieved some success in this, he wouldn't pass the exam with such skills. And he's no match for the squad leader. Lime was terrified for him and started screaming at Brother Bet. And then the guy approached them and said that everything was correct. This was a look befitting his status. Lime asked them how dare they come and attack people in someone else's home. She would never let them get away with it. The guy smiled and asked her if he wouldn't let her go. And what would she do? Did she want to tell everyone that the young mistress was in love with her servant? Lima told him he was serious. The boy replied that he had planned to take her as his wife, but if she agreed to be his concubine, he would forgive her. Lime did not dare to humiliate herself in such a way, and after such words, she immediately slapped him. She asked him how dare he, did he even realize where he was? But the guy immediately kicked her in the stomach. Lime immediately fell to the ground in pain. Seeing this, Baek became extremely angry, but the warrior held the blade to his throat. The warrior told him to sit still, unless he wanted to lose his head. The boy asked the girl whom she had dared to hit. Lime told him she'd make him pay. The boy couldn't help but laugh again. He asked his man to give him a sword, and then the warrior turned to the young gentleman and said that he couldn't. The boy told him to shut up and give him the sword. He wouldn't kill her. The guy told the girl she was quite pretty, and he wondered what her face was like. Now they'll see how she talks after he scratches her face. The warrior saw that his master was going too far. They were ordered to simply scare her a little. He has to stop this crazy guy. The guy told Lima not to move. He might accidentally hurt her. Lime pulled her head back, terrified. The guy laughed and said that now it was even pleasant to look at that little face. Let her cry some more to satisfy him. Meanwhile, Baek was saying that he had promised to protect her. He swore he wouldn't lose her bright smile. And then Baek began to slowly move his head near the sword, drawing blood. The warrior wondered at that moment, what was he doing? Even if he's just an ordinary warrior, if they kill a member of the Eastern clan, there will be problems later. And then Baek drew blood and said he had to protect her. The second warrior knew at that moment he had to stop this right now, before this madman hurt Tonbani. But suddenly Baek broke free from the warrior's hands and told them to stop him. Baek immediately attacked the others with his blade. The warrior called him a fool. He took the sword from the commander. Does he really think it'll all be over just because he's got a sword in his hands? He'll show him the power of the commander's martial arts. The warrior attacked him in response and shouted that holding a sword in your hands does not mean you know how to use it. And then the warrior saw that he had caught the guy. But suddenly, Baek began to evolve and revealed his true nature. The warrior was very surprised and didn't understand what kind of tree it was. But Baek dodged it and headed for the guy. But the warrior shouted at his master to defend himself. The boy asked his man what he was carrying, but Baek saw no obstacle in front of him and cut his head off. Everyone was surprised by this, and the warriors realized they had lost their young master. Lime was also terrified and shouted to brother Son. Baek didn't expect the day to end like that, and seeing that guy's decapitated head, he realized he had killed a man. He stood rooted to the spot before the body, unable to move. The boy's guards saw him and couldn't believe the young gentleman was dead. The warrior immediately called Baek a bastard and rushed to attack from behind. He aimed to finish the guy off with his most powerful attack. But suddenly the warrior Mo arrived and stood up for the boy. The warrior was surprised because he recognized the boy. Mo immediately attacked them and asked how the dirty dogs dared to meddle with an unmarried lady. The warrior could not cope with this attack and raised his head and asked Mo why he was here. Mo didn't stop there and began giving Baek lessons. He hit him and asked if he realized what he had done. Baek didn't know what to say to his elder brother and only mumbled. But Mo couldn't resist and raised his hand against him. But suddenly, Lime came running and stopped his hand and said that he had done nothing wrong. Mo begged the lady to let him go, but Lime couldn't hold back and immediately burst into tears in front of him. Mo was very angry because this fool had killed the son of the Muram's top leader. And how were they supposed to hush it up now? Lime asked Brother Baek if he was okay, but the boy tried to say he'd killed a man. But suddenly Lime didn't let him say it. And with her warm embrace, she pulled him close to her and told him not to worry. Lime told him not to lose himself because nothing would happen, and they would get through this. The next day, the general accepted the boy's father within himself and said that he was sorry that his son had died. The man was surprised by this answer and asked with hatred, "What a pity! His son was killed. How will they answer for this?" It was State Secretary Lee Tae-jong. The general asked him if he even dared to talk about responsibility. After that question, Daechon immediately sat on his ass. Daechon knew the general of the East could take his head off right now. He asked the general why he was so calm. His son had been hurt in this house. The general thought for a moment and asked, what would it cost him then to give birth to and raise another child? Daechon refused to allow himself to be spoken to in such a manner and asked sternly, "What did he say?" But the door suddenly opened, and Daechon immediately became wary. At that very moment, Lee Mei entered. Lime immediately fell to her knees and told her father that her brother Song Baek was innocent. All the blame lay with the young master, who had wanted to mock her. Daechon heard these words and immediately began to deny them, saying it was nonsense. After all, his son couldn't mock his mistress. Daechon said, "Shouldn't the lady tell the truth now, or does she think she can settle the situation with such a lie? And let her tell the truth right now, otherwise he'll kill her personally." The general couldn't resist breaking his glass in his hands in such anger. The general immediately stood up and asked the advisor what he wanted to say, that his daughter was now lying? Daechon immediately crouched down and realized things were bad. He understood that no matter how toothless a tiger was still a tiger, and if he loses control of himself, he'll be left without a head. Daechon thought about it and said that, in any case, their lives couldn't be considered equal. The general asked in surprise, "Equal?" Daechon replied that the Secretary of State's son had been killed by an ordinary soldier. It was a sin that threatened the very foundations of their country. The general said that if he were the secretary, he'd simply chop off this ordinary warrior's head. Why should he shout here and ruin his relationship with him? Daechon immediately ordered the general to bring this warrior to him immediately. Lime immediately realized that everything was not going as she wanted, and she knew that brother Song would be killed. The general told the secretary he was sorry his son was dead. But what brother would stand by and watch his sister be molested? Daechon was surprised and asked what that meant. The general asked him what he didn't know. Song Baek wasn't just his daughter's bodyguard, he was his adopted son. At this time, Manny and her servants headed to the young man Song Baek's quarters. Without knocking, they immediately entered the room. And then Baek looked into her eyes and realized that the decision about his fate had finally been made. He had already lived longer than he should have. It was enough that Lima was safe. Baek greeted Nyanya and said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He then asked if Mrs. Lime was okay. The nanny immediately greeted him and called him young master. Baek was surprised and asked, "What's wrong with them?" The nanny replied that the bath was ready and that he should follow her. At this point, Baek didn't even understand what was happening. At this time, the general was sitting in his room, sipping his tea. But after all this, Baek came to him. The general told him that in these clothes, he seemed like a different person and looked more pleasant. Baek bowed and greeted the head of the family. The general said he'd been completely oblivious to him all this time. He hadn't even realized he'd grown so much. Baek told him no. He was grateful that the head of the family had taken him, an orphan, into his home, and he wanted to apologize for the inconvenience. The general was surprised by his words and said he had many enemies. Given his status, it couldn't be otherwise, and so he's forced to be constantly on guard. He also needs to protect his daughter. Does Baek understand what they're telling him? He can't protect him either. In 3 days, Mo-yeon will be heading to the battlefield with a new squad. Let him go with him. Baek didn't want this, and out of anger, answered the general that everything would be as he ordered. On the walk, Baek remembered the general's words that he would immediately understand how cruel people could be when he arrived at the place. He'd have to kill those vile animals. Baek himself understood how cruel they could be, but he wasn't going to die there, even if he himself could become a beast. But suddenly, he saw the silhouette of a girl standing before his eyes. Baek looked closer and saw the lady. Lime immediately ran up to him and asked him what they should do now, but Pan didn't know what to say. Lime was in great pain at that moment and begged him to say something. Baek told Lima to calm down. After all, they were brother and sister now. Something occurred to the lady, and she said they could leave. Baek was surprised and asked her, "What?" Lime had offered him with all her might that they run away together. They could live together somewhere where no one would find them, and then he wouldn't have to kill people anymore. Baek immediately removed her hands from his shoulders and asked her forgiveness. After that, a couple of days later, Baek came to Lime's windows and said that he was leaving tomorrow, and let her forgive him for not being able to fulfill her wish. And they won't see each other for a while. Baek didn't want to leave during these wonderful moments when he and Lime were one. But the general's orders required him to obey. And as he said goodbye, he said he would take care of himself. and he would definitely return. And finally, he left her his locket. The next morning, Mo took charge of the men and told them to be careful. After all, they were holding valuable goods, and they hold supplies for their comrades on the battlefield. Handle them with care. But suddenly he saw Peck, who was heading with him to the battlefield. Mo asked him if he had said goodbye to the lady yet. Peck replied no, and it seemed she was still upset. Mo understood that, whatever the case, a battlefield wasn't a place where a person could survive for long. He felt sorry for the guy now, but maybe it was all for the best. Mo told the boy they were leaving soon and that he should follow him. But suddenly, someone shouted from behind him, asking him to stop. Peck turned around and saw Nanny arriving. He asked her what was wrong. Nanny told him to take this. The lady handed it to him. And then, taking his things in hand, Peck realized why the lady hadn't seen him for 3 days. She was very worried about him. Meanwhile, Lime had gone up the mountain to her tree and was observing everything around her. But she had come here to say goodbye to Baek. Holding Peck's medallion in her hands, she prayed that he would take care of himself and come to her unharmed. At this time, everything suddenly got worse because he found himself in the hell of this whole world, where there were no good and bad. The enemy saw someone in the distance, and the commander ordered his men to kill him. Arriving at Peck, they stopped abruptly, because the guy stood there and was ready to finish them off without fear. The barbarian commander ordered his men to finish off the Imperials already, while Commander Mo ordered his troops to stop the barbarians. At the moment of collision with the enemies, the warriors Mo shouted for them to kill every single one, to spare no one. But suddenly, someone shouted for help. Warrior Mo turned around and saw that the boy Baek was fighting the warriors alone and easily overcoming them. At the moment of the battle, Peck turned into a monster who saw no one in his path and destroyed. The barbarians confronted him and told him they would kill him. Peck clutched his spear and replied that they were all non-humans. They were animals. After the solo battle, Peck looked up at the sky and realized he'd survived the day. But for a moment, he paused and wondered which of them was the animal. Mo approached the boy and asked if he couldn't sleep. Peck was surprised and didn't know what to answer. Mo told the guy that he thought tomorrow's fight would be the most serious one in a long time. Baek asked General Mo if he hadn't gone to bed yet. Mo replied that he had asked him to call him Senior in private. Mo told him he was a strange guy. He just followed orders without question, not caring about his own life. Peck didn't understand and apologized. Mo replied that he'd been here for 3 years already, and after this battle, he could finally return home. Mo asked the guy if he felt okay. Peck replied that people weren't like people at all. Maybe he too went crazy around them. Mo asked him if he was worried about the lady's reaction. Baek couldn't answer and froze. Mo said he didn't need to hide it from him and that he shouldn't worry. No matter what he did, she would be on his side. And from now on, Baek should call him Senior. Baek knew he couldn't call him that. After all, for him, Big Brother still evoked the man who abandoned him. But one day, he would definitely call him that. But he couldn't keep his promise. And everything changed. The next day, during the battle, the barbarians shouted that they would finish them off. Every single one of them. Mo saw something was wrong and asked his men what was going on. Why couldn't they contact the rear? The warrior replied to Mo that he had been told that the rear troops had retreated. Mo became angry and said that it was all the imperial court's fault. The barbarians watched the battle and said that the enemy's rear was truly exposed. It seemed the empire had completely lost its mind. The commander of Orat Tazar replied that these insects had become slaves to the struggle for power, forgetting about the security of the country, which is their essence. At this time, Lime was sitting in her room and looking at the medallion that Baek left as a farewell. But Nanny suddenly came in and said she had something to tell her. Lime replied that she had already said she wouldn't accept Mr. Cheon's offer, so let her tell her that. And then Nanny said there was news about young master Song Baek. Lime, hearing her brother's voice, stood up immediately. Lime immediately went outside, realizing that 3 whole years had passed. He was finally back. At this point, the general asked his intelligence officer if this was true. The intelligence officer replied that it was. The warrior replied that General Mo Yoon's army had been completely destroyed. But Lime suddenly entered and, hearing these words, fainted. The general did not understand what had happened and immediately ordered them to call a doctor. The battlefield that day was completely destroyed, and yet, miraculously, Baek survived. But it wasn't all that easy, because he was seriously wounded. Baek looked at all the warriors and told Lima not to worry, he would never die. In the imperial palace, Chang sat on his throne, laughing at the news. He asked his men if Mo Yun had really been killed on the battlefield. It would be like leaving an Eastern general without an arm. Jang asked State Secretary Tae Chong if he liked his gift. Chang asked him how. Would he join him now? Daechon replied that first he had to see the body of Baek, who had killed his son. Let them hand him his head. Then he'll make sure the Eastern general isn't just removed, but accused of treason. Chang asked his servants if they had heard everything. Let them find Song Baek's body and bring it to his feet. At this time, in the vicinity of the imperial court, Baek was moving around wounded, making sounds with his spear. Everyone was surprised and frightened, as such a warrior had never been in their area. But the boy didn't care and walked confidently alongside them. Baek looked at the palace and said that the traders must be having a field day here, and he named Sochon. At this time, official So was enjoying himself at his estate. He asked how one could be so happy at 40 years old. The second emperor told him it was much nicer here than in the palace. So replied that it was only natural. How could they afford such a thing at court? The emperor asked, "But will everything be all right?" He meant with them, and frankly, they were civil servants and couldn't repel another barbarian attack on their own. So why did they help them in the first place? So laughed and replied that everything had already been agreed upon. The Tsar was surprised and asked what he was talking about. So replied that after this incident, the sovereign made a non-aggression pact with the barbarians for a year. And let the emperor not be nervous and listen, for the sake of their future. Suddenly, a loud crash sounded, and the glass caught in So's hands. She even began to move. Someone outside was shouting for the enemy to stop. The Tsar asked what was going on there, and then the doors opened, and the wounded Baek entered the room where the two traders were having fun. The emperor asked him how he dared to barge in here, but Baek didn't listen to him, and chopped off his head. So stood there, frightened, at a loss for words. But Baek asked official So what had happened to him. So immediately told him to stop and think about the consequences if he killed him. Baek raised his spear and told him not to worry. He'd soon meet his damn eunuch friend on the other side. So realized the boy wouldn't stop there and begged him to stop. But it was too late. Baek swung his spear and cut off his head. The streets were bustling with activity at this time. Everyone was out and about, having fun. Girls were pestering boys and asking them out for fun. But suddenly, one of the guys stopped and, seeing people, asked where the warriors from the border were from. The man told the warrior that it was here, and they stopped right in front of the brothel. The brothel owner, Bo Chung, seeing familiar faces, said that she welcomed Mr. Chung. Chung was surprised and asked them if they all knew him. He was the commander of the 10th Army. Bo asked how she couldn't know when the whole city was talking about him. And young Master Song was inside. She'd see him out. Chan leaned against the girl and said that few people knew about him. For a mere courtesan, she knew too much. Chan went into the room and told Bo that he would come see her again after he sorted everything out. Bo looked at him with hatred and understood that Chong had become the head of the 10th Army at only 30 years old. They say he's a kind man, but in reality, he's a cunning fox. Chan went into the crime scene and was amazed. He said it was amazing work. Jung saw Baek and said it was his doing. So he really was alive. Baek, meanwhile, was sitting on the couch, glaring menacingly at the boy. The next day, Lime received the news and ran straight to town to see if it was true. The nanny shouted after her to wait. People in the city were asking, what's going on here? Had this criminal really decided to commit treason? By this time, Lime had arrived and walked straight through the crowd to take a look. The man was surprised when they nudged him and asked where the woman was from. Lima, seeing the man in the cage, was very surprised and happy because Baek was still alive. And then she burst into tears. At this point, Daechan approached the boss and asked him why not. Chang replied that now was not the best time for Baek to die. Daechan didn't understand and asked the boss what he was talking about. Chang replied that he was the only survivor of that battle with the Mongols, so all attention was now focused on him. In addition, he will have to undergo interrogation about the reason for the murder of official So. But after that, Daechan was upset and said he understood. He ordered them to do their job, and he, in turn, would do his. Chang was angry and knew the secretary was a fool. And if he waited a little longer, he'd get what he wanted. Chan understood that Jung was remaining neutral, but he brought in Baek, who had killed a government official. He was clearly up to something. And the worst part is, he might have evidence of his connection to Tazar. Until he knows what's on his mind, there's no rush. Chan turned to No Hagwon and said he had a bad feeling. But then he came back and asked the boss if he had called him. Chan said that if Taesung started acting thoughtlessly, he should get rid of him. At this time, Baek was thrown into prison, where there were a large number of guards. But he too was chained up as a criminal. Taeson only wanted revenge on him, and when he came to him in prison, he said that his life was hard. Baek immediately became angry upon seeing his face. But Taesong said he wouldn't let him die in peace, neither him nor that girl. And then Baek couldn't stand his words and said that he would definitely kill him. And if even one hair falls from Lime's head, he will kill everyone connected to him in any way. He lunged toward him, but the chains were too short and kept him from getting any closer. Daechan said he now clearly sees that the boy is simply a beast in a human body. He should have died there. His death and that girl's death, it's all his fault. The general asked Jong if it was true he could save Baek. Jong slowly raised his glass and replied that he could. But he has one condition. The general immediately asked him, what is the other condition? That he give him Song Baek. The general was very angry that he was being treated so casually, and Chong finally asked him, hadn't he realized it yet? Betraying his army isn't something a mere bureaucrat could pull off. Let the general be vigilant. These bastards won't give in so easily. The general asked him why. After all, Chong had absolutely no interest in politics, so why was he helping him? Jung smiled and replied that Mo Yun was his friend. Wasn't it natural to help those who were close to him? The general thought for a moment and realized what he had suspected. Chang Maso. He would have to pay a huge price for what he had done. At this time, Chan Maso's follower was pursuing Chong and was on the roof of the house at the time. But fortunately, he thought, it seemed he had no evidence leading to Jang Maso. The problem was Daechan. It would be dangerous if he did something, but he said he had to report it. But suddenly, he heard Madame Lime screaming. She was asking Nanny to let her in. The nanny held her and said she couldn't. Lime begged her to let her go. After all, she had to go to Brother Son. The nanny asked her mistress to calm down a bit, but he looked at them and was very surprised. But Lime always got her way, and late at night, she decided to quietly leave the palace and go to her brother's song. But suddenly she spun around and saw someone watching her out of the corner of her eye. Then she realized she'd imagined it. But he managed to escape the roof and descend to the ground, remaining unnoticed. But he decided to follow the lady. At this time, Chan was sitting in his palace, but clutching the swill in his hands, he wondered why he hadn't contacted him. Having broken the glass in his hand, a servant immediately ran to him and asked him if the master was okay. Chan thought at that moment that no matter how capable he was, he could not entrust such a task to a person of unknown origin. Chan asked his man, what about Baek's interrogation? The man replied that it would be the day after tomorrow. Chan understood that once the interrogation began, Taechan would be powerless to do anything. But he was confident he would try to do something during that time. If Taeyeon foolishly hurts Baek, then Jung Il-gwang might start bothering him too. That could become a problem. Chan immediately rose from his throne and told the boy to give him the sword. The boy didn't understand and asked him what he meant. Chan smiled with his sinister laugh and told the guy that he would handle everything himself. At this time, Lime was walking around the city and heading to the prison dungeon where Baek was sitting. But suddenly, she turned her head and heard a girl standing at the porch, telling passers-by to come in to see them. The girls on the second floor also stood and asked the men to come up to their rooms. Lime met with the girl and told her that she had said that she would do anything for her. But the girl told the lady not to even mention that place. She wouldn't have said that if she'd known what kind of place it was. Lima asked what was wrong with him. The girl replied that the people there were very different from those she had met here. Unlike the nobles, who value cooperation, and the demons, who respect strength, the Halmoon is made up of all sorts of rabble. So an ordinary person like her, who doesn't know martial arts, has no place there. Besides, Halmoon is located near the red light district, and a beautiful girl like her would be snatched up in no time. Lime replied that she understood everything. This was a very dangerous place. And as she left, she said she would find another way. The girl was very scared after these words and told the lady not to even think about going there. Lime thought and understood that this was the only way for her to save Son. When she went to the red light district, she asked a man where she could find a Hao Moon establishment. Lime said she'd heard he could be found near a brothel. The man thought for a moment and then told the lady that they weren't found in every brothel. The Hao Moon carefully conceal their identities. It's difficult for the average person to know where they come from, making it difficult to meet them. And apparently, she comes from a wealthy family. So let her leave here before anything happens. After she left, the man wondered how the lady had found out about him. It was a shame, but she wouldn't be able to meet them here. But then a guy came up behind him and asked what they'd just talked about. Walking through the neighborhood, Lime noticed girls jumping on men to seduce them. She was wondering where she could find these Hao Moon. But suddenly, a little boy asked her if she was looking for Hao Moon. Lime spoke with him, and they set off on their journey. Along the way, she wondered how far they still had to go. She had already gone far. Would everything be okay with her? She asked the boy, how much further? The boy sang along to the song on the way and told the lady that they were almost there. She should be patient for a little while. Lima found all this suspicious. And suddenly, the boy told the girl that they had finally arrived. Lima asked, is this an abandoned building? Then the boy turned to the others and said that he had brought her. Suddenly, Lima saw several young men step out in front of her. The man gave the boy a couple of coins and thanked him for the task he'd completed. The boy bowed and said he would await new assignments. Overjoyed, he said goodbye to them. As he was leaving, the boy approached Lima and told her not to be so upset. Everyone lies in this place, because the strong rule here. Lima considered his words about a place where everyone lies and force rules. But then, several guys surrounded her and stared intently. And then one of the guys, apparently the eldest, laughed and said that it seemed the general's daughter had a taste for beauty. So, walking around the red light district like that, Lime took a deep breath and asked them if they really thought they could get away with this. Young Master Chan. Chan immediately began to laugh and said that it was an honor for him that the general's daughter remembered the simple son of a merchant. Lima realized it wouldn't be that easy with him. So she pulled out a knife and told the guy not to come any closer. And if he did, she wouldn't just stand there. She asked, what's wrong with them? Don't they know the consequences if they harm her? She had already refused his marriage proposal several times. Chan replied that she seemed to have misunderstood something. The general, on the other hand, would be only too pleased. After all, he was the one who proposed to her in the first place. She knows her father is in a difficult situation right now, right? Even if she doesn't end up with him, she's still facing a marriage of convenience. Lima told the guy not to make fun of her. Her father would never do that. And then, unexpectedly, one of the guys jumped on her from behind and grabbed her. The boy begged the mistress to calm down. Lime immediately started screaming for him to let her go right now. The guy smiled and told the lady not to worry. After all, it would be good for both of them. Another guy said that's exactly it. If she accepts the four of them as suitors, she'll be completely free of the general. Lime looked at them all and realized they were like animals. Animals exist not only in war. And then she silently apologized to Brother Song and shed a tear. The man holding the mistress told his friends to get in line. He caught her first, so he would be the husband. But before he could finish speaking, someone stabbed him in the head. Lime immediately managed to break free from his grasp and fell to her knees. Turning around, she saw that the man was already dead. The others were surprised and asked if he was really dead. But one of the guys saw the attacker and showed him where he was. Another guy ran after the attacker and managed to grab a sword. But Chan shouted at them to stop. The guy pulled out his blade and attacked, shouting, "What kind of crazy creature did this to their brother?" Lima said it wasn't her who killed him. It turns out the guy decided to attack the girl and kill her. But at that very moment, he was attacked with several knives and immediately left to die in front of the lady. Lime stood there, confused as to how this was happening. After all, she hadn't told anyone where she was going. But suddenly, someone from the roof of an abandoned house said that he was sorry, but the fun ended there. And of course, he's glad that Chan brought Dongbani this far, but he can't leave living witnesses. Then, one of the boys got scared by this man, turned around and started running. Chan was surprised and asked him where he was running. The boy ran away, screaming that he didn't want to die. And passing next to the lady, he didn't even touch her. The mercenary decided not to leave him alive, and with his knife caught up with him, and also cut off his head, like the others. But the mercenary was not alone, and brought with him a child who framed the lady. Lima immediately recognized the child who had brought her here. The mercenary asked the boy why he should even bother with witnesses.
Would he like to come down?
The second mercenary immediately replied that he was already on his way. But it turned out they weren't just the two of them, but an entire clan of mercenaries. Chan immediately realized that things were bad for him, and seeing that there was no option to run away, he fell to his knees and begged them to spare him. He said he was the son of a famous man. If they let him go, he'd do whatever they wanted. The mercenary asked the boy, "What do you want?" Chan replied that he was right, anything. Let them just say it. But at that very moment, the mercenary plunged his hook into the boy's head. The mercenary looked at the girl and realized it was Tan Bani, an incredible beauty. She would certainly captivate every man in the Southern Sea. Although she would die anyway, maybe they would at least have some fun with her one last time. But suddenly, another warrior came and killed several of his men. The mercenary was surprised and asked, "Who the hell is this?" Then he attacked the guy from all sides with his hook, but he managed to dodge the hook and somersault to the side several times. He stood on the chain and looked into the mercenary's face. The mercenary said that this style was definitely that man's. He asked the guy, why him? But he thought and answered, who knows? And immediately picking up speed along the chain, he pounced on the mercenary. But he did not stop at the last moment and went forward. And having gotten close to the mercenary, he cut off his head. But he landed on the ground and said at the end that he himself did not understand why he did it. But he continued to fight with the other mercenaries and didn't give up. Lime watched the battle and asked who was helping her. The mercenaries immediately realized during the battle that this was definitely no ordinary master. And then, No plunged his blade into his chest. The mercenary asked, but why him? And why is he interfering with them? But he stood his ground during the attack and easily repelled it. But when I asked the mercenary, he asked why he was interfering. He also didn't quite understand why he was doing this. But he finished off all the mercenaries around and understood that if they were already here, then it all started there too. But he didn't care anymore. Then suddenly Lime came up to him and thanked him for saving her. And she survived, thanks to him. And then No froze like a statue, not knowing what to say to her. He immediately thought, upon seeing her eyes, that this was what made him waver. But he turned around and told the lady to go to Jin Wei, and there she would be able to see the one she wanted to see. Lime bowed to him again and thanked him for his help. But as he left, he finished his words. If, of course, Paek was still alive. But at this time, in the prison where Paek was sitting, an army of warriors suddenly descended, who were heading to kill him. Opening the gate to Baek's cell, they ordered him to stand up. It was time for his interrogation. As he headed to the interrogation room, Baek wondered how this was possible. After all, an interrogation at such a time was highly suspicious. Even on the battlefield, late-night interrogations were only conducted in urgent cases. Besides, he's accused of murdering an official, so high-ranking officials will be conducting his interrogation, but they're conducting it now? And then there's their uniform, and this silence all around. But those aren't the sounds of soldiers' footsteps, 3 in front and 2 behind. But suddenly, one of the warriors from behind took out a knife and held it behind his back, ready to strike. Paek stopped and asked them if they had started yet. He immediately turned around and decided to attack himself. Having knocked out one of the 3, all the soldiers became alert and prepared to kill Paek on the premises. Paek said there was only one, and he didn't know who they were, but they should hurry up. One of the warriors said that this guy was a fucking bastard and ordered the others to kill him. Paek had no choice but to act on his beast instincts and tear out the throats of his enemies with his teeth. Having finished off all the enemies, he remembered the moment when Theron told him he wouldn't let him die in peace. Both he and that girl. Paek said it was definitely him. He had to go to Lima as soon as possible. After all, she was in danger. But suddenly, someone behind him told him that he really was a little animal. Turning around, he saw Theron standing before him. Paek told Theron he was being impatient. He should have waited a little, and he would have come for his head personally. Theron said that no matter how much he thought about it, it would be best to chop off his head with his own hands. Fortunately, or unfortunately, he was still alive. Theron immediately ordered his servants to bring this guy to him alive. He would personally cut off this beast's head. Having given permission to their men, the warriors immediately pounced on Baek to capture him alive. Baek wasn't afraid of them and decided to fight to the last, because he had a promise to Lime. Theron was furious to see his warriors failing. He asked them what they were doing. They couldn't even handle one half-mortal. The warriors told Baek he was a bastard and dodged like a rat, but the guy was smart because his hands were blocked. Baek immediately remembered they were there that day. He hadn't understood it then, but now he clearly sees their sword style. It could be held up as an example to the squad members. And then Baek told them they were weak. Or was it he who had grown stronger? The warrior immediately became enraged and pounced on the attack. The warrior said they'd see how much longer the boy could dodge. But Baek suddenly stopped and recalled a moment from his battle with enemies in the war. He remembered their swords being crude. They resembled wolves. Compared to them, his sword might seem sharp at first glance, but ultimately, theirs lacked pride. And then Baek kicked him, knocking out one of the warriors. The second warrior, seeing his allies finished off, was terrified. Baek understood that the sword of a warrior who had lost his pride to power was the sword of a dog. The warrior immediately pounced on him, asking how he dared kill him. Baek immediately kicked the blade towards himself and, grabbing it with both hands, thrust it into the warrior's chest. The warrior finally told him he was a fucking bastard. Theron looked at him and couldn't believe his eyes. Theron looked at the boy with fear and saw that he wasn't human. He was an animal that had just been released from its cage. Theron immediately decided he had to flee. Baek saw this and wondered if he really expected to survive after what he'd done. But suddenly, Baek saw a familiar figure emerge from around the corner. Lime was surprised to see Brother Son. Baek immediately wondered why she was here. Theron started laughing and saying he knew the heavens wouldn't abandon him. Baek immediately shouted at Lima to run. Theron pounced on her, thinking that with her, the beast wouldn't touch him. But suddenly, someone arrived and launched his strongest attack against this advisor and cut him into small pieces. Chan told Theron he was an idiot who had crossed the line. But thanks to Baek, he was able to resolve the situation much more easily. Chang looked at the lady and said it seemed the rumors had been downplayed. Now he understood why the gentlemen were worried. And Lime's beauty could destroy this country. At that moment, Lima didn't understand what was happening. Her body wasn't moving. Chang understood at that moment that if he used her, he could make the emperor's place his own and get rid of the general of the East. Chan used all his strength and told the girl to take his hand and he would give her the whole world. But Lime was shocked by everything she saw. With a trembling voice, she asked the enemy what he was talking about. But Chan looked at her with admiration and said nothing. But by that time, Baek ran up and told him to get away from her. But at that moment, Baek drew his sword and launched a crushing attack. Chang, however, was expecting it and easily parried the attack. Baek was very surprised and immediately wondered where this man got so much strength from. Chang said that he had once heard that he was called a beast, but he did not think that he was capable of mastering the Tao. And with these words, he used his flowing sword and launched a counterattack. But Baek managed to present his defense to deflect the attack. But the tip of the sword was so sharp and long that it almost reached the boy's face. But Baek managed to react and parried it. Baek looked at it from a different angle and realized it was a snake shaped like a sword. And in the end, it takes on a different form. The boy, seeing the snake in front of his face, immediately realized it was dangerous and needed to dodge. Chan started laughing after that and said the guy rolled on the ground. And that was pretty good. Baek stopped at a distance and looked into the enemy's face. He was wondering how he could defeat him. But Chan didn't stop there and attacked again, saying that he was sorry, but he had more than one snake. Having released another snake, he said that he would spare his life if he could avoid it. Baek looked at the enemy, and suddenly several snakes appeared in front of him, ready to devour him. Lime was also panicking, and seeing this, shouted to her brother Son. But Baek fought them, causing a huge explosion. The earth was completely destroyed after this, and Lime looked into the distance and did not know if her brother Song was alive. But Chan suddenly told the boy that he had surprised him. and hadn't thought he could dodge such an attack. Chan became curious and asked if the boy was really the warrior's son. His technique allowed him to avoid his dragon's attack. After all, a simple soldier couldn't learn this. But Baek listened and realized that everything was happening again. Once again, his past, which he didn't want to remember, helped him. Baek grew angry and told his enemy he was wrong. Chan looked at him and said that, as he had promised earlier, he would spare his life. But he was still curious about something. He heard that the guy was the adopted son of a general in the East. But are he really just brother and sister with her? No matter how you look at it, her gaze doesn't resemble that of a sister worried about her brother. Or, for that matter, his. But don't let the guy get the wrong idea. He doesn't judge him. He rather enjoys taboos. At that moment, Baek immediately realized who this enemy was. The man who spoke so easily about the general, his effeminate manner of speech and superb martial arts skills. He is the head of the military department, which is directly subordinate to the emperor. Chang Maso, the general's arch-enemy and the mastermind behind it all, asked the boy if he would go with him. After all, having lost on the battlefield, the general became a toothless tiger. Soon he would be devoured, if not by him, then by someone else. But if he followed him, he could make his dream come true. Maso was polite and extended his hand to the boy. Suddenly, everything changed, and a group of guards came to them and immediately turned to Baek. Chan looked at the man running towards him and said that it looked like it was time for him to finish. As he left, he told the boy to think about the offer. Then he jumped into the air and vanished. Baek looked at him and repeated his name. And now he realized that Chang Maso was truly a fearsome man. Both his martial arts prowess and his spirit were powerful. But Lime suddenly ran up to Brother Song and hugged him so tightly, as if she hadn't seen him for several years. Baek told her to stop, but Lime immediately told him she wouldn't let him go. The guards were shocked by what was happening and said that they seemed to be okay. But the teacher was a little angry about this and didn't even know what to say to them. He simply watched and saw how much they loved each other. The teacher said he'd spent so much effort persuading and thought everything would work out now. But the head himself also came to the scene and was angry. The next morning, the servants were already discussing the previous day's events, but Lime walked past them so quickly that she knocked them off their feet. The maid immediately turned to her mistress, but Lima had no time for her and asked their forgiveness. The maid became curious and asked where her mistress was rushing off to in such a hurry. The girl replied that she hadn't seen her so happy in a long time. And he did return yesterday. The maid asked her who had returned. Lime came into the boy's room and caught her breath a little after her run. But smiling, she opened the door and invited Brother Son to have breakfast together. But she was a little shocked by what she saw, because the room was completely empty, and her brother was no longer there. In the clan's territory, the chief and Baek were walking and heading to a place where no one would hear them. But Baek looked at the boss and wondered what was wrong with him. He'd suddenly suggested they go for a walk. The chief decided to speak and said that he thought it was the first time they had walked together like this. Baek told the leader that everything was correct. Suddenly, the leader turned and thanked the boy for avenging Mo Yeon. After all, Yen was like a son to him, but he couldn't avenge him personally because of his position. Besides, if it weren't for him, disaster would have befallen Lime, and now he's eternally indebted to him. At that moment, Baek listened to the leader and said nothing in response. But Baek said it was nothing compared to the favor the chief had shown him. The chief didn't stay long, however, and ordered the boy to bring him Taezar's head, and then he would fulfill his wish, whatever it might be. Baek was prepared for this, but he couldn't respond. In the evening, Baek went out into the city to think a little about his wish, as ordered by the chief. But Lime was always there, and turning to her brother, she asked him why he was doing this to her. Baek approached her and asked what she was talking about. Lima started screaming that they hadn't had breakfast together in so long, and he just disappeared. And now they've finally met, and he doesn't even care about her? But Baek suddenly froze and didn't know what to say, but his head was completely filled with something else. He was thinking about his desire, as ordered by the chief. Lime asked him if he could hear her, but Baek suddenly couldn't help but laugh. But Lima was shocked and couldn't understand what was happening to him. He started laughing so loudly that everyone just stared at him. Lima asked him why he had suddenly started laughing, but Baek didn't answer and hugged her. Lima blushed deeply after this and turned to her brother. but Paek said he wouldn't let her go again. At that moment, Lima felt the warmth and love she'd been waiting for so long. And now she shed a tear of happiness. The detachment commander came to the chief in the evening and asked him what he ordered the guy to bring. Tazar's head. The chieftain replied that everything was correct. He told him to bring Tazar's head. The commander asked if the chieftain understood what that meant. If he failed, his life would be in danger. The leader replied that he was risking something far more valuable than his own life. Shouldn't he pay a fair price for it? Wasn't he right about that? The commander realized that even in this situation, he was using his daughter. And he really is a terrible man, General of the East. The commander realized that things were worse here than he had imagined. The next day, they set out on their journey and gathered as many warriors as were ready to give their lives for the general. The captain told Paek he would be the commander. And now, this army consists of juvenile and adult criminals, and he will continue to lead it. His achievements are not enough to lead elite soldiers. Whatever the reason, killing a boss is a very serious crime. But if he succeeds now, he can wash away his sin. The commander asked the boy if he understood everything. Paek replied that he understood the order completely, but suddenly, he heard someone telling Lima not to go towards the army. Lime wanted to say goodbye to her brother, and no one could stop her. Even the servants told her to stop, but she didn't care. Lime ran up to her brother and, taking a breather, began screaming at Paek that he was a complete liar. He'd said earlier that he wouldn't let her go, and he also said that everything would be different. And why is he leaving again now? Paek dismounted and hugged her. He told her it was the last time. Lima was surprised and asked him what he was talking about. Baek didn't waste any time and suggested they get married when he returned. Lima was surprised and happy. She asked him if he was lying. Paek replied that he was making her a promise. Lime was very happy and hugged the guy tightly, but her joy simply clouded her mind that he was leaving and would return in a while. The warriors started shouting and laughing, even saying it was just shameful. The guy was still so green. But a man without a woman is doomed. But one of the warriors was not happy with this news and looked at Paek so angrily that he was ready to kill him. Upon arriving in Yeongcheon, Major General Yoo Cha-hyuk met his guests and greeted the Governor General. The captain asked in surprise, was he the one who became Governor General? But he seemed to think Cha-hyuk was much happier about it. Cha-hyuk asked, how could they not rejoice in their freedom? But suddenly the lady came out and asked the captain how he had been doing all this time, and now he greets the new Governor General. The Governor General replied that the lady was also here. He had even forgotten. The Governor General told the lady that he would like to stay with her today. Would she mind? The lady was surprised and replied that she would do everything possible for him and would be very happy to have good company. The Governor General said they could then celebrate their return properly, and today they could get drunk like it was their last. But the lady wasn't happy about this, and her anger was overwhelming. But she couldn't say anything to them. As he began drinking, Cha-hyuk said that when he heard the news that this eunuch was being given away, all 10 years of suffering seemed to fall off his shoulders at once. The Governor General remembered that Major General Cha-hyuk was a subordinate of the official So, who reported to Jangmaso, and it was he who informed him of their corruption. And be that as it may, this man had betrayed his master. What should he do with him, thought the Governor General. Cha-hyuk unexpectedly thanked the Governor General and said that whether they wanted it or not, it was they who contributed to the death of General Moon, and he thanked the Governor General for giving them a chance to right the wrong. The Governor General raised his glass and told him to take care of it too. Cha-hyuk began to laugh and replied that he should have seen the eunuch's face in person. A few hours later, the Governor General saw Cha-hyuk's face and asked if he was drunk already. Cha-hyuk replied that he was drunk with joy, and he was so glad he had been able to repay that scumbag who had sold out the country. Cha-hyuk suddenly remembered and asked, will everything be okay with the new captain? He got an army of scum, and they also say he's still too young for that. The Governor General replied that he assures General Yu. Cha-hyuk asked what was going on. The Governor General replied that this boy had killed dozens of times more Mongol soldiers than they had. But Paek decided not to go with the Governor General and strolled through the city at night. And he realized he was back in this hell again. But this time, he was definitely here, and it wasn't a dream. But without wasting any time, he went to his army and woke everyone up. The soldiers were asking what the gathering was all about so late at night, and it seemed like something urgent. The commander's right-hand man told everyone to listen carefully. A new commander, Song Baek, had arrived. The soldiers were shocked and asked, "Is this kid their captain?" And what kind of joke was the commander's right-hand man telling? The commander's right-hand man got angry and ordered everyone to shut up. But the soldiers started shouting that he was a child and definitely not a captain. He'd just been torn from his mother's breast. The soldiers didn't accept him as captain and started laughing at him. They even said this wasn't a playground. The captain's right hand saw that this man was so strong that he was nicknamed a bull. But still, he was still a child, and it would be difficult for him to cope with the criminals. Baek turned to them and asked what they should do next. The captain's right-hand man apologized and asked him to repeat it. Baek replied that he was asking what should be done with those who refused to obey orders. The guy said he knew they needed to be executed. Baek made up his mind and said that no matter what kind of soldiers they were, an order was an order. The boy was surprised and turned to the commander. But Baek didn't stop and headed toward the warriors. But suddenly, the biggest warrior stood before him. The warrior asked him what was wrong. He'd just been standing there quietly. But Baek didn't bother talking to him, and instead hit him hard on the head, knocking out even the big guy's teeth. Then Baek didn't stop there, and continued his attack with his leg, lifting it up to the big guy's head. Baek told the soldiers he was only warning them once. Then he turned and went about his business. All the soldiers were greatly surprised by his strength, and did not even imagine that he was such a great and powerful captain. But one of the soldiers, who didn't like Baek, wondered how he'd figured that out. It turns out, this guy was the most aggressive of them all. And for criminals, this would be the most effective form of control. And frankly, he was curious about the man she'd fallen in love with. The soldier became very curious, and always wondered who this man named Song Baek was. After their introduction, he held a meeting of all the soldiers and approached soldier Nam. He asked the young man if he had any military experience. Nam wasn't expecting such a question, and after thinking about it, answered no. Baek asked everyone if none of them had ever been to the battlefield, but the soldiers were all simply silent at that moment and didn't even know what to answer to the captain's question. Baek remembered hearing that the previous army had been completely destroyed, so they had hastily assembled a new one. But even so, he didn't think that they had taken people who had no experience at all. But suddenly, a guy from the crowd raised his hand and said that he was the captain of the first squad, Cho Chongbong. Chongbong said he was doing work in Liaodong, but now he has been transferred to Kangong. Baek recalled Liaodong, and according to his recollections, he fought against the Manchu Tungus. And in essence, the Tungus are nomads, just like the Mongols. Baek asked him what he thought was the most comfortable situation for the Mongols. Cho asked in surprise, "Mongols?" After thinking about it, he understood everything and asked the captain if he wanted to attack them in winter. Winter conditions here are different from downtown. Ordering an attack in winter is tantamount to sending soldiers to their deaths. Baek said that the army of soldiers must follow the commander's orders. Starting tomorrow, each squad leader will train their soldiers, and they must wear armor at all times to be ready for battle at any time. But Nam told the captain he wasn't sure they would obey. After all, there are many criminals among them, so problems are inevitable. They have no loyalty, so they can turn their sword against them at any moment. Baek thought for a moment and ordered him to kill anyone who shied away from orders. But Cho too was surprised and turned to the commander. But if several people die, then sooner or later it will reach the rest. In the morning, the lady woke up before everyone else and told the master to wake up. But the governor-general refused to get up and simply stared at the ceiling. He asked if he could lie like this for a little while longer. The lady replied that no, it was already morning. But the governor-general told her that she just wanted to get away from him as quickly as possible. The lady replied that she was sorry, but nothing could be done. She would bring the gentleman some tea. The governor-general was not happy that he was awakened and saw that the lady was impenetrable. The governor-general finished all his business and, having dressed, asked her how long it had been since they had met. The lady replied that she wasn't sure, about a week. The governor-general asked her if she shouldn't have gotten used to him at least a little. The lady didn't understand the question and asked him what he was talking about. The governor-general replied that he was talking about her real name. The lady asked him what he meant. The governor-general asked in response, "Isn't it strange? Such a luxurious building stands in such a remote place." So he made some inquiries through his men at the imperial palace. The lady told him it was simply a brothel. The governor-general started laughing and said that she was right, and it was the Kaban brothel. The lady was very surprised and even froze for a moment, not realizing how she had spilled all the tea on the floor. She told him that if he was so sure, she had nothing to say. And he was right. This was Kaban's house. And what did he want? The governor-general thought for a moment and replied that he desired her. The lady was not expecting this and even blushed. The general said that, in truth, he had only gone so far because he did not know how he could become her lover. The girl told him how a high-ranking gentleman could say such a thing to a woman of easy virtue. Even a stray dog would laugh at him. And what does he really want from her? But the governor-general couldn't resist and immediately kissed her. The governor-general asked what difference did it make whether she was a servant or a prostitute. He himself didn't know when or where death would overtake him, but the girl was terrified and pushed him aside. She immediately asked him how many times he had seduced women like this. The governor-general replied that she was the first. The girl asked, how could she believe it? The general said that both heaven and earth knew about it. The girl turned around and replied that he was simply a terrible pervert and womanizer. The governor-general saw that she felt awkward and even forgot about her tea. Suddenly, the girl said her name was Yeom Akji. The governor-general was surprised and looked at her strangely. But the girl replied that that was her name. The guy was shocked by this and asked, does that mean he won? Immediately after the conversation, he went out into the forest. He was happy and said it was even funny. How could the heavens look so beautiful? But what should he do? His wayward, adopted older brother still can't make up his mind, and the man he followed like a father is trying to drive Song Baek to his death. Saving him would mean betraying the one who was like a father to him, and obeying him would mean killing his sworn younger brother. But suddenly Nam came running and shouted to the general. The general asked him, he's a member of Song Baek's squad, isn't he? We were told that Captain Song Baek was using sparring as an excuse to kill soldiers. At that moment, within the military territory, Baek was fighting warriors who disobeyed his orders, and he was killing anyone who resisted his words. But Baek, having finished with the soldier, saw the general and said that he had already arrived at the territory of the troops. Nam told the general that for the past few days, he's been killing anyone who disobeys orders. If this continues, people will start running away. The general immediately remembered his brother, Mo Yeon. He hated that the first question he'd asked him concerned life and death, and he saved him so many times, and he finally decided that they would save the one whom he considered his adopted younger brother. And when the general of the East said he wanted Tazar's head, he thought it was all over. He even considered abandoning everything and fleeing. But if he saves him, he'll probably be happy. But Mo Yeon still knows. Unlike him, his brother, this guy is a real psycho. Nam was surprised by the general's laughter and turned to him. But the general couldn't stop laughing even louder. The general turned to the boy and said they could try. And now, they would slit Tazar's throat. That night, Peng began working on the documents and letters. He began examining each message and reading it from beginning to end. He saw that there were murderers, thieves, and rapists among his ranks. But that was too much even for the scum. There was very little time for their training. But at that moment, he took a liking to the letter, and he immediately picked it up to read it. But Nam suddenly entered and told the captain that the general was calling him. Peng went to the meeting and came into the room. The general was sitting at the table with Okji at that moment and greeted Commander Son. The general asked the commander if he'd like a drink. Peck replied that everything was fine. It would be better to tell him why he'd called him. The general replied that, as Mo Yeon had said, he was a boring guy. But Baek immediately remembered Jung Il-gwang. From Mo Yeon, he heard that, unlike himself, who was only interested in war, Jung Il-gwang also showed interest in politics. He'd heard he was close to Mo Yeon, but he had no ties to the East. So why'd he saved him, Baek wondered. The general told the captain there was no need to doubt him. He had saved him because he was consumed by regret over Mo Yeon's death. He hadn't introduced them yet, and she was his fiancée. The girl bowed and said her name was Yeom Okji. Song Baek bowed back and introduced himself. Okji thought the general had said a young commander would be coming, but why did this guy seem so familiar? The general asked her why she was looking at him like that. Did they already know each other? Okji asked in surprise, how so? And suddenly, Oxy looked closer and couldn't believe her eyes. She remembered that look. And he was that warrior. The general listened to them and said it was time to get to the heart of the matter. He'd heard that Baek was planning to attack the Mongol army in the winter. Preparation was good, but even so, winter would be difficult for them. Did he have a plan? Okji was surprised to hear about the winter attack. But she knew that in winter, Karyudo, the place where Tazar had settled, freezes over and becomes a fortress. For an army from the Central Plains to march there in winter would be suicide. Besides, to reach Karyudo, they would have to pass through that place. Baek said it was the Umsan mountain range. He planned to march with a small group and destroy the fortress in the center of the Umsan Mountains. The general said this was the first he'd heard of a fortress there. Is that their stronghold? Baek replied that he had become convinced of this during his last retreat with the general. He was unknown because no one from the Central Army had managed to return from there. Moreover, the Umsan Mountains are constantly shrouded in fog and clouds. Until now, the enemy has used this to their advantage. But if it were turned to their advantage, the situation could be radically changed. The general thought for a moment and replied that it was a minor diversion under cover of fog. Was he considering using a fire strategy? Baek was surprised by his question. He'd only said he'd go with a small detachment, but he'd immediately grasped the gist of the plan. He truly was a complex man. And the key to success is gunpowder. It's a valuable resource controlled by the government. The market is occupied by Chang Maso, but somehow we need to get it. The general asked the girl how much gunpowder she could get. Okji replied that first he borrowed money, and now he's got gunpowder too. So many problems for her because of one man. Glasses asked him how much they needed. Baek was surprised that she could get gunpowder and wondered who she even was. And suddenly the general saw his face and said that it seemed that his brother was interested in the identity of his daughter-in-law. And despite his appearance, his daughter-in-law is the head of the Kaban department. Glasses was angry that he revealed her identity, but the general replied that he was his brother. Baek asked in surprise, "Kaban?" The general said, "What do you mean they've decided on gunpowder? And which of the criminals is the captain planning to take with him?" The next morning, morning training was underway on the soldiers' premises, and all the soldiers were practicing their techniques. The boy realized he was gradually becoming bored with this life. It looked like war would break out soon, and he'd have to get out of there before then. And even the thought makes me feel suffocated. To think he went so far because of a woman. The boy wondered if he should punch that bastard Baek before leaving. But the teacher saw him slacking off and yelled at him, asking if he was going to practice. Suddenly, Nam ordered them to immediately form up. The soldiers immediately began to say that it looked like Commander Song would kill someone today. But suddenly, a large sack was thrown in front of them, and they were all surprised by this. Opening the bag in front of them, Baek said that this was the price of the lives of those selected for the mission. If they wanted to receive it, they should reduce the number of people to 5. After such proposals, the soldiers began to fight each other to determine who was the strongest. Nam, seeing this, started shouting and asking them to stop immediately. It was too rude. They would lose all their people. But Baek said this mission would be extremely dangerous. Only the strongest should go. We told the commander that this was unacceptable. After the commander's words, a bloodthirsty fight broke out. The general had asked him earlier which of the criminals he was considering taking with him. It would be very problematic if they suddenly decided to escape mid-mission. And as he'd already heard, many were unhappy with his approach to training. Baek replied that he'd promised them amnesty. Then, instead of punishment for their crimes, they will receive the life of ordinary commoners. And the number of contenders will decrease if we leave behind those who can be forgiven. The general put on a smart face and said that's what he had in mind. He started as a servant and became an adopted son. And now, he has set his sights on the master's precious daughter. But don't misunderstand these words. He's simply amazed at how high he's been able to rise. Still, he knows little about criminals. The general placed a sack on the table and said that this was the best way to make them fight, and let Commander Song exploit their greed. And the greater their greed, the greater their thirst for life. If he gives them half now and promises the other half if they win, that will significantly increase their chances of success. Baek understood that General Zhang seemed simple at first glance, but in fact, he understood people. He had heard that Zhang was close to Mo Yun, But could he be trusted, Baek wondered? Suddenly, one of the warriors turned to him and asked what to do if there were not 5 left, but only 1. Baek looked at the arena and saw that all the people around this guy were lying on the floor and not moving. But he said nothing to the warrior and simply turned away and made his way to his room. But Nam still thought that no matter how you looked at it, he was nothing more than a child who had just turned 20. He's rude, but he managed to subdue the criminals. He'd heard before that the commander was the adopted son of a general from the east. But what happened to him at such a young age? Nam approached him and said he was interested in something. Baek asked the guy, "What's wrong?" Nam asked, "Why did the commander decide to join the military?" This wasn't the most suitable place for the adopted son of an Eastern general, but Baek remained silent and simply continued on his way. Nam was surprised, however, and felt he should have avoided asking him such a question. But Baek turned around and told the boy he had no other choice. And then he asked Nam why he became one. Nam was very surprised and asked, "What?" Baek told the guy that his father and brother were officials. No matter how you look at it, given his family's status, he had no reason to be here. Nam immediately realized, after the commander's words, that he was interested in his origins. And Commander Song, who cares about nothing but training, Baek asked the guy if his question was too rude. He replied that it wasn't, because he actually thought the commander cared about nothing but his own goals. And perhaps he was mistaken about him. He told us that his brother had been talented since childhood, and that's why they were always compared. Of course, he loved his brother, but after his brother passed the civil service exam, for some reason he suddenly lost the desire to learn to read and write. He immediately remembered how his father told his brother that he was a good boy, and he knew that his son could do it. At that moment, he had the feeling that his brother was the only child in the family, and he simply did not exist there. And he even thought that he would not be able to surpass his brother. So he decided to go into military service. Father always praised his older brother and said that his skills were getting better every day. He wanted to become a civil servant, but now he has no regrets. Baek put his hand on his shoulder and told him he mustn't lose to his brother, and they will definitely bring back Tazar's head, and so that his scribbling brother will look up to him. Baek finished talking to the guy and said that it was time for them to go and get some rest before making a plan. But in the forest, a group of people were dragging baskets from one place to another. But the leader, seeing how they were handling them, ordered them to be more careful. Or were they planning to kill everyone here? The elder began to insult his workers and said that this was why he did not work with the soldiers. Miss Okji came to them and asked if they had loaded everything. The eldest, seeing her, began to panic and tremble. He pulled himself together and said they were almost done. But why do they need so much gunpowder? With that much, they could demolish a whole mountain. Okji answered that it was true. They wanted to demolish the mountain. The elder was shocked by her words and asked what she was talking about. He even asked the lady if she was joking. But the bloodthirsty worker saw her and said she was so sweet, and she would be much better than money. Suicide Squad member Chan Osham told the boy to be patient. Once they completed the mission, he could have a blast. Suicide Squad member Jong Bondu asked if he was really going to let them go. It would have been much easier for him to kill them to shut them up, but Suicide Squad member Gong No told him not to worry. If they were tricked, he'd simply kill this guy who thought he was something. But suddenly, one of the warriors came and asked him if he really thought he could kill him with such skills. They are actually just idiots who still haven't been able to comprehend the situation they've gotten themselves into. Gongno got angry and asked the guy if he'd just won once and become a big shot or something. If he'd had a dagger, things would have been different. The guy said that it had already happened, that he had a sword behind his back that could cut off his head. Gongno began to insult the guy and pulled out his sharp dagger and asked the guy if he wanted to check. But Baek came to them and seeing this asked, have they still not decided on ranks? He asked if they should meet Chong Paul and he would be the one to take them up the mountain. After work, they immediately set out on their long journey. But Pal felt uneasy. He looked at the others on the road and wondered how this had happened. He'd been free of trouble for 25 years. To avoid becoming a pauper, he joined the army and luckily ended up in supply. His only sorrows were the unsuccessful trip to Nanjing and the small salary. But now he met Commander Baek, who asked him if he knew the mountain terrain well. He saw that the gaze of the boy, who was called the third commander, was so tenacious that he could not lie. Pao replied to the commander that, of course, he grew up here, so for him it was like his own backyard. But Paek didn't talk to him for long and placed a bag on the table. Pao was surprised and asked what it was. Paek replied that it was the price of his life. Only now did Pao realize he should have refused, but who knew he'd send him off with the assassins? But he asked the warrior where he was from. The warrior didn't hide anything and replied that he was from Hebei and asked what the point of the question was. But he replied that he was sorry, because if he had met him in Hanmai, he would have killed him on the spot. The warrior told him that he didn't even realize how lucky he was to have 2 hands to hold daggers. But he immediately jumped up and asked him if he wanted to check. What would fall off first, his hands or the guy's head? The warrior immediately grabbed his sword and asked, but without an arm, he'll shut up, right? But Pao got angry and told them to stop. After all, they were almost there. Looking ahead, they saw the tails and the narrow road they would have to travel. Pao said it was Yimson, but an eagle, delivering messages, was flying over this mountain. And at that very moment, it flew past and came to its master. Having delivered the letter, he looked down and saw his enemies. And he said that this mountain would become their grave. At that moment, Paek gathered his team and looked at the warriors and said that it looked like everyone was assembled. The commander asked his soldiers how their morale was. They immediately shouted in unison that they were fighting spirited and ready for battle. At that moment, Nam looked at the commander and saw that the atmosphere before the battle was simply incredible. But he too needs to pull himself together. Paek continued, telling the warriors they only had 2 orders. The first was to win, and the second was to survive. But the soldiers were greatly surprised by such words and said they hadn't heard. Could the commander have told them to survive? Paek told them again that they must survive, not die. At this point, Nam became very worried and fearful. General Jung looked into the distance of the mountain and remembered Moyun, how he always said that if the general of the East comes to power, this country will be safe. But he's still plagued by doubts. Will someone who puts the lives of their soldiers at risk be able to do it? But suddenly the commander came to the general and said that the 3rd detachment had already left. General Chan asked how the main force was preparing. Kwanan replied that they could leave the following afternoon. The general said this would be the end of their complicated relationship, and Tazar would have to lose his head. That evening, Paek was already on the move with his army. But Nam was still frightened and kept thinking about the warrior. He even remembered his speech before departure and the words spoken a few days earlier. He thought he was a commander who didn't care about the lives of his subordinates, but it seems their lives concern him far more than he realizes. But Nam suddenly decided to turn to the commander. Paek asked the boy what was going on. He replied that, frankly speaking, he had more than just an older brother. He also had a younger sister. She was 16 now and looked a lot like him, and he'd like to introduce them if they were back home. She's very beautiful. When Baek heard she was 16, he immediately remembered Lima was the same age, and now he hopes she's doing well. Hearing this, Jongbong asked, what does that mean? Hadn't he promised to give it to her when they were drinking? I asked him if he believed the words he'd spoken while drunk. Considering their age difference, that was practically criminal. Jongbon replied that this was the golden age. He was still young. Don't we believe his words? Well, then he could show him. He told the guy what he was going to show us. That's not the most important thing. The soldier suddenly turned to the commander and asked, are they sure they'll be able to handle the mission? And he asked if the commander wasn't worried that they might be caught and escape. They were criminals after all, so their worries weren't unfounded. Paek told him not to worry. Everything would be fine. The warrior asked the commander how he could be so confident in them, and then he remembered the warrior who had defeated them all, and asked him what he should do if there was only 1 left, not 5. He immediately noticed the boy's eyes, filled with passionate desire, and that look of confidence. Paek said they would definitely return. The warrior didn't understand the commander's answer and asked, what? But Paek didn't continue the conversation and fell silent. At that moment in the mountains, the warrior who had defeated them all realized they had miscalculated. Now he was left alone to fight the enemy, and the information had leaked to them. The wagons were all destroyed, having been ambushed. But Gongno didn't give up easily and continued to fight the enemy. He tried his best to stand firm against one of his most powerful enemies, and his daggers simply deflected the sword's attack. Gongno looked at Pal and told him to help a little. After all, the guide was very frightened and stood next to the cart with his eyes closed. Pal said he was wrong and they would all die. Gongno tried to reach him and shouted his name, but Pal didn't respond and stood there with his eyes closed the whole time. But Gongno got angry and started calling him obscene names. Gongno checked everything and said he had no choice, and he wanted to use it on that bastard. But the enemy had already pounced on him with his sword and was shouting at Gongno. What a fool! After all, what warrior would throw down his weapon? And at the last moment of his blow, he told Gongno to die and say goodbye to his miserable life. Gongno had an ace up his sleeve the whole time, and in a counterattack, he smashed his enemy's head in with his bare hands. Gongno told Mongol to consider it an honor that he used it on him, because he had no idea what it cost him. Having slain the Mongol, he stood over him with his daggers and looked at the body of the slain enemy whom he had finished off. But Gongno didn't know he was using it in a place like this. Looking around, he asked why it was so quiet. What was that idiot doing there, he wondered. Looking at his ally, he was shocked. The Mongol asked him what trick he had used this time. He had heard before that there were people with strange powers among them, and it seemed like they were talking about people like him. The Mongol immediately sensed that this man was very strong, but he wasn't intimidated, and gripping his sword tightly, he charged. But the warrior didn't even flinch, and with a few movements of his sword, repelled the enemy's attacks. The Mongol asked what kind of power this was. The warrior replied that it was a rupture technique. Before the Mongol could even utter a word, he began spitting blood. But the warrior did not let him suffer for long, and attacking again, he cut him into 2 parts. The warrior looked around for a bit and said they seemed to be finished here. But the wagon with the gunpowder was broken, so what should they do next, he wondered. Gongno approached Pal and said that everything was fine now, and that he could now open his eyes. But the warrior suddenly felt someone attacking him. He immediately lay down on the ground and shouted that they were being attacked with arrows. Looking up at the mountain, he spotted one of the archers. The Mongol laughed and said the guy was a good jumper. The warrior thought for a moment and realized he'd almost forgotten about the archers. The Mongol didn't stop, aiming an arrow and telling him to just die already. But at that very moment, the Mongol lost his head, and without even expecting it, he fell from the mountain like a sack. Gongno, seeing this, decided to help his ally and said that he could not leave him to die here. And after all, the warrior must die by his hand. Pal still couldn't come to his senses and, holding his clothes in his hands, said that this was madness. Gongno got angry and told him to stop whining and put his clothes on already. The warrior told them they needed to reach the Mongol camp. But Gongno was cursing at that moment as none of his clothes fit him. Gongno asked the guide how far they had to go. Fortunately, due to the thick fog, their bodies wouldn't be found until the following morning. Pal said that if they hurried a little, they'd be there by early morning. The warrior asked, wouldn't they make it by early morning? Pal replied that the risk of detection was too high. The warrior said they needed to hurry if they wanted to do everything before the main troops arrive. Pal asked him if they were seriously planning to go there together. The warrior didn't answer and took the gunpowder into his own hands, but he told the guide that if he didn't want to, he could just run away. And he already knew the way. Gongno suddenly told the warrior that he seemed to be an expert in martial arts. But what was he even trying to achieve? He doesn't even need the money like he does, so why go so far? The warrior replied that he just wanted to give a loser a good whack. Gongno asked him what kind of nonsense this was. But the warrior continued on his way and replied that it was something like this. But Gongno said that was nonsense that only someone like him could understand. The warrior told him to think what he wanted, but he didn't need to be bothered. Gongno became angry and shouted at him to answer normally. But the warrior didn't want to talk to him and told him to leave. Gongno asked the warrior if he was seriously considering abandoning Pal here. The warrior replied that he couldn't drag him against his will. Pal shouted to the boys, "No, he'd go himself." A few hours later, Pek's group arrived at the mountain and saw the dead bodies of the Mongols. But Nam couldn't hold back after that and started vomiting on the side. Peck looked at the bodies and saw that the body had been torn in half. Nam asked if this was the work of a suicide squad. Peck replied that yes, they were doing a pretty good job. Nam said that, to be honest, before he saw all this, he was afraid they would simply run away. He asked the commander how he knew they wouldn't run. Peck stood up and said he'd probably want to punch him in the face once. Nam asked, what does that even mean? What will he do if there's only one left instead of 5? And earlier, Peck had told the warrior that it seemed he wanted something different. The warrior said that these bastards were so weak that he wanted to compete with the commander. Peck told him to let the warrior survive, and if he survived, he would let him hit him. At this time, Pal and the guys reached the place, and, standing at the top of the mountain, they found the Mongol camp. But the boys proved faster and smarter. They immediately launched an attack on the Mongols, which resulted in a huge firefight. The senior Mongols started shouting to the others to put out the fire quickly. At this rate, everything would burn. The Mongol asked where the damn bastards were. The warrior replied that no matter how hard they looked, they were nowhere to be seen. At that moment, the warrior looked at the fire and realized that, with so much gunpowder, the entrance gates would not be breached, and Peck had to arrive in time to attack. But suddenly, Gonno saw the warrior and said he knew he wasn't dead. At that moment, Pal held No to keep him from falling. But Gonno was badly wounded in the side and tried to hold the wound so as not to lose too much blood. The warrior saw this and asked if he was okay. Gongno got angry and asked in response, "It looks like he's okay?" The warrior said that surviving here would be harder than he thought. Gongno replied that he had heard that people who practice martial arts could even fly through the sky. But it seemed even he wouldn't be able to hide from so many soldiers. The warrior asked him why he had suddenly brought this up. Gongno said he'd distract them, but then he'd take that guy with him. It'd be hard to get him, but he thinks he can drag that noisy kid away. Pal was surprised and told the villain what he was talking about. And to tell the truth, he hates the people from the Marima Association. Gongno said that these bastards deceive with beautiful words, give hope, and then hit you over the head with a blow. And that's exactly what happened to the bastard he killed. But he seems different. Looking at him, he wanted to study martial arts. The warrior answered him that if he truly wanted this, would he come with him? He would make him so strong that he wouldn't even remember the association. Gongno said that if he survived, he would agree to it. The warrior replied that he had said so himself, so he wouldn't regret it later. The warrior slowly stripped off his clothes and threw them on the corner. Gonno was surprised by this and asked what he was doing. He was going to get caught like that. How was he planning on escaping? The warrior told him to hide here until the main forces arrived. Until then, he would fight them, and he will show them a strength that cannot be compared to the Miram Alliance. And they do not abandon their brothers. The warrior immediately stopped them and leaped straight into the crowd of Mongols. Pal was surprised and didn't understand a word he said, but he told him he doubted he'd understood. Pal asked the warrior what he was talking about. Gonno thought for a moment and replied that it seemed he belonged to a devil cult. The Mongols began to fight with the warrior and shouted throughout the area that they should try to capture him and even kill him. The Mongol asked the warriors what they were doing. He was only one. But the warrior didn't stop and continued to fight the enemy alone. But in a moment, he saw that there were more of them than he thought. And suddenly, one of the strongest Mongols appeared before him. The mightiest Mongol shouted to the warrior that he was finished. But the warrior was undeterred, for he saw enormous prey before him. The Mongol immediately attacked him with his sword and told him to die. But the warrior leaped into the sky and flipped over. He then climbed up the gate and immediately continued fighting the rest of the enemies. The Mongols were unable to do anything against him, and the warrior easily destroyed them one after another. After the kill, he felt he'd overdone it, and now there was only one thing left to do. But he had to hold out. Until the main forces arrived. The Mongol looked at him and wondered what kind of guy he was. After all, with such abilities he could easily escape. But why did he feel like he was just stalling for time? But the warrior didn't attack at that moment, simply pacing in a circle. But the Mongol immediately realized he was in that direction. He immediately ordered the archers to shoot right now. And he wants to break down the main gate. The warrior stopped right above the gate and knew that he would give it his all for the last time. And having delivered his strong attack, he hoped that the little one would definitely keep his promise. He delivered a crushing attack with his sword and cut the main gate into 2 parts. But the Mongol shouted to his men to clear the way quickly and let them kill him right now. But Baek too was ambushed between the mountains, and at that moment, archers attacked and wounded Captain Lee. Nam immediately realized there was a mission here, and had they really failed? He immediately told the commander that they needed to retreat. They were destroying them. At that moment, Baek turned around and saw the moment where the Mongol had wounded his soldier. He continued to mock the body. But Baek noticed that there were fewer soldiers in ambush than he thought. But if they were people heading for the fortress, they would certainly have died. Nam told the commander that he needed to decide immediately. Baek understood that, at this rate, Tazar's head would fall. But suddenly, there was an explosion on the mountain, and he immediately found it strange. Turning around, he saw fire. Baek immediately realized their house was that way. He asked Nam in surprise, "What is it?" Baek realized his men had succeeded. He immediately ordered Namu to gather his soldiers and follow him. He shouldn't worry about an ambush. Nam was very surprised and asked the commander what he was talking about. But Baek didn't answer and galloped off toward the Mongols' home. But the warrior who carried out the commander's order and who broke down the main door sat on the ground and thought. For some reason, he kept saying he wouldn't do something like that again. And judging by the fact that they haven't arrived yet, things aren't going well for them either. And since their plan had been discovered, there were probably plenty of ambushes awaiting them. But had he overestimated this boy? But then the Mongol came and asked why they were breaking down the gates if there was no one behind them. He immediately pounced on him and told the boy not to think he'd die an easy death. The warrior was completely powerless and understood that death on the battlefield was a blessing for the demon. Although it was a shame, he would have liked to talk just once. But suddenly, everything changed, because someone fired a spear at the Mongol's head and saved his life. The warrior's eyes widened and he stared at it all in amazement. But the Mongol couldn't hold on for long and collapsed right in front of him. Baek told him he'd done a great job and apologized for being late. But at that moment, the Mongols saw the death of their strongest warrior. The warrior asked the commander if he had come alone. Baek replied that everything was correct, and asked what was wrong with that. The warrior asked him if he was serious. What the hell was he doing here alone? Baek told him that if he was worried, he should get up and help. Baek immediately jumped off his horse and ran to fight the rest of the Mongols. But Baek decided not to go without a weapon, and taking his spear, he jumped into the crowd of Mongols who were ready to give their lives for the chief. The Mongols immediately took up their swords and shouted at him to stop. But Baek disobeyed them and immediately attacked the most talkative one with a spear. But he didn't take just one victim with him, but 2 at once. He didn't care who they were because he had to carry out his orders. The remaining Mongols simply froze in place, unable to move a step. After all, their enemy was so strong. But the warrior himself was shocked that the captain had broken their spirit with a single attack. But there were too many of them. What was he even going to do with the rest? Baek immediately told him that if he was rested, then he should get his ass off the ground and fight. The warrior was shocked and thought that Baek had seriously decided that it would be just the 2 of them fighting. Baek asked him if he needed more time, but the warrior took it as sarcasm and began to laugh. After all, he'd seen plenty of crazy people in the demon cult, but this one was a real lunatic. The warrior told the captain he thought his job was already done. Baek immediately replied that, in that case, he would give him more money. The warrior said he had the money, but it was better to keep his promise. Baek immediately told him that if he couldn't keep up, he would throw him aside. The warrior replied that he expected as much from him, and he ordered the commander not to grab his legs later. They immediately attacked the Mongols together. The rest of the group of soldiers had already finished their ambush by this time and immediately set out on their way. He realized they were much more delayed than he thought, and he hoped the commander was okay. Arriving at the scene, Nam was shocked and asked what had happened. Baek immediately said they were too late. The warrior told them they couldn't have dragged themselves faster. After all, he really did almost die here. But in Muram, the warrior came to the general and said that he had been informed that Captain Sun's attack on the line had been successful. Chan started laughing and said he knew it, and Brother Song did a really good job. Adjutant Chung Guanyang said they could now finally stage a diversionary maneuver. It was time to move out. Guanyan asked, "What about that girl?" Jung asked in surprise, What? The warriors asked him if it was true he was planning to marry after this campaign. And she's so sweet, they even envy the general. Chang got angry and said it was all true. He was getting married, and were they happy? The soldiers were happy for the general and said that they congratulated him and that he had finally taken the right step. General Zhang asked Adjutant Guan Yang why he was causing this circus. Yang replied that they would find out anyway. For them, it was just more good news. The soldiers immediately declared that they swore allegiance to the general. The general hadn't expected this and was even a little embarrassed. But suddenly, one of the captains, Chang Yi-san, came for them and realized that now was truly the time of the young. After all, a general younger than him, and even a boy the same age as his nephew, had made their contribution. And now he's even starting to feel old. But then the warrior asked, "Isn't it terrible that those who have worked hard for decades are left behind because of the young?" Captain Chang Yi-san grew angry and asked who it was. But suddenly he saw an ordinary warrior standing before him, silent. Chang Yi-san saw that he was an ordinary warrior, but more importantly, how did he know about him? He immediately grabbed his sword, as he found the whole thing suspicious. The soldier told the captain he had pointed his sword at an ordinary soldier. Captain Ye-san asked him who he was. He asked him to state his name. The soldier immediately began removing his protective gear and tossing it aside. Captain Ye-san was shocked and wondered why he was taking off his clothes. The soldier showed his face and asked if that was enough proof. He was here to deliver a message. Captain Ye-san immediately saw the snake mark on his body. He realized they were the emperor's subordinates. But why was his man here? The soldier told the captain to kill Zhang Ilguang. Ye-song was surprised and replied that the boy was suddenly asking him to kill the general. The soldier said this operation would fail either way. Therefore, Commander Chang, focus on protecting and preserving your own life. Commander Ye-song asked why he should kill the general. The soldier replied that it was because he would be the next governor general. Eastern General Sima Zhang's military advisor ran to his superior to report that Jiang Maso had begun to act. They plan to kill Baek and General Zhang, which will be the first step towards attacking the Eastern General. And now he must report to the Eastern General as soon as possible. Suddenly, a soldier appeared before him and asked Sima Jun where he was headed. Eastern General Sima Zhang's military advisor was surprised and asked how a mere eunuch dared to stop him. Then the soldier dropped a sack at his feet and said it was a gift. Sima Zhang asked, "What kind of gift?" But when he opened his eyes a little, he was shocked by what he saw. Underneath the gift for him was Kondok's head. The soldier said that they had a rat spy, so they had to catch it. But then it suddenly turned out that it was the son of a respected man. What foolishness! Their leader offered him invincible power, but he sided with the old man of the East. And now let military advisor Sa not forget what the consequences of his choice may be. Sa asked, did he really kill the emperor? But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't kill the Eastern general who saved the emperor's life. And since he turns a blind eye to this, there must be something wrong with his health. The soldier raised his sword over him and said he was even sorry. But he hadn't used his brilliant mind for his master. But Sa told the soldier that, of course, he was having fun now, but history would still judge them. The soldier didn't care and said it was too trivial for a dying speech. And letting go of his blade, he chopped off Sa's head. But as he left, he told Sa's body that he had made some mistakes, but the general of the East would become the sinner in history. At dawn, Baek asked the warrior if he really wouldn't go with them. He could be of great help with the next attack on Karyudo. The warrior replied that he'd had enough, and he thought that if he did something like that again, he'd lose his life, and he'd simply return to his homeland. Baek asked him if he wasn't sorry. He still hadn't been able to strike. The warrior came up to him and, smiling, replied that everything was fine. He didn't know why, of course, but he truly believed they would meet again. Baek turned around and wished the warriors a safe journey. The warrior now understood that Song Baek was the man the girl was in love with. At first, he thought he was just a boy. But on the battlefield, this man was stronger than anyone. He was strong even without martial arts. But it's strange to imagine how much stronger he could become if he mastered them. Gongno immediately asked the warrior if he liked the commander so much, why didn't he follow him? Was sentimentality creeping up on him? The warrior realized that it didn't matter to him anymore. After thinking it over, he said it was time for them to set out. But at that moment, Pal and the boy looked at each other and froze. The warrior turned to him and asked if he would join them in the demonic cult. Pal was frightened and asked if he was crazy. To the demons? The warrior told him that there were beauties there that couldn't be found in the Middle Lands. Pal said he was already married and even had children. Gon No asked if it was true. The warrior tried to dissuade him and told him to think carefully. Gong No asked if there were really that many beauties there. The warrior immediately turned and looked at him. The warrior said it had nothing to do with him. They had eyes, so his face definitely wouldn't work. Gong No got angry and asked him what he was even talking about. The warrior replied that if not a girl, then he'd definitely find a drinking buddy there. Gon No immediately replied that, in that case, he wouldn't go. At the military camp in Heryudo, General Zhang said they would finally do it tomorrow. But Guanyang replied that if Commander Song arrived in time, their victory would be easy. The general asked, with surprise, slightly. But in fact, he thought the battle would drag on for a long time. And yes, most likely. And suddenly, he asked Adjutant Chang how he planned to relax after the war ended. Yen replied that he was thinking of going to Huashan. The general was surprised and asked him if he was sure. Yen replied that yes, his second son was their apprentice. The general laughed and said it was amazing. Huashan is quite famous in the martial arts world. Yen replied that he was just lucky. He just happened to be staying there overnight. But suddenly, they heard an explosion, and the general ran out and asked what had happened. The warriors began to shout that they were under attack. And before him, he saw Mongols fighting to the death. Yen immediately told the general that they must retreat immediately. Otherwise, they would all be killed here. Let the general give the order immediately. At that moment, the Mongol looked at the enemy camp he had burned and loudly declared that they were not going to follow their plan. Near Heryudo, Song Baek's squad was heading to camp. On the way, Zhongbong asked the boy if they weren't eating too fast. Maybe the commander has a secret mistress. He told us to stop joking and check if anyone's lagging behind. After all, he himself said they were eating too fast. Zhongbong got angry and stopped, saying that Nam was just a bore and that it was impossible to talk to him about anything. At that moment, Nam realized they were truly in a hurry. They needed to cross the mountain and join part of the main force to attack from the rear, and their current forces would be insufficient for an attack. But it was very strange that the commander was in such a hurry to get to the camp. Suddenly, Peck stopped his horse and, seeing his camp, realized they were too late. The entire camp was burning to the ground. But the voices of the warriors were heard, and they were shouting for everyone to hold on a little longer. The Mongols killed soldiers one after another and saw no fear in their faces. After all, there were actually more of them. The Mongols rejoiced in their victory because they had destroyed the entire enemy camp and shouted with confidence. Nam didn't believe it and tried to ask what was going on here, but Jungbon replied that they had been betrayed. Nam immediately became angry and told him to watch his words. What traitors! The attack on Mount Umsan was Commander Sun's plan, but suddenly Peck said that the commander of the first squad was right. And perhaps that was why there were so few soldiers on the mountain. They knew about the attack in advance. Changbong asked the commander what he intended to do. At that moment, Baek paused and turned his horse in the opposite direction. But Peck said they'd make a detour and attack Tazar. Nam got really scared and asked, "What?" Nam immediately asked the commander if he really wanted to abandon their allies. Peck asked him in return if he thought they could save any of them now. In war, he learned only how to win. But General Chang continued to fight at that moment, standing alone against the entire Mongol army. Chan asked them what was going on. They should start attacking like real warriors, not brats. Jung looked around and saw that even Nam Shin had abandoned him. And now he had to finish them all off. But suddenly he remembered how Shin said that in this world there is no person who wants to die. And in the moment before his death, he'll simply think he's unlucky. But if his death can win the war, he's willing to die sacrificing himself. Jung thought it was funny because the words that came to mind at that moment belonged not to his love, but to an ordinary guy. Chan said that everything was so, and if his death could end the war, then he was ready to sacrifice his life. He'll kill as many of them as possible. and let Song Baek be sure to bring back Tazar's head. At that moment, Tazar was watching the battle and said that the fight had dragged on much longer than he thought. The servant told the leader they were resisting the inevitable. Tazar replied to the boy, "Didn't he tell you there would be a traitor among them?" He knew the people of the Middle Lands couldn't be trusted. The servant told the leader not to worry. As long as Jong Il-gwang's forces were divided, victory would be his. The servant looked back and saw that Jong Il-gwang had still not been killed. But suddenly, one of the Mongols shouted at the others to stop them, and they were attacked. Tazar, seeing this, stood up and thought. He asked the warrior what was going on. Hadn't they made a deal with that guy? The servant was also very surprised and wondered what had happened, and why was P here? Tazar decided and said that since they had guests, they needed to greet them appropriately. Tazar decided to enter the battle himself, and told the armorer to bring him his spear. The servant told the chieftain that they had not yet received confirmation. He will only be able to gain the support of the palace when they are absolutely certain of their defeat. Tazar turned around and told him to go and tell that eunuch that the deal was off. Baek entered the war and began fighting the Mongols to the death. Time after time, he killed each one. Baek looked around and saw that there were more support troops than he thought. And at this rate, he suddenly felt someone attack him from behind and repel his attack. Tazar was surprised by this, because this guy had blocked his spear, and he had good instincts. Tazar immediately shouted that he would fight him personally. But Baek was undeterred and stood before him on his horse. The chief was receiving messages at the time and told the servant to read the message again. The servant said that the message was that the general was the governor of the East, and his treason was revealed to the world. The new emperor will punish him for the murder of the previous emperor by wiping out 3 generations of his family. But for his enormous contribution to the country's development, he will be the only one to receive forgiveness. And the daughter of the governor-general will appear before the royal court and pay for treason with her life. The leader immediately ordered General Ma to cut off his head and send it to the eunuch. They immediately seized the traitor. He screamed and begged the governor-general to have mercy and forgive him. And finally, he told the governor-general that at this rate, his entire family would disappear. The general asked the leader what he would do. They couldn't stop the traitors from here. The leader became angry and replied that they were going to the Palace of Prosperity. At this time, Lime was in her room, embroidering pictures, but suddenly she pricked her finger, and she said that everything had been wrong since that morning. But suddenly servants came to her and spoke to her. Lima asked the nanny what had happened. The nanny told her that she needed to flee immediately. After all, the gentleman was accused of treason. Lime, hearing these words, was simply speechless and couldn't say anything. But at that moment, Baek was fighting the leader of the Mongol detachment. The battle was evenly matched, with each trying to kill the other. Tazar said he was riding well for a middle dog, but after landing a blow, Baek immediately blocked it. Baek became very angry and, attacking back, told him to shut up. But Tazar was also quick and dodged. But Baek didn't stop and launched another powerful, swift strike. Tazar saw this and dodged. Tazar told him it was a good technique. But Moyeon's spear wasn't that light. Tazar launched a powerful attack, but the boy managed to dodge and remained unharmed. But the enemy refused to stop and continued to pursue him. Baek saw this and wondered what he should do. He didn't even have a chance. But he remembered that the Oirats were a Mongol tribe known as forest people. Although they are Western Mongols, they are known for their bravery due to their mixed blood. Other Mongolian tribes call their kings Khans, but the Oirat use their own word, Taishi, for this. The bravery of the Oirats is well known. Take, for example, the Tombo incident, when they captured the emperor of the Ming dynasty. As a sign of recognition by other Mongol tribes, he was the only one who could use a different name. And now he realized that Taishi Oratov was Tazar. The enemy asked the boy if he was tired already, but now he's disappointed. Baek felt incredibly strong. Tazar told the boy that if he had nothing left to show, he should just die. Baek saw Tazar aiming his spear at him, but now he realized he was superior in strength and skill. Baek was deeply confused and wondered what to do. And suddenly, he remembered being asked if he'd ever considered learning real martial arts. Baek said he knew the warrior was familiar with them. But no matter how you look at it, he'd killed more than him. The warrior replied that he admitted it. He'd done well. But if there were a master here, everything would be different. The techniques he knows are good, but only against those who don't know martial art. Baek said that was a good excuse. Nothing could be said. The warrior asked him if he really wanted to argue, and now Baek realized that no matter how strong the commander was, he would not be able to cope with someone who knew martial arts. Baek now realized he had only one way to survive. He let go of the horse and descended to the ground. Tazar looked at this and was very surprised. After all, this guy had let go of his horse and was ready to fight like this. But Tazar asked the youth, "What kind of joke is this? The warrior abandoned his horse? He looks ready to die." Baek began to think and decided to remember how it all happened by chance. But it wouldn't work that way. In true martial arts, the one he relied on most, this is the one he hated the most, and the one he wanted to be like the most. Baek decided to try this fighting technique. Having gained sufficient speed, he decided to attack. Tazar was surprised and said the boy was running towards the horse. He called him a fool, but Baek immediately changed his attack pattern, and Tazar even saw it. But it was too late because the boy had managed to attack, and he had gotten very close. Tazar was powerless against such a powerful attack. And Baek emerged victorious in this battle, having killed the Mongol leader. During the battle, Tazar was seriously wounded, and the blood was throbbing to escape from his body. Looking at his hand, Tazar saw that his internal organs were damaged. Baek approached him and asked if he was tired already. Tazar replied to the boy that he had previously called him a youth because he saw that he was young, but up close, he seemed even younger. Baek asked him if he had any final words. Tazar told him not to think the world of the Middle Lands would last forever. One day, everything would change. Baek didn't waste any time with him and chopped off his head. After that, he told the Mongols that the war was over, and he placed Tazar's head before them, and he chopped it up. The end of the war was more boring than expected. Because the Mongol army always scatters after the Khan's death, Baek returned to his camp, holding Tazar's head in his hands. At that moment, General Chong was wounded and covered in blood, but he held on and was still breathing. Chong opened his eyes and said the commander had returned. Baek didn't respond and tossed Tazar's head in front of him. But after that, he said, "Here's Tazar's head." Chong was wounded and replied that the young man had done well and was a good man. In fact, Baek felt uneasy because of his weak voice. His life was about to end. But finally, Jong picked up his sword and raised it in front of him. Baek told him not to worry about his bride. He would take care of her. He thanked Chong for this and finally called him brother. Chong completely let go of his hands and even the sword, and in that moment, he realized the general was dead. Baek wished him a good rest and told Mo Yun not to worry about him. Suddenly, he heard a voice that said that this mudblood Jung had ruined everything. Baek immediately turned around and saw the enemy. The soldier said that since the chief's plan had failed, the commander shouldn't even count on a peaceful death, and he lunged at him with his blade. Baek immediately recognized the technique, but the soldier didn't stop and was ready to finish him off. Baek stood there and realized he'd abandoned his weapon, but then someone shouted at him to fire directly at the enemy. The soldier instantly turned around and was greatly surprised. But when he looked up, Baek saw strange weapons flying toward them. The soldier didn't immediately understand what was happening, but when he saw the arrows in front of his face, he immediately gave up his life. At that moment, Baek stood nearby and watched as dozens of arrows flew at the soldier. Baek wondered whose arrows these were. But suddenly, Captain Ye San appeared behind him and said he knew the boy was alive. Baek understood that San was the oldest commander in the Iron Horse detachment, and judging by the fact that his main force was intact, he had withdrawn them before the battle began, and the murder of a comrade should destroy all evidence of collusion. Baek asked, "Squad commander? Could it really be he who betrayed their army?" Commander Yi San asked in surprise, "Treason? But how could he be so sure of it?" Baek replied, "Isn't it treason that the emperor's army failed to protect him as expected and left?" Commander Yi San asked, "Who were they supposed to protect? They had nothing else to protect, so why was he calling him a traitor?" Baek asked the commander what he was talking about. Commander Ye San said, "Okay, he'll tell him. The governor-general's daughter is in danger." After these words, Baek did not stop and galloped in her love to save her. He asked the commander to repeat it again, and if he wasn't lying, he would forever be seen as a traitor, not a commander. Commander Ye San said the emperor was dead. and the imperial palace was likely currently engulfed in a power struggle. And from what he'd heard, Chang Meso had decided to get rid of the Eastern general who'd been bothering him all this time. Shouldn't he hurry? And even though he lost what he was supposed to protect, the boy is still someone he wants to protect. Baek was trying his best to make it and hoped he wouldn't be late. Commander Ye-san looked at the governor-general, who was already dead. Ye-san said that, judging by his face, he left without regrets. And after that, he turned around, because Jung had irritated him to the very end. Ye-san thought about it and said that it might sound like an excuse, but he really didn't know about this attack. He simply didn't want to see his subordinates die because of superiors who were squabbling for power. Although, looking at San, who was riding among the Mongols holding Tazar's head, he thought that he had to save him. Yet he himself sent him to his death. And now he promises him, if Commander Song returns, he will do for him what he couldn't for Chan. But only if he survives. Only then will everything be as he now wants. But at that moment, a battle was raging in Murim, and warriors were trying to gain access to the territory. The archers shouted at them not to let them climb the wall, and the traitors deserved it. But suddenly, the chief himself appeared before them, and drawing his sword, he severed the arm of one of the enemies. The leader said that his warriors should not stop, and that they should fulfill their duty. At that moment, the servant told his commander that their losses were too great, and he thought it was time for them to intervene. After all, the old man said that he would become the head of the squad if he successfully completed the mission. But taking into account the losses, the group's commander, Ambu Ha-chong Shim, got angry and grabbed him by the throat, hanging him right in front of the abyss. The servant asked the commander what he was doing. Chong Shim replied that since the old man was well disposed toward him, he thought he could say whatever he wanted. But let him say it again now. It's precisely because of their recklessness that they haven't been promoted yet. The servant told the commander that with such skills, he was only a shadow of his peers. Jung Shim replied that he was right, and no matter how hard he tried, he was only the commander of the Ambu group. The servant said he understood everything, so let the commander let him go. Jung Shim replied that there was just one thing he didn't know. He kept killing people simply because it was fun, and sometimes even in this way. The servant begged the commander at this point to calm down. But Chongshik didn't give him a chance and threw him off the cliff. Jongshik said he was an idiot, and the leader had also said his chatty mouth was a problem. But then a warrior arrived and brought the commander a letter. The letter said that Tazar was dead, Jung Il-guan was dead, the Mongols were retreating. There would be no support. Jongshik said that they were idiots and couldn't even do their job properly. And there were no victors in the Battle of Yumsan, so none of them would receive reinforcements. If this news had reached him, it must have reached them by now. But at that moment, the chief received the letter. Chungshik understood that if the old general learned that reinforcements weren't coming, he would take his daughter away. And this would even make things easier for him. He immediately ordered his men that it was time to hunt. At that moment, the general was talking to his daughter, but Lime told her father that she didn't want to. And why should she go alone? She'll be waiting for Son here. The general told his daughter that Baek won't be able to come. Lime asked what this meant. The general replied that the troops at Yumsan had been routed. But when he looked up, he saw a group of Jongshik's men standing before him. He declared them to be nothing but Jang Maso's dogs. But Baek's journey turned out to be far more difficult than he expected, as he found himself ambushed by a crowd of enemies. But during the battle, he didn't lose his composure and began to fight them, killing anyone who stood in his way. But suddenly he felt a wound on his arm, and he saw blood seeping through his defenses and filling a pool. He knew his left arm was injured. He was prepared for this, but he was still so far away. The warrior shouted that this guy was exhausted, and this creature was just a man, and he ordered them to attack him all at once. Baek knew this was an endless battle, but there were too many of them. He felt a little lost and wondered what to do. But suddenly, someone helped him, and spears began to be thrown directly at the enemies. Baek turned around in an instant and saw his men. Nam started cursing at the commander and asked why he went alone. They'll clear the way, and the rest of us will protect the commander. Baek knew that helping him now would be treason, and he thought they were fools. Changban suddenly galloped up to him and asked the commander, "Who else is foolish here? Let him leave them here and move on." Chungbong extended his hand and told him to grab it. Baek now realized they were beyond his control and extended his hand in return. Baek looked and said they needed to move on to Changpin Fortress. Upon arrival, they were met by the commander, who said reinforcements had finally arrived. Baek apologized and said there would be no reinforcements. The warrior asked Commander Son what that meant. He'd heard that no one had won the battle, so there had to be some troops left. Baek replied that, frankly speaking, their army had been almost completely destroyed. Jung Il-gwan's troops were annihilated by a surprise Mongol attack, and the reinforcements that arrived refused to assist the Eastern general. The soldiers started talking and saying there would be no support. So what could they do with what they had? The warrior immediately realized his soldiers were nervous. Liaodong's support was their only hope, but if things continued like this, they would be lost. But suddenly Baek told him to unite with the Liaodong army. A detachment of iron horses would clear the way. The warrior immediately looked and saw that his army was well-trained, and every soldier trusted him. And now he understands that Moyun raised him very well. Baek asked General Ma if Lima was okay. General Ma replied that, unfortunately, he was late. The lady had recently left for Liaodong. But he needn't worry. The Governor-General personally went to see her off, so nothing will happen. And helping him means being branded a traitor for generations to come. And if his soldiers want to leave, they better do it now. Jongbong shouted that it was better to become a traitor than to live a miserable life. The others also said they would not work for the eunuch. Baek said it was good, and then they'd know what was most important. He shouted at us to survive. Right, Commander? Baek replied that that was excellent, and that they were now heading to Liaodong. He asked General Ma if he was sure he wouldn't go with them. General Ma replied that the commander himself knew that the Governor-General was a master of his craft. There's no one among the warriors who could harm him, but he sends them there anyway. Baek truly knew how strong the old man was. But why then? And he was so worried. But Baek didn't stop, and arriving in the forest, saw dead bodies. But Baek headed into the forest and saw the wounded nanny. She saw Baek and said he'd grown so much. She was worried about him. Even the master didn't know whether he was alive or dead. And the mistress would be happy too. Baek immediately saw that the wound was very deep, and it was already too late. The nanny told the boy not to worry about her, to run after his mistress and save her. And she also asks his forgiveness for being too strict with him. Before her eyes, she sees the look of a child betrayed by the world. And with it, he came to the place where he was destined to rule. This is too cruel a place for a child. Seeing how he's grown, even in such a difficult environment, makes her happy. And let him take care of his mistress. Baek closed her eyes and replied that he didn't blame her. She was doing all this for Lime. The main thing was to let her wait a little, and she'll send her to a better place. Baek turned around and ran as fast as he could to save his love. But the general was fighting with the others in the forest at that moment, trying to protect his daughter and honor. The old man's enemies told him to stop resisting and just die already. It would be good for everyone. But the general wasn't ready to give up so easily and used his swordsmanship skills. He launched a fire attack. With one blow, the general destroyed 3 enemies who were trying to kill him and capture her daughter. Commander Shim looked at the general at that moment and realized he was the finest master in the palace. But an old tiger remains a tiger. But Shim wasted no time and attacked immediately. The general was prepared for this and easily repelled the attack. The general said, "But this dog turned out to be stubborn." Shim was already rejoicing in his victory and told the old man to give in. But the general replied that there was a wolf hiding among the snakes. He raised his sword and struck the enemy straight in the head. Lima was also nearby and was frightened for her father when she saw his hand covered in blood. The general told her everything was fine and that she should be quiet. A wound like that wasn't worth her worrying about. Shim said the Eastern general truly was the best of the best. But could he handle them all alone? Immediately, everyone else rose and took up their swords. The general noticed their numbers were growing, and he realized reinforcements had arrived. Shim told him it was time to finish, and let him not worry about his daughter. Their master would surely appreciate her. But suddenly, at that moment, Baek attacked him with his spear. But Shim managed to hold up his sword and protect his body. The warriors asked the captain if he was all right. Shim immediately recognized it as the general's adopted son. And could he really have survived the battle? Baek said that, fortunately, he wasn't too late this time. Lime saw Son and immediately beamed. The general asked him if he was all right. Baek turned around and replied that he would buy them time. Let them leave with Lime. Lima asked him what he was talking about. They'd only just met. Baek knew he was sorry. But there was no other way. The old man could protect her better than he could, and that was the best way to protect her. But the general stood next to him and asked where he had seen a father who would abandon his child in danger, and he ordered him to take Lima and run away with her, and they must survive. The general and Baek immediately entered into battle with the enemies, even if their number was several hundred. Shim saw that the old man and the boy were exterminating his people and shouted at him to die already and stop showing off. But in a moment he thought, how did this happen? This was the perfect opportunity. If this continues, the master will be furious. And the matter turned out to be more complicated than he thought. But suddenly, looking up at the sky, he saw the main thing. But Baek and the general continued to fight the enemies, even preventing them from reaching them. The warriors began shouting to the others to continue the attack. After all, there were only two of them. But Baek didn't leave them a chance against him, because his powers were so great that they were just targets for him. But at the last moment, he reached him, and Shim plunged his weapon straight into his chest. But Shim finally said he didn't believe it. But before his death, Shim asked where the child got such strength. Baek knew at that moment that he could do it, and he just needed to hold on a little longer. Suddenly, the general shouted at the boy that he was being attacked from behind. Baek immediately turned around and saw a snake in front of him. Baek immediately realized it was definitely a snake. But the general managed to get close and immediately chopped off his head. Having cut off the snake's head, she still tried to move on the ground. But soon, its strength evaporated, and she died. The general asked the boy if he was okay, but suddenly he felt very ill, and his body began bleeding. Baek approached him and told him he'd overdone it. He should leave immediately. But the general told Baek no, and he ordered him to take Lime and leave. Baek asked the old man what he was talking about. He should be the one leaving, not sending a warrior. The general stood up and told Baek that this was his last request as his father. Baek didn't even know what to say to the old man. But suddenly, the chief of enemies appeared and said that it was so pleasant to watch a family quarrel. The enemies, upon seeing their master, immediately fell on their knees and said that they greeted their master. The general immediately felt incredible power, and his martial arts improved significantly, and he wouldn't last long. But Baek was very angry because it was Jang Maso. The general told him that his ugly face hadn't changed at all. Maso asked the old man how long it had been since they'd seen each other. Did the old man know how much he'd missed him? He'd been constantly inviting him to the palace, but since he wouldn't come himself, he'd had to come see him in person. The general made his decision and told Baek to take care of Lime. But Baek didn't really want to leave the old man. Still, he heeded the order. Running in the other direction, Baek picked up Lime along the way and started running. But Lime didn't understand and asked, "What's wrong?" Baek told her he was asking for her forgiveness. He had to do it. But Lime didn't want to leave her father and screamed. The general glanced at his daughter out of the corner of his eye and watched her go. But Lime couldn't just leave and screamed. But the general said that Baek was just an asshole. And until the very end, he never called him a father. Maso immediately ordered his men to run after the boy and girl. Shim obeyed and went to carry out the order. But Maso told him he wouldn't forgive a second mistake. Shim became frightened and shouted to his men to rush into battle. But the general could do nothing to them, because in front of him stood another enemy, and his true rival. Maso asked the old man if he thought he could stop it. But the general replied that he trusted his son, and now his damn life will end here. The general gathered his strength and decided to attack immediately. But Maso was ready and immediately met his sword attack. Their strength was so great that the energy bounced off in all directions. Maso told the old man he was surprised. After all, he was the best in the imperial family. But the general was shocked that the enemy had so easily defeated his sword. Maso immediately leaped into the air to get some distance. He said the general's wounds were too deep. If he continues to exert himself and use force, the backlash will drive him mad. The general asked if the emperor's killer was worried about his sanity, but the general understood that Maso was right. He was already at his limit, but he had to hold out, at least until then. But the general decided to attack again and told the enemy not to worry. He would remain sane until he killed him. The general understood all the same that he had to hold out until his children escaped. Maso started laughing and said it was very interesting. But the general used 12 cleaving swords. Maso understood that his techniques were created to protect the emperor. They were developed in accordance with the non-aggression pact between the army and the imperial court. And this is a secret document designed to prevent martial artists from opposing the emperor. It only contains permitted martial arts, but he must know that there are other powers in the world. Maso didn't wait long and attacked immediately. The force of the blow was so great that the general tried to parry it, but was thrown very far away. The general looked at his sword and saw that the sword given to him by His Majesty had cracked. He understood that this was a sacred sword, symbolizing the imperial family's power. Ordinary martial arts wouldn't be able to break it. Maso said the general had stopped them, and apparently he really was good. But suddenly the general was very surprised, because the enemy was using a strange technique. He immediately sensed this energy. It was, in fact, much more majestic than it seemed. Maso suddenly spoke up, something he had always wondered about. They were the same people as the imperial family, so why should they give up their dreams just because they weren't born into a noble family? And so he rose as high as he could, despite having to become a eunuch. And then he thought, and since these pathetic bastards run the entire country, why can't he do the same? The general told the enemy he was no longer human. But Maso pointed his sword and commanded the snakes to come out, and he ordered them to destroy the remnants of the past. The snakes immediately pounced on the general with their sharp teeth. But the general stood his ground to the last and was ready to fight them and prove that he was not so easy to deal with. But there was a huge explosion, and the general was already completely exhausted. Maso commented on how time flies, how the emperor's best swordsman now looks so pitiful. The general replied to the enemy that it turned out he had been studying martial arts outside the palace, and it appeared to be a demonic martial art. Maso said it was very evil. The main thing in martial arts is strength, but what difference does it make whether it's the imperial family's martial arts or the demons? But the general asked, how could a man receiving a salary from the palace be so greedy? He himself had mentioned the non-aggression pact. Violating it would turn against him. Maso raised his sword and said he was grateful for the warning. At that moment, the general raised his head and was ready to give up his life. The general thought that if he'd known it would end this way, he would have been gentler with them, and he hoped his children would survive. Maso did not spare the general in this bloodthirsty battle, and with a wave of his hand, he cut off his head. Meanwhile, in the forest, a boy was collecting plants and singing a song to himself. He didn't even notice, just doing his job. But the warriors approached him and asked if he had seen a young man and woman here. The boy looked at them and asked who they were. The warrior told him that he should only answer the question he was asked. But the leader pointed and told him to shut his mouth. Shim walked up to the boy and looked him in the eyes. Shim understood that, judging by the lack of reaction, it was unlikely that he knew anything. Even if they threatened him, they would achieve nothing. He was an ordinary ignoramus. Shim told him that if he encountered such people, he should report them. They were criminals who had committed treason. The boy replied that he understood everything. Shim immediately told his men to move on. And they couldn't have gone far, but Shim understood that the death of innocents was meaningless. And now, people like him are the master's people. But the boy suddenly sat up and clutched his aching back. He even said he couldn't take it anymore. And the years were taking their toll. The guy glanced to the side and told the boys they could leave now. Peck and Lime immediately appeared from the bushes. Peck immediately bowed to the boy and thanked him for saving their lives. The boy replied that he had simply been sitting quietly. Peck told Lima to say goodbye too, and that it was time for them to go. But Lima was completely beside herself and remained silent. Lima told him she wanted to return to her father. Peck replied that she understood they couldn't. The girl told him it didn't matter, that he was strong. And she doesn't understand any of this, but he has power. Peck immediately remembered how he asked his brother to come back. Lima asked him again to return to their father. Beck tried to refuse, but she interrupted him. Lime immediately said she understood him. But she would go and save him, even alone. Peck tried to stop her, but he couldn't catch her. And with his head down, he understands her condition better than anyone. So he simply can't stop her. And now he needs to take her by force and run. But why does he doubt it? The guy asked him if he doubts it because he's afraid she'll hate him. But isn't hatred better than regret? Peck was immediately offended by the words about regret. He immediately remembered all the times they'd been together, when she'd been angry and upset with him, but he'd laughed and rejoiced. Peck wondered what he was even thinking. He'd decided not to let her go again. Peck told the boy that one day he'd repay him for saving them. Peck turned around and immediately ran after her, but the boy said he had a good eye, and he even wanted to take her on as an apprentice. But suddenly he came to his senses and asked, which student? What nonsense was he spouting? And apparently he'd aged so much, even his mind had become clouded. But Lime went very far into the forest, and seeing nothing in front of her, she began to search for where she was. And then Lima realized that she truly couldn't do anything, and she needed to return to Sonu. But her heart told her otherwise. After all, she couldn't rely on him forever. But suddenly, she heard a rustling in the bushes and became wary. She turned around thinking it was Dream, but an enemy appeared before him and shouted that he had found her. Shim asked where Baek had gone. Why was the mistress wandering alone in the forest? Maybe that freak had abandoned her and run away? Shim asked the lady to forget about him and go with them. Lime told them not to approach her. Shim immediately told his people that her body was precious, so let them treat her with respect. The warriors surrounded her and told her to simply come with them, and if she resisted, they would have to take action. Lime saw his hand in front of her and called out to Sonu. The warrior told her it was useless to call for someone who had escaped. After all, everyone knows Song Baek values his life more than anything else. He'd never come. But then Baek showed up and chopped off his hand right there. The warrior didn't expect such a turn of events and began screaming in pain. But the second warrior also couldn't hold out for long and lost his head. Lime was so happy to see Peck that she was no longer ready to run away from him and always be there. Baek apologized to her and said he was ready to return to his father. Lime, hearing these words, was delighted and smiled back. The soldiers then surrounded him and said that this brat was very stubborn, and he ordered his men to push him back. Peck saw himself surrounded and immediately used Iron Spear Tremors. His single attack destroyed everyone surrounding him. Regarding Lima, Baek was always ruthless and was ready to kill anyone to keep her safe and sound. Peck looked and noticed that no matter how many he killed, they still came at him. He needed to eliminate their leader to destroy the rest. But first, he needed to take Lime away. And then he told her to leave everything to him and run away from here. But Lime didn't want to do that, or part with Peck again. But at the moment, there was only one option: throw her into the water. Undeterred by his enemies, Baek decided he needed to confront them and save his girlfriend. With several devastating attacks, he dispatched them all. But Lime was frightened at that moment. Peck told her not to leave him, but the commander pursuing them said their luck had run out. He immediately ordered his men to finish him off and take the woman. Peck started fighting, and Lime just watched and saw that it was all because of her. And if it weren't for her stubbornness, and if she hadn't run away, if it weren't for her, Son would have been safe. Peck fought with them without a break, and suddenly he stopped. And looking at them, it was clear that he was a little tired. For a moment, Peck realized he had nowhere left to retreat. But he had to protect her, and he would have to give it his all. He remembered that he had no power, so he lost them. And his brother also abandoned him for the same reason. And everyone who helped him died. But only Lime survived, so he mustn't lose her. Peck turned out to be so ruthless that even anger enveloped him, and he killed 2 enemies with 1 blow. Having pulled out his bloody spear, all the enemies were surprised at how strong he was. The squad leader got angry and told the guy he was just a damn asshole. Peck, for his part, was extremely tired and believed that he could do it just a little bit more. But suddenly, the commander himself pounced on him and shouted at the guy that he was a pathetic upstart. But Peck was glad that he'd finally decided to come out into the world. He'd been wondering who would lure him out, but it turned out he'd come himself. The captain immediately struck the first blow with his axe, but Baek used his spear and parried it. But after that, Baek felt a strong pressure, which he could not cope with, and flew back. But pressing his feet to the ground, he stopped and began to attack the enemy again to protect his love. But he wondered where he got such power from. Suddenly, the commander spoke and said that now he understood, and his technique was incomplete. He thought it was the console technique, but it seemed he'd mixed other martial arts into it as well, and he kept trying to figure out the source of his strength. But after one blow, he realized everything. He didn't have enough internal energy for the techniques. It might work against ordinary guys, but not against a true master. And now, he'll show him what real martial arts look like. The captain attacked the guy and shouted at him to try and stop him. Baek was not afraid and waited for his moment to parry the blow and have time to counterattack. Baek saw no need to hesitate and launched his own attack. But the commander parried everything, calling him slow. And I decided to ask the guy what was wrong with him and where had his confidence gone, and to let him start returning his blows properly. But Baek couldn't stand it any longer and responded with his multiple strike spear technique. But the commander was not surprised by this and laughed at him and said that the guy could even imitate the aura around the spear. And apparently the guy was not so simple. But imitation is imitation. Real internal energy is used like this. And he immediately used it on the guy. Baek didn't expect it to be so strong that he decided to take it onto his body, but he understood that at this rate, he wouldn't survive for long, and something had to change. And at that moment, even Lime, who doesn't understand martial arts, understands that even sleep can't cope with his skill, and her existence is a burden for him. If he disappears, if she is gone, Son will be able to escape from him and live happily ever after. Suddenly, Baek fell to his knees, realizing Hagwon was right. It seemed he was no match for a man who had seriously studied martial arts. The commander put a sword in front of his face and told him that if he were killed now and it would be too boring, wouldn't the guy think so? At that moment, Baek realized he had no way to defeat him. But he had to do everything he could to ensure Lime's escape. Lime suddenly turned to him and said that he must definitely live. Baek was afraid for her and deeply upset. But Lime decided to commit suicide and jump off the mountain. The boy ran to her rescue, but Lime closed her eyes at the moment of falling and did not even see how Baek ran after her and extended his hand. Lime fell into the water like a stone, and Baek looked at the place where she fell and did not see that she had floated out. Baek watched her go, realizing he hadn't been able to protect her. He didn't want to say goodbye and screamed her name. The commander saw this too and saw that things couldn't be worse, and he needed to somehow report this to the master. But Baek did not allow him to wait long and turned around and immediately attacked him with a spear. The captain also raised his hand and told the boy that this was all his fault. He waved his sword and ordered him to die. But Baek swung his spear and parried his first blow. Then he decided to return the favor. But the captain was a little shocked that the boy blocked his attack. And the block was a basic 6-combination spear technique, and Baek thought there was some trick to it. And why did the captain suddenly use basic martial arts against him? But suddenly, Baek dropped the spear from his hands. The commander was surprised that the boy had dropped the weapon. Baek did it on purpose, and at the moment when the commander turned around, he fired at his face with both feet. The blow was so strong that the commander did not even have time to dodge and was wounded in the face. The commander sat down on his ass and said the guy was just an asshole. But Baek didn't continue beating him and started running away. He decided he could save her. And it wasn't too late. He had to make it. The warriors were a little surprised and didn't understand what he was doing. The commander shouted to them why they had frozen and ordered them to quickly run after him. The warrior drew his sword and declared the guy was simply crazy. Everyone tried to wound him, but Baek dodged them all. Having passed through everyone, Baek said he would definitely save her. The commander saw that he had managed to escape and shouted that he was a rat, but he ordered his men to capture him. Suddenly, the man saw strange footprints along the way and immediately recognized them as that guy's. And then he wondered, why only him? He followed the tracks and saw that they were leading him in that direction. At that moment, the captain gathered all his men and pursued the boy. But the captain still remembered that the guy had dropped his weapon and was trying to escape. They hadn't been able to catch the woman, but they had to kill that bastard. The captain shouted to his servants that if they could not kill him, he would kill them all. The guy was in a tree at that moment, watching as herds of people chased the same guy. Baek immediately started running as fast as he could, telling himself he had to move faster. They'd catch up with him soon. Suddenly, he saw a lake in front of him and was glad that he had reached it. But the commander's men saw him first and shouted that he was here. Baek turned around and was surprised to find them already there. The warrior pulled some bunches out of his pocket and threw them at him, shouting that the game of tag was over. But one of them turned out to be a knife, which hit the guy right in the legs, and Baek couldn't cope and fell to the ground. The warriors were delighted and said that they had hit the mark, and the guy was just like a rat. Baek lay on the ground, feeling his leg hurt. He realized he couldn't feel it anymore, and that was the end for him. But he pulled himself together and decided that this wasn't the end, and even if his legs were cut off, he had to move forward. But the guards simply surrounded them on both sides, leaving him no chance to escape. Their swords left wounds on his body. Baek couldn't handle them and fell to his knees, wounded. The warriors mocked him, saying that this guy couldn't do anything without a leg, and that maybe it would be better to just cut it off right away. But one of them hesitated and suggested leaving him behind. Baek was slowly bleeding and heading toward the water. He silently begged Lima to wait a little longer. After all, he would come to her soon. Feeling a light breeze on his arm, he was already overjoyed. He still believed he could save her, but he no longer had the strength. Suddenly, a guy appeared in front of him and asked him if he wanted to live. Baek looked at him and recognized him as the man who had saved them in the forest. Baek told the man that he wanted to live, and he had to live. The man suddenly saw that the guy had passed out. At that moment, the warrior asked where the guy had come from, but the other one replied that he didn't know, and there was definitely no one there. The second warrior asked, "Isn't that the same guy? How did he even get here?" The warrior replied that Hatagam had saved him, so if they killed him, they could get what they wanted, and they decided to just scare him. The man lifted the boy onto his back, and suddenly heard the warriors turn to him and point their swords at him. The warrior ordered him to throw the boy to the ground immediately. But the man was infuriated when officials got in his way. But then the commander came running and asked his servants if he had caught him. But the peasant, seeing the leader, became a little wary. The commander ran as fast as he could, asking where that bastard was. But suddenly he saw the man they had met earlier in the forest. The commander said they'd met again, and if he abandoned the boy and walked away, he'd survive. The man asked, "Can he just leave?" The commander replied that he wouldn't do it again. He told him to abandon the boy, and then he'd live. The man replied that the world hadn't changed at all, whether it was before or now. The commander was surprised at this point. He asked the man what he was doing. The man was waving his tool at that moment. The commander asked him if he was planning to fight them with a sickle. He shouldn't be funny. Does he even know who they are? Suddenly, everything around them went dark, and the warriors were surprised. The warriors asked why it suddenly went dark and what was going on. But when they looked ahead, they saw the moon. And then the man said that it didn't matter who they were. What mattered was that they were now standing in his way. The man did not feel sorry for them any longer, and, flying at them with his weapon, began to destroy everyone in his path. After unleashing several powerful attacks, he didn't target the boys, but the tree. And turning around, the attack simply chopped the tree into several pieces. The commander was surprised to see this and could not believe that such a thing was even possible. But before he could even say a word, the man's attack simply passed over him and cut him open. The man looked at them after this, but saw that no one was left alive, and everyone was dead. The man looked at the boy and said that he wasn't sure that taking him was the right decision, but perhaps he will become a new wind in this world. That same evening, the old man was fishing on the lake. The old man said that it was very strange, and it got dark so suddenly, and then it got light again. And for as long as he's lived, he's never seen anything like this. He recently dreamed he caught a carp, but today he hasn't seen even a small fish. Suddenly, unexpectedly, the fish started to bite, and the old man immediately got ready to catch the fish. Pulling on the fishing rod, he suddenly stopped and felt that very feeling. He decided there was definitely something unusual there. And since he wanted to play, the old man wouldn't mind either. The old man began to struggle, saying that even this didn't work. He shouted for the fish to stop hiding and show itself. After some time, the old man was already tired and said that he thought this would be the biggest fish in his life. But when he looked closely at the fish, he saw that there was a girl lying there and asked what the hell that was. Arriving home, the old man decided to cook some food while Lime was in bed resting. Suddenly, she came to and opened her eyes. Looking around, she wondered where she was. The old man saw her and asked if she was awake. He stood in front of her and handed her some food. But Lime was terrified and abruptly retreated to a corner, taking a blanket with her to cover herself. The old man closed his eyes and realized he hadn't thought about her appearance. He told her he'd picked her up by chance and that she should eat while it was still warm. He left food on the table and understood that when a person lives alone, he does not think about appearance. Finally, he turned around and asked her name. Judging by her clothes, she was no ordinary woman. Lime, hearing his question, became wary and suddenly remembered all the past moments. But she got really angry and started screaming that she didn't know, and she didn't remember anything. The old man asked if she remembered anything at all. Lime replied that she remembered nothing at all. The old man said it was a problem. He only fished it out of the river. That's all he knew. But suddenly something occurred to him, that he even stood up and said that he almost forgot. He took the medallion, showed it to her, and said it was around her neck. While he was treating her, he had to take it off, and maybe she'll remember something about him. But suddenly, Lima started coughing and couldn't stop. The old man saw it and asked what was wrong with her. Lima just replied that she didn't know. She didn't remember anything. But then, why wouldn't the tears stop? That evening in Songsu, the old man was telling the peasant that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and even he couldn't remember the last time. The man asked if it was about 10 years ago. The old man replied that he had been gone for a long time, and he had already thought they would only meet in heaven. And as he sees, the guy hasn't changed a bit, and the martial arts are amazing. The man decided to praise him back and said that the old man's medical skills were much more amazing, to save practically a corpse, and how old was he now? The old man replied that after seeing his great-grandson, he didn't even count. He was simply waiting for death, but it seemed he still had work to do, so he would have to live on. The man said he too had stopped counting after 100. But the old man decided to talk about this guy. He asked his great-grandson if he would like to take him on as an apprentice. The man replied that they were similar. He was referring to his brother, Cho-rin, from whom he had been separated as children. And then he didn't have the strength, so he had to entrust it to others. And it seems his situation is similar, and he decided he wanted to help him. And suddenly, he saw that the tea in his hands had already cooled. The old man told his great-grandson that if he so desired, he could do so. But the peasant replied that he was thinking of teaching him everything. But the old man wondered why his best student had decided to treat the stranger like that. And then, unexpectedly, the door opened and Peck came out. Peck asked, "Where is he?" But at that moment, he was completely wounded and wrapped in bandages. The old man answered the boy that he had already woken up and showed that he was in Songsu. And this man brought him here, and he cured him. Peck immediately remembered that this man was the very same herbalist. Suddenly, he even remembered how he lost Lime, and from this pain, he could not resist and fell to his knees. Peck wondered what was wrong with him. He felt as if his body was falling apart. And the old man saw in this that his medicine was working. The medicine that saved his life is effective, but it causes excruciating pain throughout his body and can lead to loss of consciousness. And that's why he didn't use it, even when he had serious injuries. But here he endures this pain. And even so, the more intense the movements, the stronger it will be. And now he needs to stop it before it gets worse. But the man stood up before the teacher and walked ahead. At that moment, Peck realized he had to go. And if his Lime was dead, he had to see her corpse in person. The man asked him where he was going, and was he really going to look for that child? The guy said she was probably fine, but the place was full of officials and their men. And with skills like that, he'd just die. Peck darkened and told himself he had to live. He said something about his child's life, and he would never die until he found her. Peck rose to his feet and slowly made his way into the forest. And then the man told him that he would teach him a way not to die, even if he wished to. Peck turned around and couldn't believe it, but the man told him to study. and there's nothing more difficult than living. The next day, the old fisherman said the world was so vast and there was no end to it. He walked along the road and it seemed to have no end. His body was tired and his legs ached. But why couldn't he bring himself to stop? Suddenly, Lime asked him, what was that there? The old man replied that their love was destined for a sad end because she had left too soon. Lime also decided to support and said that the leaves are falling, the wind has died down, and flowers are growing on the silent mountains. The old man was surprised and asked her if she knew that poem too. Lima replied that it had simply suddenly come to mind. She must have liked it. It had stuck in her memory. The old man said it was good that she had at least some memories left. He wondered if she'd be able to find the rest once she got there, so there was no need to worry. And he named her Siren. The old man had told her earlier that from today on she would be Chol Siren. The girl asked again, surprised. The old man replied that yes, and it was impossible to go around without a name all the time. And his name is Chol Ugyong. His name means beautiful as the sky. Does she like that? The girl repeated that her name was Chol Siren. But Ugyong said that perhaps the demonic cult knew a way to restore her memories. At that moment, Siren remembered his words and vaguely remembered what a demonic cult was. But she clearly remembered that they rejected general laws, adhered to their own, and lived independently outside the central lands. But their cruelty earned them the nickname a demonic cult. The fact that my grandfather turned out to be a member of a demonic cult. Suddenly, Ugyong told Siren that they were almost there, and they would pass through the cave, and then that was it. After passing through the cave, Ugyong said that these were the 100,000 mountains of the demonic cult. Siren looked and was surprised to learn that these were the lands of the demonic cult. After this, people entered the city and shouted for them to come to them and buy something. Siren was a little surprised by how peaceful it was here. Ugyong asked her if she was surprised that the people in the demonic cult were so peaceful. Siren was taken aback and replied that no, it wasn't like that. Ugyong started laughing and said that everything was fine. All the people of the Middle Lands thought so. People live in this place too. And after the Great War, the people of the Middle Lands treated them like demons. Everyone cursed them constantly. And even ordinary people, not skilled in martial arts, killed in the name of justice. But let her just look at how all these people can be sinners. They're just like the people of the Central Plains, living their lives, enjoying themselves, and feeling sad. But he deeply regrets that they will end up hating each other. However, they didn't stay in this city and passed through it. Siren understood that she should be grateful for the fact that he saved her. But why was she so negative about something that she couldn't even remember properly? He was probably disappointed. Ugyong asked her if she was still worried about the prejudices about the cult. Siren apologized and told the old man that he had saved her, but she had turned out to be a bad granddaughter. Ugyong said no, not everyone here was perfect. As in the Central Lands, there are bad people here who have caused their reputation to fall, and she needed to come to her senses a little. And now they were heading there. And before him stood the dark forest they had to pass through. Suddenly they stopped, and Siren realized this was the territory of a demonic cult. And even the entrance was huge. But she saw the man and wondered why she was shaking. Ugyong came up and held up a sign in front of them. But in the end, nothing came of it. And Ugyong asked, "What's the matter? Isn't this enough?" The warrior told his master that it wasn't, and he ordered all the people to immediately greet the deputy head. Siren was surprised that her grandfather turned out to be the deputy head of the cult. Ugyong told her to come too. People within the sect were already worried, saying that the deputy leader had arrived. The great demon had returned. But one of the guys was surprised to hear their voices and asked, "Deputy head?" Everyone greeted the deputy. But one of the guys hugged him, and Ugyong told the cult leader that he was doing this in front of people, and everyone was staring. The cult leader asked, "What's wrong with that? Can't he hug a friend he hasn't seen in 30 years? Ugyong asked the boy if he'd been well. The cult leader replied that he'd been doing nothing special. He'd been doing the boring work of a cult leader. The leader of the demonic cult, Yoon Jong-han, asked him who the girl behind him was. Her beauty couldn't be hidden by fabric. Ugyong turned and asked Siren to say hello. Siren removed her hat and, revealing herself, greeted the head of the demonic cult. Everyone was shocked to see her true beauty. Everyone said it was the first time they'd seen such a beautiful woman. Some even said they were sickened by the thought of their wives' faces. But suddenly the guy saw her and wondered, why is this woman here? But at that moment, Peck was training and studying a lot of information. He even tried to clench his fists. Peck looked and said he felt like he was almost recovered. But then he suddenly saw a book next to him. But the man had previously told him he needed a month to fully recover. Until then, let him read this. And this is Baechan, a martial art based on the body. What he will study requires harmony of spirit, body, and energy, so it will be beneficial for him. Baek opened the book and wondered how martial arts could exist if they could only be mastered in theory. He couldn't wait for a full recovery, but he abandoned the book and decided he needed to get stronger quickly, and he started training. But suddenly, a girl and her sister came up to them and asked him what he was doing. After all, he was told not to move until his body recovered. How dare he disobey orders? A few days later, the girl approached him again and said that her injured leg was almost healed, but he would need to take care of it for a while. Baek replied that he understood everything. But looking at the girl, he realized that her name was Cho So-so, and she was the granddaughter of the Dr. Cho who had treated him. And he has been living in their house for a month now, and he had to travel a long way to get treatment from the elderly doctor. He even regrets that they had to do this. But the more he looks at her, the more he thinks about Lima. And now, when it is unclear whether she is alive or dead, he can do nothing about the feeling of impatience that is devouring him from within. And one day, So said that she thought she didn't need to visit him anymore. Peck replied that he was grateful for her efforts. The girl intervened and told the lady that this was not right. It's no big deal to just drop by occasionally. He'll definitely overdo it with his training again. Baek scratched the back of his head and told Mung that wouldn't happen. He'd be more careful in the future. Mung moved her head away and said she didn't believe him at all. Baek saw that Myung was simply a child caring for her mistress. It was even said that she was a child who had been picked up while wandering after losing her parents in a natural disaster. And so he feels a certain connection with her. Peck agreed with her and said that he would do whatever she said. Min was surprised and decided to ask him if he promised. Baek replied that he was making her a promise. But suddenly the door opened and the mentor came in, saying that judging by the way Peck was chatting cheerfully, he had gotten better. Peck was surprised by the mentor's arrival. The mentor didn't waste any more time and told his student to leave, as it was time for them to spar. So was also a little surprised by Grandpa's arrival in the room. She said that he had trouble walking, so why was he here? After these words, Peck and the mentor came out into the white light and stood opposite each other. The mentor asked him how much he had read. Peck replied that he had memorized the basics completely, but the mentor warned him that he wasn't very good at talking. He would have to remember with his body, feel the pain, and understand everything. And this is the martial art he'll teach him. At this point, Baek was a little confused by the fact that he called it sparring. But for him, this is exactly what he really wanted. And if he can become stronger, he can do anything in the future. Baek stood up and said he was ready. So clutched her head and consoled herself by saying that the guy had only just recovered. And what kind of things were already happening? So asked her grandfather if all Marima people were like this. Her grandfather replied that many people said that Marima people were like moths flying toward death. And even if you save them from her, they will fly back to her again and again. That's their essence. So thought about her grandfather's words about the essence of the Marima people. After all, she already understood a little about it. But grandfather didn't understand what Choil wanted this time. He didn't think this boy would be able to master the Peichon technique so quickly. Baek told his mentor to start teaching him already. Il, hearing his words, suddenly flew at him with his attack. Earlier, his grandfather was sitting with him at the table, and putting a box on the table, told him to take it. Il looked at her and asked what it was. Grandfather replied that it was chamenhuan, and in his entire life, he made 3 of these. He can proudly declare that he is as skilled as the Shaolin monks in this regard. And now there are only 2 of them left. And in exchange, he needs to separate his granddaughter from his student. But Il didn't say anything and simply placed it on the table. The old man was surprised and asked what was wrong with it, or asked him directly what was wrong with him. How could he interfere in the relationship between a man and a woman? And even if he's a student, how can he pry into his soul? It's time for him to get down to business. The old man raised his hand sharply and asked him to stop. He then asked the boy if he could stop pushing him into So-so again. After all, now that the treatment was over, if they didn't meet, Il picked up the box and replied that he could do that. The old man realized that their meetings were greatly irritating him. At this moment, Baek was showing what he was capable of, but Il said it was too slow. And with a powerful blow of his fist, he lifted the student into the air. The old man was frightened at that moment and thought that Il wanted to make him their patient again. Mung was also in shock and screamed that the mentor would kill the boy. So replied that she had healed the wounds and suddenly lost consciousness, unexpectedly. After such a blow, Baek simply sat by the broken tree, spitting out the fluid that had collected inside his body. Il asked the guy, "Is that all?" Baek was very angry and told himself it was sparring, and he really wanted his mentor to send him to the battlefield instead. And he stood up and said that, frankly speaking, he didn't understand anything. And to gather all beings together, the single beginning of the technique of Peichan. But he knows one thing. To survive, he must risk his life. Il immediately noticed that he had only vaguely sensed this guy back then, but he had already mastered the basics. Baek didn't waste any time and immediately flew at his mentor with his attack. Ile was very curious, and no one saw anything, wondering what had happened. After all, there had been a huge explosion. Opening his eyes, he saw that he was back in bed, and he couldn't even touch his clothes. He missed with that blow, and the mentor was able to dodge it. But Baek couldn't even touch him, and he remembered that, especially the last blow. And if it weren't for the little girl, he probably would have died on the spot. But Min ran out without fear of the final blow, and did not allow Il to do this. Baek wondered why she was so desperately protecting him. Suddenly, Il came in and asked the student if he was awake. Baek was frightened when he heard his mentor's voice. Il told his student that he would heal him. Opening the box, he took out a healing pill, which he uses to restore the student's strength. But the healing process turned out to be not simple. It required the use of an internal force that was more powerful and on which it was applied. The pain was so sharp that Baek felt the veins in his face begin to expand. But Il didn't stop and told him to be patient. After all, Marima people usually purify their inner energy from childhood, so the elixir's effects on them are easily noticeable. But his body is filled with evil energy, so he forcibly injects the elixir into him. The heavenly sword art he would learn knew no escape, which was why he told him to learn Pachan. Baek immediately pondered the words about the heavenly sword. Il had said that the heavenly sword was a sword that had conquered death and been reborn. It was nothing more than a murderous instrument. He learned the basics by fighting with swords from an early age. While it will be difficult for Baek, he will master the sword. Il understood that even though he'd said so, his body had already accepted the swordsmanship technique. And he wondered what kind of life his future student had lived. Baek asked through the pain, "Will he be able to destroy them?" Il was surprised and asked the boy again. Baek turned around and asked again if he mastered this martial art, would he be able to destroy those who stopped him back then? Il was in shock because he knew that the guy's body should be falling apart right now, but he continued to answer. Il realized that he was the very student who would teach this and replied that he would definitely do it, and he could even cut the moon in the sky. And after these words, Il wanted to teach him everything even more quickly. The next morning, Baek was already back in action, so was shocked to see him and asked, "How come?" His body had already recovered? Baek saw that they had already arrived and replied that they should not worry. He was completely healthy, so couldn't believe her eyes. All the wounds had healed within 24 hours. She'd never even seen anything like it before. Baek suddenly turned and approached the little girl. Mung was surprised and turned to the gentleman. Baek stroked her and said that if it weren't for her, he would have suffered greatly. And he was fine, so they could go back sooner. So was shocked to see Baek smile like that. And she's glad he's okay. So also praised Ming and said that they still had time. It was time for them to go to the market. But suddenly Mung answered the lady to go first because she needed to give the food to Mr. Baek. Min immediately turned around and started running away, holding her cheeks with both hands. So watched her and didn't understand why she reacted that way to all this. The old man received the city's residents the next day, and after checking the girl's pulse, he said that she was pregnant and congratulated them. The girl didn't immediately believe his words and asked if it was true. The old man replied that it was, and she should take care of herself. Before leaving, the girl's husband thanked the old man for the examination and was happy. But when he was alone, he wondered who at that age even had children. But suddenly, So came in so quietly and asked Grandpa what he was thinking about. The old man got scared and asked his granddaughter what she was doing there. She was surprised and asked if she wasn't allowed to be there. The old man replied that he had told her not to go to Baek, but why was she here? So replied that he was no longer sick. The old man was surprised and asked how this could happen. So replied that he had gotten much better. But at that moment, a second sparring session was taking place in the mountains, in which Il was again beating his student with his techniques. Il said that all martial arts are based on skill, self-knowledge, physical strength, and at the same time, spiritual strength, internal energy, and fighting spirit. The first steps are certainly important, but he needs to master the basics. He's still missing those. Il asked the student again if he understood. Baek rose to his feet, assumed a stance, and replied that he understood. But Il saw, looking at him, that fortunately, the elixir was absorbed very well. Il looked at him and told him to attack. Baek applied his speed and replied that he was starting. The old man asked his granddaughter what she was talking about. She replied that everything was as she said, and even with serious internal damage, he's fine. The old man immediately thought Il had used Manhwa, and he realized he'd dug his own grave. But so thought her grandfather wanted to drive her away from Baek. But at that moment, she heard Baek talking about Lime in his sleep and thought how much he loved her, since he missed her so much. And now, even Mung was at a loss in front of him. At that moment, she was at the market, and everyone was selling their wares. Suddenly, one salesman called her a beautiful lady and asked what she was looking at. Min thought that if she made new clothes, Baek would definitely like it. Min pointed to the thread and told the salesman to give her one roll. But it turned out that people were watching her, and one of them, noticing her, asked if it was her. The guy replied that it looked like it, and there were exactly 2 moles under her eye. And he ordered his men to catch her. Who knew they'd run into a runaway beauty? And now they'll be able to make some serious money. After all this, Baek began serious training to become stronger and save his love. But his head was full of different thoughts. But he was still able to turn off his feelings and start training. But in that moment, Baek remembered how his teacher had told him he was doing something wrong. And now he realizes that teaching him is far more powerful. The teacher looked at his movements and told the boy that his strength was still that of a child. Because he was too focused on appearances, he was constrained by the techniques themselves. Let Baek free himself from his tricks first, and try to start all over again. But Baek didn't understand what that even meant. He didn't even know how to do it. But suddenly So appeared and addressed him. Baek turned and saw that she was standing far away and not approaching. Sitting down at the table, So pulled a box from her pocket and said that now there was no trace of even minor wounds on the master's body. So what happened in the end? Baek replied that it was probably all because of Madame Zhao's amazing skill in medicine. But So started looking around and asked where Min had gone. Baek asked, "Did the lady come alone, without Min in her company?" So replied that Min said that she would find her when she entered the market, so she would come. So she walked slowly on purpose, but until she arrived, it was a bit unexpected. Baek found all this strange, and rising from the table, he immediately ran through the forest. But while running, he remembered that So said that Min went to buy clothes because the master had old ones, and he would find her at the market to order new clothes to be sewn, and then he would come. Baek understood that the child wasn't originally from around here, and probably didn't know anyone here. So if she was staying so long, it was truly strange. Suddenly, some men approached her from behind in the market, called her name, and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Men turned around and saw a crowd of huge men in front of her, and she immediately understood why they had approached her. But Baek remembered everything and saw that in the last few months, Min hadn't been late once. And something must have already happened. At this time, Min was already lying on the ground, with her hands tied and her mouth closed. Having locked her in the basement, the man said that she was a fool because she had been hiding for so many years, they had lost a lot of energy looking for her. But in the end, she still ended up in their hands. Let her wait a little longer and see soon, because they'll get double for her again. After closing the door to the room, the man walked out and met a young man who addressed him as an older brother. The man asked him what happened. The guy asked him if she was really okay. The man immediately replied that he didn't understand anything that was said. The guy said, the thing is, he's afraid they might cause too much trouble. Although it is a secluded place, they have already created panic in the village to such an extent that it is not known whether the police will take action. The man answered the guy that it was probably because he had only just arrived and therefore did not understand the circumstances well enough. The boy was surprised and said that was probably true. The man told him to remember that the smaller the village, the more convenient it was for them. And it is such a secluded place, so in such a place, there will be no officials who will take care of her and look for her. But Baek suddenly found some discarded clothes along the way. They seemed so strange to him that he even took them to look at them. Baek said Min had said she was going to the market to order clothes for him. And the fabric, in such a secluded place, suggested this was a route she often took. And it looks like someone just stole it. And judging by the state of the fabric, it looks like the theft happened very recently. And the child is probably somewhere nearby. Baek looked around and decided that searching each place separately would take too much time. And if there had been the use of light force to climb that tree, then the child could have been found immediately, and the powers that person could use at that time, he now also learned how to use Chen Qi. But he seriously doubts he'll be able to do it again. Even if he removes his doubts, he's determined to achieve it, because this is the martial art he was practicing. Baek used his powers to take on the challenge, because he had to do it. Using his technique, he climbed the tree with ease, without even noticing how long it was. Having landed on a branch, he kept his balance and decided that he needed to move on. He was surprised that it wasn't as difficult as he thought, but his foot decided otherwise and he slipped and started to fall, but managed to catch himself by clinging to the wood with his nails. Hanging from the tree by one hand, he was surprised to find he had mastered fighting strength. With slow pushes, he was able to stand up on the branch again. Baek said it was impossible, even if he consciously tried, but it would happen when he didn't want it to. This is what's called breaking techniques, he thought. Baek began to look around and really wanted to find Min because she was still a little girl. But Min was sitting in the house at the time and she wasn't alone. Apparently, the men had already caught the others earlier and had been holding them there for several days. Min recalled the day she first encountered them, and she realized she had been inexperienced then, and she should have doubted immediately when they approached her, as well as the unforgettable moment when she lost her parents. They gave her food and bought her beautiful clothes, so she didn't know the truth that there were people who wanted to have a child like hers. And because someone like her dared to love Mr. Baek, the penalty will be completely obvious. But suddenly, something started happening on the street, and men started asking the man who he was and why he had come there. But after that, all that could be heard were blows and shouts to catch this man and strangle him. Men heard everything and wondered at that moment, what's going on? Suddenly, right before her eyes, the door shattered into tiny pieces. Then a voice addressed her. Min opened her eyes and saw the shadow of Mr. Baek. Baek said she'd been waiting for a long time, hadn't she? And now it was time for her to go home. Baek saw that she was left without strength and, lifting her onto his back, stomped home, straight through the forest. But suddenly he turned his head to the side and saw that Min was very upset, and her red cheeks gave her away. Baek said he heard she even went to the market to sew him clothes. But why did she put them on herself first? But Min suddenly decided to ask him why he did it. At first, Baek didn't understand her question and was a little confused. And does the gentleman know how dangerous these people are? They not only traffic in people, but also kill without the slightest hesitation. If something were to happen to her master, how could she possibly bear it? Besides, she's just a simple servant who was once sold to Hong Lai and then managed to escape. And how could someone like her have any rights? And suddenly Baek said that she was a member of his family, and she was his dear little sister. Min couldn't stand these words, and at that moment she simply burst into tears, because no one had ever spoken to her like that before. Baek turned around and, seeing her tears, asked what happened. Min asked if she could call him brother. Baek replied that if she felt comfortable doing so, she could call him that. Min didn't believe him and asked if he really could, and Baek mentally conveyed to Lima that he now had another loving younger sister. But he should have called her his wife. That would have been more correct. The next morning, Baek began sparring with his teacher. The teacher didn't even give in, using his most powerful techniques. But suddenly the teacher raised his head and saw that his blow had been reflected. The teacher saw that his student had already grasped how to control the flow of power. But he didn't stop there and continued striking from all sides. Baek turned out to be a much better student than he expected because he seemed to understand everything immediately. But the teacher understood that simply controlling the current would not subdue the enemy. So what was he going to do next? The teacher wondered. But in that moment, opening his eyes wide, he saw that his student was already approaching with his blow. But the teacher simply managed to react, and raising dust in front of him, decided to confuse him a little. Baek stopped and decided that he was in trouble, but he didn't know what to do next. The teacher suddenly spoke from the other side of the dust and asked if this was the right of heaven, his technique. Raising his head, he saw that he still had not touched him because the teacher had jumped into the sky. Having come down, the teacher told the student that it turned out that he had already mastered something. Baek replied that preparing techniques also meant that he was revealing his strength to his opponent. His mentor wants him to put aside his techniques and understand that it is necessary to discover the power that comes from the unconscious. The teacher said that's exactly how it is. When the techniques disappear, the essence emerges. And when he masters this, he will be able to see all phenomena and open his eyes to the two moons. Baek was shocked that his mentor praised him for the first time. But he still can't achieve it. It's only a short distance, but he still can't reach it. And he doesn't know when he'll be able to reach Lime. As he left, the teacher instructed his student to prepare a wooden sword for him. And starting tomorrow, it would be a sword of art. Baek was very surprised after the teacher's words about the sword because he had never told him to do such a thing before. A few days later, So and Min were in the forest, but So could see that the younger one was suffering from something and wasn't even communicating with her. So turned to her and told her to give her the swords. After all, an unbaked child couldn't be forced to work like that. And Mr. Baek really did convince her otherwise. Besides, during this period, she will still have to stay up all night to sew clothes for the master, right? Min replied that it was nothing to worry about. Thanks to the lady, she no longer felt pain. And taking care of her older brother Baek is her job. So was surprised at that moment to hear that Baek was her older brother. She even thought she'd misunderstood. The next day, Baek tried on his new clothes and liked them very much, and told Min that he was always here if she needed anything. Min was delighted by her brother's words and said that was great. Suddenly, So arrived and seeing them wondered, what's going on here? And since when did they become so close? She knows, of course, that the master saved her, but being so close is too much. So decided to leave that aside and saw that they looked really beautiful together. But then the teacher came and said that this sword was just a tool for killing dogs. No better, no worse. This sword was born with this purpose. That's why it has no techniques. A sword designed only for killing dogs. This is the famous sword. Baek said it was the name of the Tuet Kiem Phi style, but the teacher replied that he didn't know if the boy knew, but in fact, he had already mastered Tueti Jian Fei with his own body. That is why it is called Tueti Jian Fei, because it can only be mastered through combat. He had survived countless battles, crossed the line between life and death more than once. And now the time had come for him to approach and show him the art of war, what he had seen and what he had felt. Baek was a little shocked and realized he'd never used a sword before. But he would. Baek took the sword in both hands and said that the student lacked experience, which was why he had never used a sword. He apologized in advance for that. The teacher looked at him and saw that this pose wasn't a sword pose, so it really was a sword and the technique was correct. The teacher smiled and said it was truly fascinating. Baek looked at him menacingly and asked, "What exactly?" The teacher replied that he now understood what was happening next. Baek immediately picked up speed to make his first attack. But after that, dust rose on the battlefield, making everything unclear and incomprehensible. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, Lime was training with her new teacher and always winning against her opponents. Siren told them to all attack her in one go, and there was no need to be afraid, just because she was a chef. The teacher said that she would learn swordsmanship to destroy everything and wipe everything off the face of the earth. And to master this art, she must remain calm even in the most difficult situations, surpassing everyone else. The teacher approached her and asked if she understood his words. Siren replied that a sword was a tool for killing. No better, no worse. The teacher looked at her with pride and said that everything was exactly like that, and now let her act. Siren immediately used her fast speed and attacked her opponents. After sparring, Baek headed into the forest to train, and drawing his sword, began to apply his new techniques. The force of the attack was so powerful and fast that the sword simply cut the trees in two. Stopping, Baek looked around and saw that he had accomplished everything faster than he had expected. But this technique was powerful and made itself felt, because Baek couldn't catch his breath properly. Baek asked, "He completed it successfully, didn't he?" The teacher replied that one blow to rip apart a soul is a magnificent swordsmanship, and it was done very well. And the next day, Baek approached the teacher, introduced himself, and asked to be accepted as a student. Baek remembered that 3 years had already passed since he had begun training in martial arts. His teacher's hair had already turned gray, and it was obvious he had aged. If he hadn't known anything about martial arts back then, he might not have noticed, but now he understands it clearly. The teacher's aging is due to the fact that he developed a way to transmit internal power through the body to help him absorb spiritual herbs. The moment when the teacher imparted his inner power to him after more than 100 years of successful training, it was as if time stopped for him and began to flow again. It was he who shortened the teacher's remaining time. And now he knows how to respond to gratitude as profound as the sea. And what's more, he's still on the quest to find the lost cup. After all, he can't lose it. Suddenly, the teacher asked him what he planned to do when he left. Baek was surprised by the question and froze, but the teacher smiled and turned around and told him to follow him. The teacher went deep into the forest and brought him to a grave. Baek looked at the grave and thought, what about One Piece? He put everything away very carefully and with great respect. But after all, whose property was it, he wondered. The teacher told the student that this belonged to the owner, the Lord of Destruction and Heavenly Power. He once promised to always be by his side throughout his life. And if he ever dies, then his place will be right here too. Baek immediately realized his teacher already knew he would be leaving soon. The teacher suddenly told his student to accept it. Looking down, Baek saw that the teacher was handing him a strange book that he had never seen before. Taking the book, he saw that it was written, Moonsword, Destroyer Sword. The teacher said that the Moonsword Destroyer Sword was originally a set of 5 swordsmanship techniques. He's since added 2 more techniques, turning it into a 7-technique swordsmanship. This is a swordsmanship he's been developing throughout his life, meticulously perfecting every detail. And now he feels it's finally time to pass it back to the people. Baek simply fell to her knees and bowed her head before her teacher. He understood that even if he repaid her for 100 years, it would still not be enough. But there's no more time. How painful it is. And he will definitely return. And until then, he asks the teacher to take care of himself. The next day, Baek went out early in the morning to start his new journey in life. Turning around, he looked into his room, and his gaze was directed at the teacher, who was still sleeping. Baek told the teacher that he wanted to say goodbye to him one last time, but he was afraid he'd leave behind only regret. Bowing his head, Baek set off. But his thoughts still lingered on his past life. But in reality, he'll be gone soon. Thousands of thoughts are constantly running through his head, and if I talk at length, it will become long, and he thinks men will be very sad. Suddenly, the teacher came up behind him and, calling him carefree, asked if he was planning to leave without leaving a word. Baek turned around and was surprised to see the teacher. The teacher suddenly stopped talking and threw the sword into his hands. Baek asked what kind of sword it was. The teacher replied that it was the Ju Long sword. It wasn't his, but a sword from the Huashan school, and he will go to the Huashan school and take this sword. They will give him the sword that belongs to his teacher. Moreover, once he masters the Shuejian school's technique, hostile relations are bound to arise. He must become strong enough to erase all these grievances. The teacher asked him if he could do this. Baek crossed his sword and replied that he could definitely do it. Min, however, decided to bid him farewell as well, but So couldn't stop herself and stopped. So said after him that she would wait for him, and therefore he must definitely return. Meanwhile, Baek was thinking about the past while the teacher was addressing him. But he was lost in his thoughts and apologized. The teacher said that, after all, what did she think that he was calling him all the time and he didn't answer? Baek replied that he was just reminiscing about the past. And didn't he say they should call him by his first name when they weren't together? At this time, Wat Lam Kwan was in full swing. People were working and the city was not empty. But on this day, Han Xiang arrived in the city. Zhang said he hadn't been back here in a while, but why was it so quiet, as if something was wrong? Although the other senior teachers were absent, he didn't see a single fight. While walking, he heard a strange sound and thought it was coming from the battle hall. At that moment, a battle was raging in the battle hall. A fan shouted for Zhang Gongzi to show them the pride of his sword and his skill, and let him take advantage of this moment to show them what the greatness and authority of true mastery is. Dai Thu told Qi Min, his rival, that today he would put an end to the issue of ranks. Ming told him not to be stubborn. He came to Wat Lam Quan before him by a whole day. Dai got very angry and flew with his attack, saying that he does not accept this. Min was not afraid and said that this was why he did not want to talk to these rude and low martial artists. Today he will teach him the true path in the world of Jiang Ho. Dai told him not to cry when he loses, but Min simply didn't try too hard and set his sword to attack this impudent fellow. The battle was still going on, and fans were placing big bets on who would win. The bettor told people to move quickly and bet everything. The bettor approached the group and asked who among them wanted to bet, and on whom. The young man replied that he was betting on the young master Tie Sun, the heir to the martial art of the great hero Tam Cook. The second guy said that he was betting on young master Qi Ming, the disciple of the great hero Han Xiang, and he was the best in the world in the 3 perfections and 3 secret arts. Suddenly, the bettor approached the man and said that today was the great battle of the century, to decide who would become the junior disciple among Lam Quan's 4 disciples, and if he didn't make his bet quickly, he would regret it. But the Stavachnik took a closer look and was a little shocked when he realized who was standing in front of him. Dai asked his opponent what he was doing. Was he going to avoid this until the end? So when would they know who would win and who would lose? Min understood that the approach of brute force was still the same, but his swordsmanship was limited to slashing blows only. If this continues and his strength is exhausted, victory will be as easy as turning the palm of your hand. Min was slightly distracted at the moment and saw a sword in front of his face, but he managed to wrap his sword around it and repel the attack. But the force of the blow was so fast that Min did not expect it and was thrown back. Min got angry and said, "In this life, who uses a sword and not sword fighting? I almost ruined his precious sword." Dai replied that that's why he told him to switch to using a sword. He shouldn't use this sword like a woman, and let him draw all his remaining swords. He doesn't want to hear words like, he hasn't used all his strength yet, and that's why he lost. Min got angry and asked him what he said. Dai asked him what he meant about the woman. Min looked at him rudely and said that the guy would crawl backwards on his hands today. Min immediately threw his sword into the air, while his opponent watched and laughed at him. Dai asked him if he was finally ready for a serious approach. Min replied that he'd gotten himself into this situation. He shouldn't complain later. Dai said that he would finally show him the 3 perfections, the 3 secret arts. Min threw all his swords into the air and used sword control art. Min said that he truly felt he had offended Ho Tam Cook's student. His students would soon become crippled because of this. Dai replied that from today on, he would use the sword, and he would cut his sword into pieces. Min finally said that he was truly sorry. After all, the junior teacher would soon become disabled. Min used his 3 sword abilities and aimed them straight at his opponent. Dai said that swordsmanship, if it's too slow, what should you do? And all it takes is 1 strike. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a sword flew in and reflected all 3 swords of the warrior men. All 3 swords fell to the ground immediately, and no one understood what had happened. Min also watched with his mouth open. But then Xiang came out and placed 5 swords in front of him, which surrounded him from different sides. Min looked and saw his teacher. But Xiang immediately gathered them in the room and told them they were fools. How dare he spout such nonsense when the Huashan tournament is so close? And what if someone gets injured? What will they do then? The boys told their teacher they were asking for his forgiveness. Zhang said they should understand that students of the Martial Arts Union would be participating in this tournament between Haoshan and the demonic sect. Although they are Wat Lam Quan's disciples, the younger generation of the 10 sects of one side and the 6 great clans should not be underestimated. He believed they understood his words. Min saw that this was a mortal battle, fought once every 20 years, between a demonic sect seeking to infiltrate the Central Plains and the Wulam martial arts schools. And to minimize losses, both sides select representatives for a martial arts duel every 20 years. However, the demonic sect was constantly stopped by the power of Wat Lam Kwan, and so they proposed to hold duels between young masters. This is why Wat Lam Kwan's students must attend the Grand Martial Arts meeting organized by the Martial Arts Union to elect a representative. To be honest, if senior brother Tong Ong participates, that will already be enough to win. Why should he go? Suddenly, Zhang asked where An Ni and Tui Lin were. Do replied that Tong Pek's elder brother was currently in Ma Tin, but Min shut him up and said he must have gotten something mixed up. Not Ma Tin, but A Tin, a new tea house. Suddenly, the elders came from behind and said that Duh said it was Ma Ting, right? The girl ordered Day to say it again. At this point, there were a lot of girls trying to get in outside Tan Hu Lao's room. Opening the door, the girl said she was very beautiful. She'd been seeing these old people all day, and today she finally got to enjoy the sight. The girl said that today, this young master is hers, and that no one else should dare touch him. But who is this ugly girl next to him? Is she his beloved? The girl asked her older brother what kind of game this was. He'd said they were going to destroy Baimon. Suddenly a girl came in and said that indeed the title of White Knife suited such a great man as he, and she's very happy to meet Mr. Tong Baek. Her name is Pham Zizhou, and she's the governor of Beijing. Beijing Governor Zizhou said it was impossible. And does the guest even understand what a magical cult is like to dare come with such a request? And she knows that Mr. Tong Baek is the legendary White Jade Sword, famous throughout the river and lake. But a magical sect is not some ordinary evil school, as they say in conversations around the world. Baek replied that he knew that Tanjiao was a servant of the magic sect, and Tanjiao is a bridgehead created by the magic sect to capture Zhang Yuan. And over the course of 15 years, they stole secret techniques and divine artifacts from righteous sects and committed countless crimes. And he personally conducted the investigation and knows for sure that they are a revived squad of a magical sect. And Baek handed over a small box and said that he only needed one thing, where the leader of the magical sect was. Opening the gift, Zhou wasn't surprised and replied that she'd actually thought it was something serious. And it turns out he's just a disciple of the renowned Han Jianzhu, and it's just a group of naive boys. But the girl next to Baek got angry and stood up and slammed her fist on the table. And then she went on to say that she tried to say it again. Even if she was the head of Ha, insulting their teacher Han Xian was unforgivable. Zhou asked her directly, didn't she understand what a high position Han Xian occupied? Han Xian is the pillar of the righteous sect. Moreover, the Huashan family name is weakening now, and they may want to die, but that's their business. But they should think about the consequences when Han Hian's disciple is killed. A magical sect is not an enemy that can be ignored like some unknown random people that they can defeat. The girl turned to her older brother and told him to tidy himself up, and it's better to leave this gang than stay with these little bastards. If their teacher finds out about this, they'll at least feel less ashamed. But then, Baek suddenly thought better of it and asked if the terms could be changed. Zhou replied that as long as it didn't concern the magical sect, she was willing to help. And then, Baek decided to play his trump cards and put half of the medallion that the teacher had given him on the table. Seeing the medallion, Zhou was shocked because she understood that this was half of the order. Baek asked her to help him find someone. Immediately after their conversation, they entered the Beijing mayor's compound. But suddenly, the girl asked her older brother if it was okay not to go. And the older brother is already quite strong. He has Hai-Am Tianha, the world's #1 martial art. So why should he look for another family martial art? But Baek apologized to his younger sister and replied that it was her personal business. But the girl felt it still wasn't enough. She thought that now the elder brother's family was just the two of them. But Baek saw her and asked why she was making that face. There was no need to be afraid, no matter what others said. Their family was still all of them. And this is simply the task he must do as the family's heir. And he asks her to understand. And don't worry too much. He's simply buying the family's secret techniques on the black market. And he'll be right back. At this moment, Beijing's Mrs. Zhou was watching them from her huge house. Did she really think she made the right decision? Although Ha Wu Moon is the best intelligence organization in the world, In reality, it is just fine dust. Investigating a magical sect is an extremely dangerous matter for them, but she had previously told him that she couldn't accept this request anyway. Beijing is a huge city, and Mr. Tong should know that better than anyone. Not to mention the relatives who disappeared 15 years ago, even the organization was powerless. But Baek insisted and asked Madame Pekin why. Zhou noticed that his eyes looked calm, but the way he held half the order clearly betrayed a deep, uncontrollable sadness. Could she really see herself in him? Zhou wondered. All her life, she had deeply understood the pain of losing someone, and that's why she wants to help, even if just a little. And finally, she stopped him. She thought and said that although she could not accept this request, she could give the gentleman one tip. And of course, this matter is also extremely dangerous for Hawu Moon. The rules of the family cult have appeared on the black market. But Zhou asked him one last time, what does this even mean? But Baek had already made up his mind and set off on a new journey. But standing before the enormous house, he thanked Fo Chin. And even if it was a trap, even if it was true, he would still come to them. Zhou hoped that she wished for Mr. Tong to meet the one he needed, whether it was reunion or revenge. On the way, the younger sister thought that she and Mr. Tong had been Han Hien's disciples since childhood, living like blood brothers. But Mr. Tong always looks the other way. Then one day, he said that despite what others say, their family is all of them. And if Song and Chi Men knew about this, they would probably be very happy. Suddenly, a strange man walked past her, heading to Beijing. But the wanderer suddenly asked if he could talk to her. The girl was surprised and immediately turned to look at the man. After talking about his request, they decided everything, and the wanderer thanked the girl for her help. The girl noticed that it was really strange. She had just left the tavern and already someone was asking for directions there. But when he took off his hat, he saw the city and said, "Here it is, Beijing." And he hadn't been here for a long time. Upon entering the brothel, the wanderer was met by several girls who greeted him. But then the elder turned to the girl and asked why she was hesitating and to greet the new guest immediately. But the wanderer said he wanted to meet Fo Chin. But the elder, hearing these words, simply froze in place. But the girl replied that she didn't know what to do. After all, Mr. Fo Chin only accepts guests by appointment. But the wanderer took off his hat and said he would repeat it again. He was going to meet with the head of the sect. But the wanderer suddenly remembered his childhood, when he played with his friends. But the girls laughed at him and told Mrs. Fo to look at this man. He looked so much like a monkey. The lady told them that teasing their little brother was wrong. She looked at the children and saw how happy they were. Zhou thought these children were orphans, gathered for Hawu Moon. Even if they had been close since childhood, ultimately they should live for Hawu Moon. But Genuan shouldn't be a child who has to live in such conditions, even one born of noble blood, but unable to live in his own family due to his mother's low status. And it only takes one person with a high status to ensure his secure status. The girl suddenly burst into Mrs. Fo Chin's room. Zhou replied that she had told them earlier that she wasn't receiving guests today. But the girl was so shocked that she told the lady that it was their younger brother who had come. The lady immediately jumped up and told her people that business would end here today. Service would cease here. The lady understood that the most important thing was the Don Chin Lao branch, which was responsible for processing all of Hawu Moon's information. And here too come the most powerful masters of Hawu Moon. But who are they really, she thought. But suddenly, she opened the second door and saw that her entire guard was lying on the floor and still unconscious. She understood that they were all still alive, that she could control them but not kill them. But in the end, who did this? But suddenly a voice sounded and said that he only came to meet with the head of the sect, but they all attacked him and he had no choice. The lady, hearing his voice, simply froze in place, because it seemed very familiar to her. But then he saw the leader and said it was very unexpected that she was the same leader Hawu Moon, and they hadn't seen each other for a long time. But Zhou invited him to the table and, handing him some alcohol, said that she was truly surprised that he was alive. She'd heard he hadn't yet escaped pursuit from the eastern section. But the wanderer replied that the chief was indeed well aware of his life. Zhou asked him, what, he doesn't know? And her great sister is a man from Hawu Moon. But they all found a relationship, and the student was so close to her. Zhou noticed that he had truly changed. Previously, he was like a wild beast, full of murderous energy. But now he was quiet and sharp, like a shining sword. What happened, she wondered. But the wanderer got straight to the point and said he needed information about Ma Tuo so he could kill him. And when he inquired in other branches, he was told that information about the eastern section was controlled only by the head of the sect and above. He thought he needed more information if he wanted to kill him with his own hands. Zhou was shocked and couldn't understand if the boy was conscious. Zhang Ma Tuo now had more power than the emperor himself. And yet, he intends to kill the most powerful man alone. And those eyes truly intend to kill Ma Tuo alone. If the little killer wolf survived after endless battles, it is possible that he managed to succeed. In fact, Zhang Ma Tuo is not only an enemy of the Dong family, but also one of the 9 great enemies of the Ting family. And they should have approached him. After all, she is the head of Hawu Moon. And there is no deal that is not valuable. Zhou told the guy directly that she would tell him everything. But information about Zhang Ma Tuo was very valuable. Immediately after the conversation, he fought the enemies alone. One of the older enemies became frightened and shouted at the boy not to approach them. But the wanderer did not answer him, and immediately aimed his sharp sword at him and cut off his head. Having left his enemy headless, he didn't notice that there was a small child standing next to him, who was shocked by what he saw. The child was very scared and, turning to face the forest, began to run away as fast as he could. But after that, he opened his book, which wrote that Ma Tuo came from Guanshu, and he had one older sister. She was made a servant in the imperial palace and poisoned to death. To avenge his sister, he immersed himself in meditation to infiltrate the imperial palace. The guy noticed that he had fighting skills that absorbed the positive energy of the heavens, and perhaps Hawu Moon's information is accurate. That day, Zhou showed him the child, and he asked who it was. Zhou replied that this was the son of the great warrior Tin Not, and let him try to become his uncle. And this is the condition for her to tell him information about Zhang Ma Tuo. But after closing his book, he still thought about becoming this child's uncle. And the information turned out to be truly valuable. At that moment, Tuo sat on his throne and declared that this was a real bore. Even if he received the golden crown, he still wouldn't be able to become emperor. And even if a new heir appeared today, he was already tired of playing with toys. It would be better to fight Dongfang Tianhao. It would be much more fun for him. But suddenly, someone shouted his name menacingly, and Tuo froze. Tuo looked at his guest and immediately recognized him at first glance. But the wanderer told him they hadn't seen each other for a long time. But Tuo couldn't resist laughing loudly in front of him. The wanderer didn't like it, however, and looked his enemy straight in the eye. Tuo said that it looked like the guy had learned a few martial arts techniques. But Tuo didn't spend long talking to him, and grabbing his sword, rose from the throne. But his energy was utterly terrifying. Tuo asked the boy, "What next?" "Now they'll see how far he's come." He immediately charged. But the wanderer was not afraid of his enemy, and stood his ground until the very end, waiting for the fight. But Tuo swung his sword and unleashed an attack from his snakes. Still, the boy looked down on him and wanted to finish him off. Tuo said this transformation is the dragon emerging from the sea into a powerful energy. Will he be able to avoid it this time? The wanderer replied, "What a powerful energy the enemy has. He's already released it too powerfully." But the wanderer kept his powers a secret until the very end, and choosing the right moment, jumped into the air at great speed. Tuo was shocked by what he saw, because he had never seen anything like this in this guy before. Tuo called the guy crazy and asked him how he dared to intrude on his strong energy. But the wanderer understood that the enemy had sucked all the life energy out of so many people. His inner strength was truly terrifying. But only when Jin Qi Shen unite can one reach the true level of fortress. And how can this enormous internal energy be considered strong energy? These things are right in front of him, and all he has to do is cut them off and everything will be ready. The wanderer picked up that same speed and decided to walk over the enemy with his sword, cutting off the snakes' heads. Tuo got angry and shouted at the boy not to laugh. But does he think he's reached the level of a fortress sword? But the wanderer answered him that his sword was even worse than the sword of the northern barbarians. But upon hearing such insulting words, Tuo shouted at the boy that he was an insolent fellow, and they clashed with their swords in the center of the room. But the force of energy from both sides was so great that everyone stood in their place and did not even move. The energy spread throughout the room, destroying everything around them. But still, neither of them took a step back, and the Wanderer tried to eliminate his enemy with one blow. And to the end. But Twa wondered how this guy could have achieved such a level of martial arts. He wasn't alone. Twa said that the guy was a fool. He dared to attack him and even flaunted his inner strength like that. And this surge immediately attracted the warriors of the eastern sector. And frankly, he was very impressed. And after just 3 years, he had already become so strong. But he only needed to hold on a little longer, and his command would come. The Wanderer replied that all he had to do was cut it out completely, and looking at him, he realizes how weak he was before. And frankly, his level in this world is quite high. And even more so, if a crowd of weaklings attacks him, no matter how many there are, they still won't harm him. But Tuo told him not to brag. And then the Wanderer said he would now see if this was truly bragging. The Wanderer began to slowly press his sword forward, drawing the enemy beneath him. But Tuo simply wasn't expecting this and tried to resist. But the Wanderer used his energy, which he sent through his sword, and made it so that the enemy's sword began to collapse. Twa didn't believe it and thought, could he really be suppressed in his inner strength? But the Wanderer said that his martial skills and Jin Chi Shen, if they are not united, then it is just an empty shell. And then Tuo looked at it all with great surprise, and saw how his sword simply broke into tiny pieces. But after this, the Wanderer did not stop there, and dealt another crushing blow, in which he left the enemy without an arm. Twa couldn't believe it, and his inner strength was surpassed. The Wanderer said it was even funny. How can you discuss the level of a fortress sword with such a level? And it's even sad, so many true warriors have fallen beneath this half-empty level. He's not worthy of being spoken to any further. So, he must die. Tuo realized that he was completely defeated and told the guy not to come close to him. And he'll give him everything he wants: power, money, women. And even better, he'd clear him of the crime of opposing the government. He will clear Dongfeng Tianhua's name. And not only that, he is already ready to place him on the imperial throne. And now he begs the boy to pardon him. And then he realized he had to survive at any cost. And we must endure until his guards arrive. The Wanderer agreed with him, and it was time to act. The way he treated him before, if Tu could avoid his sword energy, he would have mercy on him. Just one trick, and if Tu can avoid it, he'll live. Tu was surprised and asked him if the guy was really talking. The Wanderer told him not to make him repeat it. Twa said he understood everything and believed in him. He thought the guy was a fool. And what he believed in most was his flight technique. He understood that from early morning he would have enough time to wipe out the warriors of the eastern section from the threshold of the palace. And he will regret his naivety. And perhaps for now he is carried away by his power, just as he was in the old days. And he probably didn't expect to be able to escape so quickly. Sword energy wouldn't be able to reach him from such a distance. And how could he have slashed sideways so sharply? And why did it happen? But the Wanderer used all his strength, and from a distance, simply tore Tuo's body in two. Approaching the dead body of Tuo, the Wanderer actually thought that he was stronger, but it turned out that this was simply stolen power, inflated by feigned pathos. And his school will be destroyed by someone like Tuo. He came to find him to find out information about Li Muoi. But he got nothing. When he went outside, he saw that Tuo's people had heard his cries and had all gathered in front of his door. But the Wanderer said Tuo was dead, and if he hadn't caused trouble, he wouldn't have even killed them. The squad leader said it couldn't be. Is Kun Kun really dead? That monster? The Wanderer was surprised because he saw them asking him to kill them and receive the position of the new leader. But not only can't the warriors catch him, but then Kun Kun's status will be at Tan Hat's door. The Wanderer turned to them and said that it seemed they were not going to give up so easily. But after these words, everyone froze in place, and the guy told them that it was all their own fault. The commander asked the boy what this was. The Wanderer raised his sword and ordered them not to dare rejoice. The next day, Madame Zhou received the letter and immediately sat down to read it. Zhou couldn't believe it. He actually did it. And the letter said that Ma Tuo had died along with 150 eunuchs from the Eastern workshop, and the palace is investigating the cause of the floods. Zhou thought Tong had no assistance. Could he really do everything alone, she wondered? But perhaps Zhuang Ma Tuo's reputation was greatly exaggerated. Suddenly, someone knocked on her door. But Zhou didn't pay attention to this and thought that Tong was much stronger than expected. But the guest saw that she was not responding and, opening the door, threw the box right onto her table. Zhou saw the box and was surprised, and after she looked up, she didn't expect this at all. The guest asked the lady why she had to hide this information so much. But Zhou looked closer and asked in surprise, could it really be Dong Tu? The guy replied that he and the lady hadn't seen each other for a long time. He flashed her his signature smile. But in the evening, she went out with him to the pavilion grounds and sat together in the backyard where small children were playing. Tu said that time flies so quickly, only 3 years, and the little child has already grown so much. And even the older sister prepared a hot meal for the boy to eat. And does she know? If this little one becomes a martial artist after eating, perhaps the Ting family will accept her as their wife. Zhou asked the boy what was wrong. Wasn't his younger brother in Shanghai now? They said there were some strange movements going on within the demonic sect. Tu asked if his uncle could visit his nephew. The lady replied that her brother knew she wasn't asking about the affairs of the demon sect, and then she asked him if it was about Ma Tuo. Then she could explain, and she tried to explain, but the guy interrupted her, and he said she knew all this because of that guy named Tong. Although whoever Mo Tuo was, Tong was also a major client of Namon's, which is why he conducted the investigation. And the Tong force is considered equal to the major sects in the Jianghu world. Yet they were destroyed in just one night. At first, he thought about the organizations that could destroy Tuo, just one person. And then the lady thought about it and still expected that it was just one Tong Baek. But To said that Tong Baek was an incredible master. And there were corpses he had cut down with a single blow, killing 30 people. And after investigation, it turned out he was the same age as her, but possessed terrifying fighting skills. And what's more, this master was this boy's uncle. What a humiliation. That's why he gave him the precious Zhang Baishen. A true uncle couldn't lose to some stranger, not related by blood. In any case, it's time for him to go. And let his sister remember, stewing Zhang Baishen well and feeding him with it to his fill is very effective. Zhou replied that Dong Xiongwan's internal affairs could be resolved independently. Could Zheng Ma To really be so important that a deal had been made without her even knowing about it? The boy asked how this could be. Even if the court lost one, someone else would take his place. The relationship between Ha Wu Mong and the court could not be broken. Zhou asked him, then why had he come here? The boy replied that it was magic doing its job. At that moment, Zhou was shocked by what she heard, but Peck kept wondering, why magic? But magic pulled out a white knife, black but similar to a blade, and that's what caused the theft. But suddenly, a trap was set along his path. Mercenaries were already waiting for him, perched in the trees. One of the mercenaries said that this bastard, they say, was hit by 7 fabulous soul weapons, but still managed to escape like that. But in any case, these are all reprisals, useless hand-waving. Once one falls under the 7 fabulous soul weapons, even the 4 great masters will not be able to escape. And this was the moment the leader of magic had been waiting for so long. He had to retrieve the white knife at any cost. The mercenaries immediately pounced on him. Peck felt it was over. His eyes were starting to blur. But he had to do it. And he promised his brother that he would definitely come there. And so, he will do it. Suddenly, someone said it was true. And it was the leading man of the Tong family. The mercenaries chased him through the trees and shouted at him to bring the white knife back here. But the guy was not afraid and, grabbing his sword, headed straight towards them to destroy the enemies. But the wanderer was nearby in the forest at that moment. He stopped when he saw the huge explosion. He thought there was a fight going on, but the wanderer said the underworld was no different from a battlefield. At that moment, Peck fought the mercenaries and destroyed everyone in his path. Before his death, the mercenary told the boy that even if he fell under the 7 fabulous soul weapons, he could still defeat them. But don't let him hope he can survive, and they'll be here soon. After the entire battle, Peck fell to the ground from exhaustion, and he could no longer see. and he would soon die here. And finally, he thought that Komai would be very angry with him. And now he was asking his mentor for forgiveness, and his incompetent student had to leave first. And if he'd known this earlier, he would have treated everyone more warmly. And now he realizes how much he regrets many things. And he even asks his father and mother for forgiveness, and he swore he would find him. And in the end, he still hasn't found his brother, and he's very sorry. But the Wanderer didn't leave him alone to die. He began to carry him on his back to a quiet place. Baek felt that the Wanderer had saved him, and, calling him a great hero, thanked him. He was already infinitely grateful for the fact that he had conveyed his news to Wo Lam Quan, and he also agreed to take a dying man like him back to his native land. And when they reached Wo Lam Quan, he would thank him generously. He even managed to ask the esteemed hero if he had any brothers and sisters. And when he is carried like this on his back, he remembers the old days. Of course, back then, he was the one who carried others on his back. But suddenly, the Wanderer told the guy that they had arrived, and he should be a little quieter. And stopping in front of the entrance, I realized that so much time had already passed. But this city was completely abandoned, and everything around was destroyed down to the last house. And the Wanderer felt a tension inside himself, because this was his first time here since he was 5 years old. So he didn't remember anything. He'd originally just stopped by here on his way to Hwasan, and who would have thought? Everything suddenly changed at that moment, and Baek began vomiting a strange liquid from his body. The Wanderer asked the boy if everything was all right. Baek replied that they had arrived, and he will never be able to forget that familiar scent of pine. And someone once told him that when a person is about to die, he always wants to return to his homeland. Now he understands. A great hero should also visit his home more often. If he comes and doesn't see him, it would be a great pity. But the Wanderer told him to stop talking and not waste his words. But when he entered one of the rooms, he too remembered this wonderful place. And Baek said that this was his younger brother's room. The Wanderer asked if he should let him go now. Baek sat down next to the door and thanked the Wanderer for his help. And as a token of gratitude, he handed him the book and the medallion and said, could he ask for one more of his? And when he moves, he'll see that the floor looks different. Let him lift it. The Wanderer found the hiding place and was shocked by what he saw. But Baek said it was his younger brother's treasure. But the Wanderer replied that there was nothing valuable there. They were probably just a small child's toys. Baek asked him to put his things there. If he survived, he would come back and find them. And he lost his younger brother, a young man. He searched everywhere, and he prayed all this time that he would still be alive. And it's a shame. He needs to apologize to him, and if he meets him, let him pass on his words. And it wasn't he who abandoned his brother that day, so there's no point in being angry with him. The Wanderer suddenly became enraged and destroyed the box with his own hands. But Baek said he didn't want to die. And suddenly, he stopped talking and passed out completely. And suddenly, the Wanderer came up to Baek and said that he had promised not to leave. And he promised not to abandon his brother. So why did it all happen? The Wanderer asked. He said he apologized and now he should forgive him. The Wanderer got angry and started shouting at the guy to say what he wanted to say. Why is he treating his little brother like this? Suddenly, he shows up and turns everything upside down. After letting go of his brother's body, the Wanderer said that he was not angry because he had left him. He's angry that he died without asking his permission. He's even angrier because he didn't have time to apologize to his brother. Leaving his brother's body, he went to the corner where 3 swords lay and immediately took one of them into his hands, saying that in those hours his brother had already fallen at the hands of another. But at that moment, a group of people had already gathered in front of the house and had come for his brother. The girl in the mask said that no matter how he hid, they would still have to come back here. And suddenly, all the boring memories come back to her head. But his warrior, who had a helmet on his head, did not answer at all and made strange sounds. But the girl called him Luke Tkay and asked him to calm down. His mentor had already died, and revenge had been taken, and anger only ruined things. But one of the mercenaries said he had been poisoned by the 7 holy soul fragments. After reading the new chapter, he wouldn't be able to survive. And then the girl thought that she was using Tong Jia's slaughter method as bait to attract the white knife. And I thought that everything would be simple, but who expected that the owner of the white knife was a student of one of the 4 sages of the criminal world? And we must exterminate the crows to the roots. and we cannot allow the 4 wise men of the criminal world to return to this world. Suddenly, the wanderer came out into the street and asked them if they had come to look for a white knife. The girl was surprised to hear Tong Fu Chung's familiar voice. She decided it was similar, but it was something else entirely. And the owner of the white knife is Tong Ong, which means this is the new Hap. But the guy with the helmet on his head suddenly started growling again. He also said it was Tong Fu Chang. The girl told him to come to his senses, and he wasn't Tong Fu Chang. But Luke was so angry that he immediately ran forward to fight the enemy and destroy him. Chan stood still at that moment, waiting for Luke to come closer. But Luke immediately jumped into the air and decided to strike once and finish him off. Suddenly, Chan raised his head, and seeing the enemy's hand, he did not understand what it was and why it was glowing. But Luke released his energy through his hand and directed it straight at the guy. But Chan smiled and understood that avenging his brother was not his task. And having released his energy into the sword, he began to reflect all of Luke's attacks, which he sent with one blow. And then he decided he would avenge his brother. Chan said it was the work of the white knife, and he attacked with one blow. Onion, seeing a white light in front of his face, was simply shocked by this. The masked girl also wondered what it was. And what was this baby's incredible power? The bow couldn't handle the force and was defeated. But the force of the blow was so powerful that it sent him flying to the other side of the world. The next morning, Chan took his brother and carried him into the forest. He then decided to give him a proper burial. And finally, he said that the mentor once told him to read the chapter to betray everything. But he can't do that. And now, he and his brother say goodbye. And he promises to visit him from time to time. Suddenly, after this, Peck headed to another city, where he was attacked by strange people. But the girl was shocked to see this, and was interested in what this incredible power was. But there was another warrior with the girl, and he asked her what she was doing. But the boy saw that she had frozen in place, and made sure the attack didn't affect her. He threw her aside. She didn't expect this, and was a little confused. She felt pain as she rose to her feet. But when she turned to the elder, she was in shock. She saw that the elder had lost an arm. But the elder held on and told her to tell the leader that this guy's strength was on par with that of a small sect leader. The girl resigned herself to this and, turning around, ran into the forest. The elder, seeing that she had started running, asked the boy if he would run after her. Peck replied that they would die anyway, so why run now? But the elder saw that the guy was saying this without even knowing how many there were. But Peck didn't understand. Was he supposed to know? The elder was shocked by such resilience and was slowly losing his life. But suddenly, he started laughing out loud, and he thought it was funny. And suddenly, he sent a strange force into his wounded hand and began to say that to the whole world, they seemed funny. And he won't even allow Master Kong Ho's disciple to treat Machon like that. The elder stopped the bleeding on the wounded hand and, having attacked the guy, told him to blame it on his own impudence. And he'd risk everything and take at least one of his hands. But Peck stood his ground and replied that it was funny. And assuming his stance, he released his magic. But the elder guessed it was the moon. Slowly touching her, the elder simply felt hellish pain. I couldn't believe it. If the guy could break the power of his 10th yang energy, that meant he was much stronger than the elders. And he's pushing him back because his strength isn't on par with a small sect. He's equal to a senior elder, or even stronger. Peck finished him off and told him not to think his death was unfair. They were all going to die anyway. The girl, meanwhile, was already in the forest and, seeing a bright light behind her, stopped. Arriving at the general's, she apologized and said that she had to run away from there to tell him about it. She began to explain that they had come to the Central Plains to lay the foundation for resistance against the sects. And if they gather information about the secrets of the sects, they can find a way to destroy their martial arts. All she had left to do was take the secret techniques of the Songhouse. But suddenly, someone entered and greeted the head. Hizu stood up and greeted the second gentleman in return. The girl still didn't understand who the second gentleman was, and it turns out he was the cult leader's second son. The second master learned that the man with the white jade sword had taken the Song family's techniques, and it seemed they had failed. And the decision that they will join the foundation of the demonic cult has already been made. But what should they do now? The girl immediately fell on her knees and said that the gentleman was not to blame, The plan to retrieve the White Jade Sword and the 5th volume of Song family techniques was devised by the 12 elders. They will take full responsibility. So, Mr. Heeju's return. But suddenly, the second master's guard interrupted her and said that she had heard that the 12 Machon elders could join their cult. But now, it's clear that these were all empty promises. There's nothing special about the 12 elders. The second gentleman couldn't stand it any longer and ordered her to be quiet. But she wouldn't stay silent and asked if the cult wasn't too worried. The power of the Central Plains martial arts was initially exaggerated, but Zhu also could not stand such insults and thrust his sword straight into the ground, showing his power. And the second lord realized that the strength of the sword chief was equal to the cult's defenders. And that was true. Zhu told them that they had come from far away and hoped they enjoyed their trip to the Central Plains. And as a welcoming banquet, he will return the White Jade Sword and the Song family's techniques. The next day, the second gentleman's girl was happy to take off her mask and said that the trip had finally produced results. But the second master asked why she was so excited. The girl replied that, until now, they had only been stuck on a stub of a mountain, and now she would finally see the Central Plains. And then she immediately suggested going to the Yellow River. And they say it's wonderful there, and Gangnam is full of all sorts of delicacies. The second gentleman sighed, realizing that this was the 7th generation of the cult leader's disciples. The warrior girl asked the elder what they were going to do with the boy once they took the 5th volume of Miram's martial arts. The killer of a member of their cult must pay. But she didn't like the girl's behavior and asked him what she was doing. The girl answered her with the same words, saying that she was talking nonsense because they had tried so hard to get this vacation. But the warrior girl told her that they did not come here to have fun. The second gentleman also confirmed that she was right. The affairs of the Central Plains should be decided by the Central Plains. There's only a year left. They'll be in trouble if word gets out that the Miram have a 7th generation. And there's no need to give this dirty bastard a reason. You just have to wait a little. And in just a year, these rich lands will be theirs. All that remains is to be patient. Meanwhile, Baek arrived at Huashan. Looking around, he saw a vast area and a long staircase leading up the mountain. But he also understood that this was the place where he had to bring the teacher's sword. Someone spoke to him as he slowly climbed upward. Turning around, he saw 3 people behind him. He immediately thought that they were Huashan's disciples, but why were they so angry, he thought. Baek asked them what was going on. The boy pointed a finger at him and replied that he himself didn't understand. How dare he go to Huashan with a sword? Let him put down his weapon right now. Baek realized he couldn't go in there with a weapon. So what should he do now, he thought. The guy said that apparently Baek was here for the first time. That's why he didn't know. But still, you can't go to Huashan with a weapon. That's the law. Huashan's senior disciple, Chong Mujin, introduced himself and said that he hoped the junior's words had not hurt him too much. 100 years ago, many members of Huashan died in a war with a demonic cult. After that, no one was allowed to enter the place with weapons. And there are no exceptions, not even for the Miram leaders. Baek understood that this guy was strong. His level allows him to conceal his inner energy, and now Huashan amazes him. To reach such a high level at such a young age is an achievement. Mujin told him that if he left the weapon in this place, they would take care of it until he returned. But Baek understood that if he left the sword, he would not be able to prove his teacher's words. He was told that the 9-dragon sword he received from his teacher was the divine Huashan sword. But given the teacher's age, it is unlikely that any of the younger students will recognize him. He needs to meet one of the elders so that he can recognize this sword. But Baek said if he can't take the sword with him, can he wait for the leader here? Mujin was shocked to hear these words, and he asked the guy what he meant. Baek explained that he needed to meet with the head, or one of the oldest people. He'll wait here until one of them comes down. Mujin replied that the elders never came down here, but the girl couldn't resist and immediately moved in to attack. Mujin, seeing this, didn't have time to stop her. After attacking with his sword, Baek managed to dodge and block the attack. The girl was shocked to see how he defended himself. After all, he blocked her blow so easily. But Baek decided not to stop and threw her aside with a blow of his sword. Mujin saw this and was afraid for her. The younger one managed to tuck herself in and landed calmly on the ground. Mujin ran to her and asked if she was okay and what the hell she was doing. The girl told him to look at the guy. And didn't he understand? Mujin took a closer look and saw white jade in his hands. Mujin also attacked him and shouted at him to drop his weapon right now. Peck began to defend himself and block their attacks. He saw that the guy was attacking one spot, ignoring his defense, and so next he'll attack from below. Peck anticipated this and moved his leg to the side. The girl saw that the elder was in danger and went to help him. But Peck managed to dodge and moved his head to the side when the sword cut through his hat. He understood that an attack from above would break through the defense and block movements, then an attack from below. And that's commendable, but there's still no match for him. The guy, seeing what Peck was doing, was shocked. They all stopped and watched. Peck realized they were moving together as a single organism. Perhaps the teacher was talking about this very exam, and it seemed the inspection wasn't over yet. Mujin saw it and started shouting that the guy was coming towards them and everyone should get ready. But Peck, meanwhile, decided that he would destroy everyone with one blow. The three opponents also decided to attack as a trio against their opponent, but the jade sword withstood the full force of these three swords and didn't even bend. Mujin couldn't believe his eyes. Such strength at such a young age. And maybe he was a master from the past. Peck saw they were in big trouble. He decided not to kill them and stopped his power. He sensed that their strength and skill in formation were uneven, so he easily found their weak point. He was afraid there would be bloodshed here, but everything went perfectly. He's clearly one of the strongest here. Mujin got really angry and told the guy that he had crossed the line, and he shouldn't be blamed for the death. He was so angry with him that he didn't notice how the guy ran away and left only his hat. He looked for the guy and asked where he was, but Peck suddenly ran up and punched him right in the head. Peck told him that he lacked practice and needed to gain experience. Beck saw Mujin lying unconscious on the ground and wondered if he'd overdone it. He hoped it wouldn't become a problem. The younger one pounced on him, insulting him. She asked how he dared harm Huashan's disciple, and don't let him even think she'll save his life. Peck asked her if she didn't understand, that she couldn't do anything. But Junior still attacked and told him to be quiet. But Peck saw that words weren't getting through to her. But suddenly, someone came and asked them what they were doing at the Huashan gate. This man turned out to be so strong that he walked between them and stopped them. The elder asked them what all the noise was about. Let them explain right now. The younger one knelt down and greeted the master. Beck was surprised to hear that it was the master, and he understood that it was even better this way. A man of his stature should recognize his master's sword, and he thought it would be easier to negotiate with him. Suddenly, the elder turned around and said that this child explained that the sword in his hands did not belong to him. And was it true? Peck sensed the elder was on edge. He doubted he'd believe his explanation. He heard that Huashan belonged to the Taoist sects, but why did they all love to fight so much? But he no longer had a choice. Peck held out his sword and asked the elder if he wanted to test it. The elder looked at him and replied that he was an interesting guy. Mujin also came to his senses and wondered why he was lying here. And suddenly, he remembered he'd been knocked out. And now was no time to sit around. Judging by his skills, the younger ones were in danger. When he got up, he saw that everything was fine, and he wondered what was wrong with that guy. The younger one also asked, how is this possible? He's better than the second-year students. No one, not even the master's apprentices. And she had never even heard of anyone who could fight Master Chong like that. Meanwhile, Beck and Chan fought to the last, and neither gave in to the other. Beck felt the fight dragging on. He also thought that with the white jade, it would be difficult for him to use sword styles. Stopping opposite each other, Chan asked him what he was thinking about. The guy doesn't reveal his swordsmanship. Does he really dare give in? And he ordered the guy to pull out the sword that he was hiding behind his back. Peck knew he didn't want to harm the people of Huashan with their own sword, but there was nothing he could do about it. Peck said that in that case, he begged forgiveness. And, raising his sword, he decided to do as his master had said. Chan was immediately pleased that the boy was now serious. But unexpectedly, he took a liking to the sword the boy was holding, and I realized it was the 9-dragon sword. In Huashan, on Mount Okni, there was a small house deep in the forest. Meanwhile, one of the guys ran towards the house and shouted to the mentor, asking if he was here. The teacher told the boy to come in. When she saw him, she said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The mentor asked the head what urgent matter had brought him here. The leader said in a hurry that the nine-dragon sword had returned. The people inside Huashan were also shocked and froze for a moment. But Junior asked them what they were staring at. Don't they have other things to do? Mujin told her to just sit quietly. And it was all her fault. The younger one asked, why her? Until the very end, she believed it wasn't her fault, and it was all his fault. Meanwhile, Baek was already sitting in the center with Chan. But the younger didn't understand what kind of sword this was, if the mentor had changed so much. And who was this man anyway? Chan saw her and asked in a menacing voice, what the hell is she talking about? She can't even hold her hands properly. The younger one lowered her head and apologized. But in her head, she doesn't know who he is, and she wants to kill him, personally. Mujin suddenly ordered her to look and asked, is that a person? But Junior asked him, what is he talking about? Where is the person? Looking up, they saw that the teacher had arrived. Jung immediately greeted her. The teacher told Chan that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She asked if he was the one who brought the nine-dragon sword. Baek realized she was a mentor. Then why did he feel the same energy from her as from his teacher, he thought. The girl froze in surprise upon seeing the great mentor. And if this was the same mentor their teacher was connected to, then she was his mentor's equal. And at first glance, she looks much younger than the teacher. And now she doesn't know who he is? Chong told his younger brother Sho to hand over the nine-dragon sword. Baek understood that the Jilong nine-dragon sword belonged to the Huashan school. And judging by the recent exchange of blows, it didn't emit Huashan energy similar to that of the disciples. But what's strange is that why is there energy coming out that is similar to the teacher's energy, he thought. And he doesn't know what's going on here. But he only came to exchange swords with his teacher, and he shouldn't pay any attention. Baek slowly approached her and bowed, saying that he greeted the owner of Kowloon. And if the teacher hands her this sword, he will get back the teacher's sword. The teacher suddenly couldn't resist and hugged him. The teacher was happy and said that it was wonderful that he came. Baek learned that when he felt energy nearby, it was different from his teacher's. However, the warmth was exactly the same as his. After this, the students went to the headmistress of the school. The girl was surprised to hear that this lady was the wife of the great teacher. The headmaster of the Huashan school, Chong Hoja, said it was true. Lady Sego is the wife of the great master, Song Bu-chong, the hero of Huashan, who fell during the Great War between the righteous and the demons. After the end of the Great War between the righteous and the demons, she lives in seclusion at the Jade Maiden Peak, honoring the memory of the great mentor. And besides, Miss Sego is the sworn younger sister of her adopted elder brother, Song Bu-chong. And they say this young man is her student. Therefore, they should treat him as the eldest in the school. The student replied that this couldn't be true. The Great War of the righteous with the demons had been several decades ago. But no matter how old this lady was, it couldn't be further from the truth. John Mujin also said that, regarding her age, he and the headmaster vouched for it. Because Miss Sago had looked exactly the same since they were children, the headmaster believes it's connected to the martial arts of that man, her sworn elder brother and great mentor. Moreover, the Huashan school owes her a huge debt, and they are so indebted to her adopted elder brother that, for the safety of Lady Sego herself, they have forbidden unauthorized ascents to the peak of the Jade Maiden, where she resides. And that is why most of Huashan's students do not know about its existence, and she was once called First Under Heaven. The disciples were shocked and considered this nonsense. And what does First Under Heaven mean? It's obvious that Huashan art is the highest. The younger one suddenly looked at her fingers and asked, "What's going on?" She began to say that since the great master mentor is the senior martial brother of the great foremaster, then the teacher of that man is of the same rank as the great master mentor. And since their teacher and the head of the school are the grand master's disciples, and that boy is, it turns out, the senior master's equal, the head and teacher should call him uncle. Is this even possible? She asked the head of the school what they should do. Hierarchy is important, but there's such an age difference. The student was dissatisfied and believed that even if he was strong, she would not admit that his martial arts were superior to Huashan's. If the teacher hadn't intervened, the outcome of the duel might have been different. And the headmaster said she was now at the peak of a Jade Maiden. The elder saw that the younger one was leaving and asked her where she was going. The student had been wondering all this time if her martial art was truly the best under heaven, and she decided to find out for herself. Meanwhile, the teacher and Peck went up to her house and sat down on the table. He watched her and realized that this lady was the master's younger sister. From the very beginning, she had only been looking at the nine-dragon sword, finding it awkward. And now he thinks she's only come for the teacher's sword. The teacher told him not to be so impatient. After all, his elder brother would soon have his sword back. Peck immediately understood what she meant about the evil little brother. The younger brother arrived and, upon meeting his sister, said that she looked younger. The teacher told him not to laugh at her, and she sees that the evil younger brother has not changed at all. Beck looked at his younger brother and was shocked by what he saw. He thought all the masters looked young because of their teacher, and it seems it's not about martial arts but about lineage. And what kind of blood does the teacher have, if that's what it is? The evil brother asked Beck if he was his older brother Cho's apprentice. He laughed and said that Cho had taken on a boy who looked just like him in his youth. The mentor also agreed with him and was surprised when she first saw Beck. He looked very much like his brother in his youth. And yet, this child is much more respectful than his brother was at his age. Beck himself didn't understand whether he resembled his teacher. The evil brother threw a sword into his hands and ordered him to take it. He said that with this sword, Cho's elder brother conquered the celestial empire. He guarded it as if it were his own life. And this blade bears the will and regrets of the world's mightiest warriors, vanquished by it. And Beck must always remember the weight of this sword. Peck drew it and realized that it was his teacher's sword. Looking closely, he saw that there was a mark on the sword that said Beckley. The teacher asked him to demonstrate her brother's sword technique. After all, she just wants to see her again. She hasn't had the chance to do so for a long time. Peck froze in place and replied that he would like to too, but the teacher's martial art was difficult to perform alone. The mentor recalled that the mirror sword is a martial art for real fights, where changes are born depending on the opponent. There can't be any fixed forms in it. The evil brother also laughed and said that it was true. Elder brother Cho's martial art looked rather boring if performed alone. And although he would like to help, he left the sword too long ago. And his sister is now also not able to properly wield the blade. Peck didn't understand what he meant. Unable to wield a blade? The mentor asked the evil brother not to say anything unnecessary. The angry brother asked, "What's wrong with that? If he's Cho's older brother's apprentice, he should know about his aunt's health." Suddenly, the student approached them and said that if there was no one to pair him with, she could offer her services. Peck immediately recognized this woman and became seriously opposed to her. The girl asked me to introduce myself formally. She said she was Jung Woo-ja's student and her name was Jang Hwa-young. Hwa-young immediately started attacking the guy and tried to show what she was capable of. The mentor said that her student, even at such a young age, had achieved amazing success. The evil brother also told his sister that he thought that she would soon no longer need to protect the Hwashan sword, and she's too fixated on winning. It's a shame that this makes her overlook her talent. The teacher replied that at first glance, it seemed to her that he was suppressing her with excellent techniques. But Song Baek's legs had hardly moved from their original position, and this reveals him to be an experienced warrior and martial artist, even though he studied under a master. She is extremely interested in how he managed to gain such a deep understanding of martial arts at such a young age. Suddenly, Hwa-young jumped into the sky and used a flutter step attack. But Peck still didn't move and repelled her attack with one blow of his sword. But Hwa-young managed to regroup and use the moonlight sword attack. Beck immediately understood what it was. Hwa-young was so determined that she saw no obstacles in her path. The evil brother saw the consequences and said she was crazy to use such a technique in sparring, and he thinks they need to be stopped. But the mentor stopped him and suggested he watch a little longer. After the war with the demonic cult, the masters have become too relaxed. So it is nice to see such an active battle. And the owner of the nine-dragon sword must have exactly this kind of character. The evil brother asked his sister if it was possible that she had finally decided to take on an apprentice. Hwa-young already realized she had won and didn't consider Beck the best, and Hwashan's sword technique was the best. Suddenly, Peck apologized from the smoke and said that this was his first time sparring like this, so he didn't really understand how much force he needed to use. Hwa-young was shocked because she didn't see a single scratch on him, but Peck warned her to avoid it if possible, as he hadn't yet learned to control his strength. Hwayong was furious and asked, "What the hell is this?" But Baek said he hoped she could defend herself, and he unleashed all his strength on her. Hwayong felt a strange force and felt scared, realizing she had to dodge it. But she suddenly changed her mind and decided that she would not evade. She decided to counterattack and shouted that the Hwashan sword would never retreat. Hwayong raised her hand to the sky and saw a bright light in front of her. Meanwhile, the younger sister and the elder brother were in the forest, and she asked to rest a little. But the elder asked the younger what Hwashan meant to him. The younger asked, "What's with the sudden question?" The elder said that my sister came from a family of military officials, not warriors. Therefore, compared to the others, her desire to win was much stronger. Moreover, not long ago, her father died in a war with the barbarians. Despite the advice to return home, she continued training. For her, Hwashan became the place she would remain forever, and her only support. And now, someone disputes that Hwashan techniques are the best. Can you imagine what she feels? And he doesn't know what she might do in this state, so he needs to hurry. Looking ahead, they saw a huge explosion. The mentor said this attack was called the soul-rending moment, and it had been a long time since she'd seen her brother's technique. Hwa-yeon, meanwhile, held her sword in her hands and remained motionless, but half of her sword was shattered. She couldn't believe that Hwashan's sword had broken. It was because of some technique she'd never even heard of. Baek said it was a good sparring session. It hadn't been that long since she'd become a senior, but she was the first one to survive that attack. And if the sword hadn't broken, it would have been a perfect block. But Hwayong got angry and told him to shut up. And if he said another word, she would simply destroy him. She didn't stay and immediately left the battlefield. Baek decided he'd gone too far, and if it hadn't been for that soul-shattering moment, she might have been able to cope. And he fears it wasn't the sword he'd broken, but her heart. The mentor told him not to worry so much. It would be a boost for her. The evil brother said he had achieved excellent results for his age. Even his older brother Cho wasn't that good at his age. Baek apologized. He understands it was sparring, but it seems he overdid it. The angry brother asked the boy why he was so upset about breaking his sword. After all, a sword is just a sword. There's no need to look for any deeper meaning in it. Why was he so surprised? Baek replied that his teacher always said that. After the battle, Hwayong went into the forest and sat alone, wondering what she had done wrong. She felt terrible because she couldn't do anything but get angry. Even with the master students, this never happened. She thought that the wide recognition of their names was more due to the merit of their mentors than to their own strength. She felt that through training, she would one day surpass them. But his techniques were so good that she couldn't find a way to surpass them. And the feeling of complete helplessness, if he still can't defeat him, it's better to throw down the sword. But the teacher found her and told her not to worry so much about the broken sword. A sword is just a sword. And if it's broken, she should use a new one. Hwayong was surprised to see the senior mentor. Hwa-yeon apologized to her teacher for appearing in such a state. Through her weakness, she had dishonored the honor of the Hwashan sword. The teacher told her it wasn't her fault. The Hwashan sword had long since been destroyed by her brother's sword. This means that the sword that Song Baek currently holds can destroy all the foundations of Hwashan. Not only Hwashan fell under the brother's sword, but also the 10 great clans and even the demonic cult. And now, in the world of Marima, there is not a single martial art that can withstand the brother's sword. So there's nothing shameful about losing to Baek. Hwayong was curious and asked what that meant. Does the mentor want to say that no matter how hard she tries, in the end, she won't be able to defeat him? The teacher responded that the students seemed to think it was unfair. Hwayong burst into tears and started screaming that it was true. She's been training to get stronger since she was 6. But now she has no idea why she ever tried so hard. But the teacher said there was still a whole sword left in Hwashan. Hwa-yeon tried to use her technique and felt a strong wind. The teacher said it was the 9-dragon sword technique. Does she wish to master it? After all this, the mentor and the evil brother asked the guy if he was leaving already. Baek immediately replied that he did. But the teacher showed that she was sorry and hoped he would stay. And the evil brother also said that even in his heartlessness, he was similar to him. And with his level, he should understand the state of her body. The teacher asked the evil brother what nonsense he was talking about. The evil brother thought he had said something wrong. and the brother who abandoned his sick sister for decades. And be that as it may, all who possess this martial art are the same. But Baek said he'd definitely come back when he was done with his business. Until then, they needed to take care of each other. The mentor understood that nothing would turn him from his path. This was the way of the Chongom-ryu sword. The mentor accepted this and wished him good luck on his journey. Descending the mountain, Baeku felt like he had very little time left to live. Therefore, he must repay his teacher for what he had done for him. But he doesn't have time. He must destroy Michonne and find LeMay, because that's the only reason he's alive. But he has no idea where to start looking, and he doesn't know what to do. Suddenly, at the end of his path, he saw a man. Hwaeyoung decided to say goodbye to him and asked if he was leaving already. Baek didn't understand who she was and asked. Hwaeyoung introduced herself and started screaming that he'd broken her sword. Baek remembered and apologized to her for it. Hwaeyoung replied that everything was fine, and thanks to it, she got something even better. Baek saw the sword and realized he wouldn't be alone. Hwaeyoung said she decided not to grow her hair until she defeated him. Baek thinks this is a problem because he won't be back here until he's finished with his business, and he doesn't know how long that will take. Hwaeyoung shouted that she was expecting him in a year. Let him participate in the Murima martial arts competition. Participation is permitted regardless of gender or sect affiliation. Baek asked in surprise, "What Murima competition?" Hwaeyoung replied that there was a competition between the demonic cult and the orthodox sects for the right to rule the Central Plains. There, 5 people will be selected to participate in the final competition. And there, in front of everyone, she will demonstrate the majesty of the Hwashan sword. Baek thought that if a lot of people gathered there, maybe Lime would come too. It wouldn't be a bad idea to take part in this competition. But he doesn't want to just agree to her invitation. He decided not to stop and leave. But Hwaeyoung stood in front of him and told him to stop and answer first. Baek asked, but why should he compete with her? And what benefit would he gain from winning or losing? Hwaeyoung was surprised and asked him what he was talking about. But he didn't stop and kept walking. And she thought he'd just leave. And she had no choice. Hwaeyoung stopped him and said that if he won, she would marry him. But if he lost, she would become her servant for 3 years. Baek couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hwaeyoung got angry and told him not to laugh. Baek wiped away his tears and hadn't laughed like that in a long time. And she was funnier than he thought. The guy said he would accept her proposal, but she would become his concubine. Hwaeyoung was surprised and, calling the guy a goat, ordered him to stay put. And she wouldn't wait for the competition. She'd finish him off right now. In a crowded city where everyone was eating, one of the visitors shouted to be served bamboo leaf tea. Why haven't they brought the sweet and sour pork yet? The guy at the table was asking, what's the point of this competition anyway? The master students will win anyway. But the old man told him not to make fun of him. And did he really think he could easily compete with the 10 great clans? The guy replied that he would watch some more. The old man agreed and asked how much he was betting. The girl sitting in that place heard everything and said that there was still a year until the competition, but the atmosphere was already tense. The guy agreed with them and believed that no matter who won, they would be victorious in the final matches. Meanwhile, at the peak of the 100,000 Great Mountains mountain, Manchong Lime was training with her master on the territory. The master stood in front of her and told her to start attacking. Lima picked up speed and began delivering her attacks. But the master was faster than her and dodged them with ease. The master told her she was thinking too much and decided to launch his attack. Lime couldn't do anything and received her master's fist. The master told her that she was rushing things too much and asked why she was so nervous. But on Lime's neck, there was still a medallion that her biological father and Baek had left her. She called the master her father and replied that she didn't know. But to master Chongkom-ryu, one must set aside one's emotions. But the more she tries, the more it seems to her that there is something she must never forget. The master listened to her and said that they would finish for today. Lime looked up at the sky and asked herself if she could find it in the Central Lands, and something she must never forget. She thought about it and didn't know what would happen next. Meanwhile, in the city, the girl was having fun and shouting that the alcohol in the Central Lands is the best. This is the taste of freedom. But someone told her to be quiet and not attract unnecessary attention. And anyway, they had better materials at school. Why is she so happy with cheap alcohol now? The girl replied that she didn't understand the taste of freedom. And she hadn't changed a bit, still living like an obedient dog. The guy said the fourth one was right. Their activities on the Central Plains shouldn't be disclosed until the competition, and it's time to get back to business. They've been sitting here too long. The girl told him that the guy doesn't want to return to business because he misses his sister Chol. And did she know that he was watching Sister Chol in Machon every night? And why is the second young master secretly watching the adopted daughter of the deputy head of the cult? The second gentleman replied that he was doing this so that all sorts of cunning warriors would not bother her. The girl did not agree with him and still spoke about his own. The fourth girl suddenly stopped them and told them to look the other way. She pointed at the guy. She immediately saw that he had white jade. Peck sat down at her desk and placed the jade sword in front of her. The guy approached him and asked what he wanted. Beck replied that he wanted a bowl of noodles. The girl wondered why he'd come. As if he didn't know, Machong was looking for the white jade, and yet he was showing it off so calmly. The second gentleman replied that she was probably luring them out. The girl asked what she meant by lure them out. The second gentleman replied that the guy was waiting for someone to come and want to take the white jade. The girl saw how confident this guy was. I wonder if he was the one who killed the 12th generation of Chukan. The fourth told her to sit still and said that the affairs of the Middle Land should be decided by the people who live there. The girl started begging, curious to see how strong he was, but the fourth got angry and asked her what she was thinking. The girl suggested they simply kill him and dump him in front of Machon. Beck suspected nothing and simply enjoyed his noodles. But he realized that so far, only 2 people had shown interest in the white jade. The 5 people at the table on the left, and 3 on the second floor. And it seems these 2 groups are not connected in any way. Peck stood up, knowing he'd soon find out. The thieves were either the ones targeting the white jade or Machon's dogs. The thieves, seeing that the guy stood up, immediately followed him like dogs. The girl was unhappy that they wouldn't let her do this, but the second gentleman told them not to argue, since the guy had already left. The girl was surprised and asked when he'd managed to do that. The guy stood up and replied that he'd actually become interested in his abilities too. The girl was upset to hear that her older brother would go himself. The fourth one also disagreed, but the girl wanted them to see the 5 deadly elements. The second gentleman said no, and he agreed with the fourth and would not interfere in the affairs of the Central Plains. And if he walks around so openly with white jade, why haven't the Machons caught him yet? The boy asked, and he thinks they're about to see something interesting. Meanwhile, Peck was already surrounded by thieves who came for the sword. The elder asked him to tell him where he got this sword, and if the boy couldn't explain, he would have to go with them. Beck realized immediately that they didn't look like Machon's people. There were still people searching for white jade, but he didn't care. Without wasting any time, Peck drew his jade sword and said that if they thought he could take it, they should try.